6 Crimson Cranes by Elizabeth Lim. Chapter 21. He wasn't dead. Not yet. That much I learned the next morning. Every few hours, the servants brought soup to Takan. Thick herbal concoctions that made my nose wrinkle and my eyes water. From the long faces the servants wore each time they came back, I gathered they weren't doing much good. That was all I knew about how he fared. The kitchen had gone quiet in the wake of his return. There was little gossip and even less news, worrisome but also reassuring. No news meant he wasn't dying. I hoped. I kept sane by busying myself with chores. The storm had worsened, which meant fewer trips to the storehouses and more time in the kitchen. I offered several times to prepare my soup for Takan, but no one understood, so I tried to be useful in other ways. But no matter how quickly I finished mopping and scrubbing, Charuin's shrimp-eyed cooks, Rye and Kenton, wouldn't let me near their work tables, not even to wash the rice. This rice will touch the mouths of Lady Bashian and her household, Rye barked. We can't have it reeking of fish. When I tried to wash the fish, they whisked that away from me too. They might have let you cook in Tanny Village, but not here. This is a lord's manor, Lena. Can't have your filthy spirit contaminating his food. Charuin watched from his corner, his eyes disapproving, but he never said a word. The worst was at lunch, when all the other servants gathered at the long table in the anteroom. Every day when I went up to get my food, Rice swatted my hands away. Demons don't need to eat, he said. Certainly not meat or vegetables. Kenton was just as bad. You want extra food, Lena? Here. He scooped a ladle of water into my bowl, then snickered. I glared at him, thinning my lips and sucking in my cheeks to form a monstrous expression that seemed to petrify the cooks. It was a small way of getting back at Rye and Kenton. Often I fantasized about rolling them in sticky rice and locking them in the fish cellar and offering to the rats. I was sitting alone at the table when Charuin set a bowl of steamed rice in front of me, then a small dish of carrots and mushrooms and a bowl of soup. Don't mistake this for pity, fish girl, he said gruffly. I stared at him, moved by the unexpected gesture. Thank you. But, Charuin, Kenton protested. Lady Zyrina said, this kitchen is my domain. Charuin shouted, startling us all. Not Zyrina's. Not Hazesh's. Mine. Fish girl is under my command. Understood. Understood. Everyone murmured, and lunch began. 3 bites into the meal, a lady with a scarlet umbrella appeared outside the window, approaching the kitchen. Her head was wrapped in scarves to block the rain, and I held my breath, hoping against hope that it was not Zyrina. Close the windows, the servants whispered. Quickly, they scattered, all seeming to know the purpose of her visit. They dashed to the pantry, gathering ingredients, while Rye and Kenton fetched a teapot, a sieve, and a stone mortar. Lady Megari must be unwell again, Charuin muttered, setting down his bowl. Smoke had begun to cloud the kitchen, and he fanned the flames. The girls got a stomach weaker than a butterfly's lately. Shame, her spirit's so strong. I started to open one of the windows, but Charuin stopped me. Don't. Lady Zyrina says the outside air will spoil her tea. He exhaled sharply, betraying a mixture of irritation and respect. It's a special brew, taught to her by the priestesses in Hawaii. Does wonders for Lady Megari. Under my bowl, I arched a skeptical eyebrow. Hawaii was famous for its healing temple, but I had a difficult time believing its pious priestesses had taught Zairina, of all people, their arts. Zairina entered through the sliding doors, making for the bronze kettles rattling over the stove. A small pouch dangled from her wrist, and she ground its contents in the stone mortar before brewing her special tea. No tea I knew of required the attention of 5 servants. Have this brought to Lady Megari, she instructed one. And bring me another bowl. No, not that one, you fool. She shoved the girl out of the way. One with a lid. She made a show of dramatically arranging the tray. This is for Lord Takan. For Takan? Have you seen him, Lady Zairina? One of the maids asked worriedly. Is he better? He drifts in and out of consciousness, she murmured, loud enough for me to hear. His fever has broken, but he's refused all food, even water. Lady Bushian is beside herself. Concern tugged at my heartstrings, and I peeked over my shoulder to see what Zairina was preparing for him. A soup, it looked like. Chiruin, have you any more dried red dates and fork root? Chiruin disappeared into the pantry and returned with a large red lacquer box I'd seen at his side once or twice. A cloud of faintly familiar smells wafted into the air, spices and herbs from across Lorien. I made the mistake of appearing curious. Rai caught me staring and blocked my view. Intrigued by the old man's recipe box, I see. Must be the spices. Kenton snickered. He's got some in there that'll make a perfect incense against a demon like you. I ignored the cooks, crouching by the buckets to finish my scrubbing. I have no more need of assistance, Zairina was saying to Chiruin and the other servants. She rolled up her sleeves and stirred her pot. I've disturbed you all enough. Go, finish your lunch. A pause. Except you, Lena. Come here. I rose slowly. Zairina wore a wolf smile as she stirred her pot. I heard you were famous in Tiani village for your soup. I plan on making Takan a broth that might whet his appetite. Something lighter than all those herbal soups Chiruin has been sending to the castle. Her spoon clanged against the sides of the pot, an unwelcome percussion. But that was not why I flinched. Did she actually mean for me to help? You know how hot it gets in the kitchen, laboring over a soup. Already a terrible thirst ails me. Her gaze landed on my lunch, growing cold on the table, still practically untouched. Kindly fetch me some fresh water. Fresh water? I started for the well behind the cooking ranges. No. The water there is warm and dirty, with all those bits of charcoal and rice floating about the trough. I should like clean, cold water. The well by the southeast bridge has some I find especially refreshing. Bring a few buckets back, will you? Could she be serious? Rain was falling in sheets, so hard I could have caught bucketfuls of water from the sky before I reached the southeast well. But no one spoke up for me. Why the pout, Lena? The cold and the rain should not bother one such as you. Resentfully, I kicked my skirts and obeyed. My robes became soaked within seconds of my stepping outside. I ducked into the stables as the storm worsened, banging my hip against one of the horse troughs. Straw floated in its waters, and I made a silent snort. Gods, how satisfying would it be to throw a bucket of horse water at Zyrina's face? But as I prepared to go back out into the rain, the trough's murky water swirled, and a dry, familiar voice boomed from within. Only for you, princess, would I suffer the indignity of having to be heard from a horse trough. It was the last voice I expected to hear, especially coming out of the horse trough, and I jumped back, startled. Sure enough, it was Saria. His ruby-red eyes sparkled through the floating pieces of hay, the outline of his green hair a familiar comfort. You're harder to track down than the sons of the wind. You know that? The dragon admonished. Here I was, worried that grandfather had changed his mind and thrown a lightning bolt into your brother's cave. Instead, it turns out you've found yourself a castle. I'm resourceful, I replied through my thoughts, recovering an air of my old self. Always have been. I put my finger to my lips, glancing around to make sure we were alone. I'm sorry about the river. I ran into soldiers. I know, he answered. I was angry at first, until I heard your brothers searching for you. Who knew 6 cranes could squawk so loudly and over the Taijin Sea? That was odd. Hazez had taken me far from our hideaway in the forest, but I could still see the Jinsa from my window if I looked hard enough. Why can't they find me? Why indeed? The tension in his voice was palpable. Your stepmother's magic is strong, far stronger than even I thought. When they are men, she summons serpents to deter them from seeking help. And as cranes, whenever they come close to finding you, strong winds throw them off course toward the sea. My fists clenched at my sides. I knew firsthand how dangerous the winds could be for my brothers. I tried calling out to them, Saria continued. I made contact with 2 of your brothers. The young one, who talks to animals even after he's turned back into a man, Hasho. And the handsome one. He's best at hunting. Benkai. I inhaled, relieved to hear that my brothers were well. You've been watching them. Only when they cross the sea. I have no bond with your brothers, and they have no magic in their blood. It makes communication difficult. But you'll try again? Promise me you will. A dragon doesn't make promises to a human, said Saria pointedly. Especially not one who steals Starstroke from Mount Reuna without telling me. I'm sorry, Saria. Truly I am. I paused, gripping the side of the horse trough and leaning closer to his reflection. But please, if you won't make the promise to a human, make it to a friend. The water grew still. Then Saria snorted, and I could tell he'd given in. The others must be right. Imagine me, grandfather's favorite, bearing the brunt of his anger. For a human. Saria's voice became soft. I must really be fond of you. My cheeks heated, but relief flooded over me. I would have hugged the dragon if he had been here, but he was not. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. His red eyes glittered. Your stepmother will find other ways to thwart me. Her greatest power is in convincing others to do her bidding. This I knew. I remembered the yellow tinge in her eyes when she used her power. I wondered how often she had used it on my brothers to make them love her, on my father to make him listen to her. I shuddered. I prayed it had never worked on me. I'm starting to believe she really does have a dragon pearl, Saria continued. She does. I crossed my arms. I saw it. She kept it in her heart, like you. It was how she turned my brothers into cranes. I touched the walnut bowl on my head and cursed me with this. I wondered what that was, said Saria dryly. I thought it some strange human hat. Well, it explains why your magic is muted, why our connection through the pearl is faint. There's more. I must not speak or tell anyone who I am, even through writing. Then I'll do it for you. No, only you and Kiki can know since we're connected. No one else. I won't run the risk of Raikama punishing my brothers. The water swirled, and Saria's expression was unreadable. Tell me about her pearl. It was like a drop of night, I recounted, dark and broken. When she called upon its power, it made her face change into a snake's. The water stilled as Saria considered this. Her true face, then, he murmured. One cannot lie to a dragon pearl, particularly if it is not one's own. But for the pearl to be dark and broken, that is something I've never heard. Maybe your grandfather will know. Could you ask him without saying anything about my curse? He won't speak to me, Saria said. Last time I tried, he cut my whiskers and tossed me into a whirlpool. But someone else will annoy him soon enough. In the meantime, I will search for your brothers and send them to fetch you. No, don't. Once out, my words surprised me just as much as they did Saria. Earlier this week, I'd been willing to risk my life to be reunited with my brothers. But I was starting to see the wisdom of Kiki's argument to stay put. They have their mission. I have mine. I swallowed. We're better off apart. The admission came more easily than I expected it to, free of guilt and heartache. Or maybe we're better off never breaking this curse. What are you saying? At this point, I didn't know. I was exhausted, my mind numb from worrying about Takan and my brothers, my body drained from working on the Starstroke and in the kitchen. For the longest time, I had willed myself not to think about our curse, but now, half freezing in the rain with my robes soaked and my spirit weakened, I let my darkest fears surface. I have to speak my stepmother's true name to break our curse. But if I speak, one of my brothers will die. That is an unpleasant dilemma, answered the dragon. Help me, Saria. Can you remove this bowl from my head? It's the only way I can regain my magic. The waters rippled, and I felt an invisible force touching the bowl on my head. It tugged and tugged, until finally Saria let out a growl of defeat. Let me think on it, Shirori, he mumbled. You finish the net before my grandfather changes his mind about letting you live. I'll send for Kiki when I have news about your stepmother. I am confined to the water until spring, and it'd be better if you could come to the river. Can you manage? The river was outside the fortress walls. I didn't know if I could sneak out, but I'd find a way. I nodded. Try to stay out of trouble until then, all right? What makes you think I'll get into trouble? You're right, I might as well ask a moth to stay away from a flame. It was a light-hearted joke, but I was not in the mood for humor. Without a goodbye, I left Saria for the well and hurried back to Zairina, my buckets as heavy as my heart. That evening after dinner, Zairina's soup returned to the kitchen, untouched. Given how she'd treated me, I should have delighted in her failure, but I was too worried about Takan. He would die if he couldn't regain his strength. The kitchen was in an uproar. Rai and Kenton were tasked with preparing all of Takan's favorite dishes, and Charuin resumed making his herbal soups. Whenever I glanced over at the head chef, he had his lacquer box out, poring over recipes and herbs. None of them seemed to work. Demons take me, I had to do something. You've already done something, said Kiki that night when we were alone in the fish cellar. And look, you almost got yourself killed. I almost got myself killed by trying to escape, I reminded her. Not by helping Takan. Why do you care so much about him? Because he's your betrothed? I glared at my presumptuous little bird. That's the last reason why, I told her staunchly. I don't care about him, but if he really got himself hurt searching for me, then I have to at least try to save his life. You've grown a conscience in the past few months, Shirori. Does that mean you'll grow one, too? My bird made a chirp of displeasure, but she twittered no retort, and I hurried out of the cellar and into the pantry. Late-night trips to the kitchen had been how I'd survived the last few weeks on Rai and Kenton's meager meal portions. But this was the first time I'd slipped inside to cook. Not every ingredient I needed was available in the winter. No cabbage or onions, and the supply of carrots was low, but I would make do. Takan had said he thought that there was magic in my pot, but he was wrong. I didn't have magic. All I had was hard work and care. Both I needed now more than ever. Luck wouldn't hurt either. I kindled a fire, sparks flying as the flames illuminated the kitchen. With a clang, I set my pot over the stove and began to work. Chapter 22. 3 times now, I had secretly exchanged Charuin's soup for my own, just a bowl's worth so no one would grow suspicious. It went into the castle on a crowded tray full of Takan's favorite dishes. My spirits deflated each time the maids came back, shaking their heads that he had touched none of it, but I didn't give up. I'd keep making it until it worked, or until I was caught. On the 4th morning, the maids didn't come back. Instead, a sentinel stormed into the kitchen, his boots covered in snow that had fallen overnight. It was Pao, the warrior who had left Takan with me when they'd returned. His hair was so short he was nearly bald, and there was rice on his face, clinging to his stubbled chin, a sign he must have been sent here from breakfast, but no one dared point it out. Who prepared Lord Takan's soup? He demanded. I did. Charuin crossed his arms, but his brow wrinkled with worry. What's the matter? Pao ignored him. I ask again. Who prepared Lord Takan's soup? The kitchen fell silent. The wash boys stopped slurping their morning porridge, the cooks dropped their knives, and Charuin wiped his hands on his apron. Slowly I set down my mop and came forth. Get back, Charuin said, waving me away. I don't need a scapegoat. This is my kitchen. I wouldn't back away. I lifted my chin so Pao would understand I had done it. Recognition flickered in the sentinel's deep-set eyes. You. He gave me no hint of my fate. Come with me. My heart thumped in my chest. Maybe my soup hadn't even reached Takan, or maybe it had given him indigestion. Had he choked on a stray fish bone, and that was why I was being called? Had I killed him? Terrible scenarios unfolded in my imagination as Pow escorted me into the castle. It didn't help that the corridors were long, seeming to stretch endlessly. Finally, I heard Lady Bushian's voice trilling from what had to be the dining chamber, and Pow motioned for me to wait outside the door. "Will you give up this ridiculous search?" she said, sounding aggrieved. "You were nearly killed. And don't tell me it was a hunting accident." A murmur, too quiet for me to hear. I dared hope it was Takan. "If you'd wanted me to be calm, you wouldn't have gone out without my permission. I was willing to overlook you stealing Hazesh's armor to investigate the Northern Isles, to humor this obsession with finding Princess Shirori. But then you go off again, barely 2 weeks later, without telling me, all because you found a slipper near Tiani village." My chest tightened. It was Takan, and that was my slipper. "I'd rather not discuss this at breakfast, Mother. Please. Do you think Alandan assassins would have been so careless as to leave the slipper in the fields?" Lady Bushian pressed. "They're trying to draw you out. To kill you, as they nearly succeeded in doing. They would have no reason to want me dead," Takan said evenly, "unless they believed I'd found something." "Yes, Pow told me about the letter you found. He said that you found it on yet another assassin who tried to kill you." I stole a glance at Pow, who shifted his balance uneasily. "I don't care what was in the letter, or how important it was for the Emperor to read it immediately. Mother, the royal children have perished. Even His Majesty has accepted that." Lady Bushian slammed something onto the table. "Can you imagine what it was like for me to see you brought home half dead? You aren't to search for the princess again. I forbid it. Do I have your word, Takan?" Pow knocked, muffling Takan's reply. I wouldn't have chosen this moment to enter the dining chamber, but the sentinel opened the doors, and I had no choice but to follow. Inside, Takan sat at the head of the table, his hands wrapped around his bowl. His face was pale, his frame drawn and weary. But he looked better, far better. I bowed, addressing Lady Bushian first, then Takan, who gave me a warm smile. I thought I recognized that soup. Megari tilted her brother's bowl to show me that it was empty. "It's the only thing he's eaten all week," she said. She impersonated Takan's deeper voice. "Soup. Fish soup." She chuckled as he made a face. "I hope you made a big pot, Lena. He's going to drink it all at this rate." I hadn't made a big pot, but that could easily be changed. I dipped my head graciously, then twisted toward Pow. Takan was well again, and my endeavor had been successful, complete with personal thanks from the young lord himself. I assumed Pow would take me back to the kitchen. Not yet. "I asked Pow here to send for you," said Takan, still smiling, but he has a habit of taking orders too seriously. "I hope he didn't give you a scare." Pow made a half smile. "Sir, if you'd seen the stitches she left on you, I was the one in for a scare." He eyed me. "I take it your cooking is better than your suturing." A sniff came from Zyrina's direction, and I lowered my head. "Yes, it is." "You have my thanks as well, Lena," said Lady Bushian, sparing me the briefest of glances. "We are grateful for your help." "Indeed, Lena." Zyrina looked up. "Why don't you take some persimmons back with you?" It was a dismissal, one I was more than ready to accept. I'd done what I needed to for Takan. Our strands could be uncrossed. There's no need. Takan gestured at the long lacquered table. Have as many as you like. Join us for breakfast. Me? I balked. I glanced at Pao, who raised his chin a hair, as if to say, go on. I took the empty seat beside Zairina, trying not to gloat at her tight, strained smile. Takan's at least was real. I realize now that I never properly introduced myself, he said. I am Bashian Takan of Iroh. Yes, I already knew he and Hazej had traded places to thwart assassins. What I didn't know was why Alandan assassins were after him. Lady Bushian had implied it had to do with Takan searching for me, the princess. But I sensed there was more. Lena, said Takan, snapping me out of my thoughts, you have already met my mother, my sister. And Tessa was Zairina, our guest. Zairina suddenly rose. Please excuse me. I realize now I neglected to thank the gods for Takan's recovery. Her words sounded utterly contrived, but she reached for her umbrella nonetheless. I will be quick. It merely does not sit well with me to leave them unthanked. Go on, Zairina, said Lady Bushian. We will be here when you return. I barely noticed her leave. My attention was on the food, and it took all my restraint not to throw myself at it. I helped myself to a little bit of each dish, a dollop of steamed egg custard, a spoonful of braised lotus root, and 5 or 6 pickled bamboo shoots. I pretended not to notice Takan chuckling at my gluttony while his mother wrinkled her nose. That's the 3rd time she's gone to pray this morning, Megari observed. Perhaps it'd be more convenient if she took her meals in the temple. Megari, chided Lady Bushian. And you, Takan, it was her quick thinking that saved you. She spent all night redoing the stitches on your wounds, and with her eyes closed to preserve her modesty. Do you not recall? I recalled stitching Takan's wounds, when the blood coating his chest was so bright and thick that I could not tell where his flesh began. If I had closed my eyes to preserve my modesty, he would have died. With all her goodness, she should be a priestess, Megari muttered. Can we donate her to the city temple? I'm sure she'd be happier not having to run back and forth to the temple all the time. And why does she always have to bring her umbrella? Her umbrella is for the rain, said Lady Bushian brusquely. If you keep up such talk, I'll make you go pray to the gods. You know very well there was a storm when Zairina's parents died. It's perfectly reasonable for her to loathe anything that reminds her of that awful day. But she carries it even when it's not raining, Megari protested. She tugged on Takan's sleeve. You noticed it too, didn't you? Not everyone revels in seeing the sun like you do, Megari, he replied, though it certainly wouldn't hurt Zairina. She's become so pale since the last time we saw her. That's powder, Lady Bushian huffed. And the last time you saw her, you were all children, chasing rabbits like uncivilized beasts. At least Zairina has the sense not to do that anymore. Lady Bushian harumphed at them, then focused her attention on Takan, fussing over his health and only acknowledging me when absolutely necessary. Every time, she avoided looking at the bowl on my head. I was only halfway finished with my breakfast when Zairina returned, too soon to have visited the temple and come back. I wondered where she had really gone. Such respect you have for the gods, Zyrina," said Lady Bushian, welcoming her back. "If only my children were so devout. Ashmiuen must have listened to you and seen to Taken's swift recovery." Zyrina touched her cheek, radiant from the praise. "The goddess of life is compassionate. The priestesses taught me to revere her above all. We ought to thank Lena as well," Taken said, his gaze finding mine and holding it with intensity. "If not for her, I'd have been dead by the time the physician arrived." The certainty in his voice made me suck in my breath. What did he remember about that night? He'd been awake long enough to help fight off the assailant. Had he seen Kiki flittering over my shoulder, urging me to keep calm as my shaking fingers sewed his wound shut? "I owe you my life," he said, bowing his head in deep gratitude. He turned to his mother. "From now on, Lena is my guest here, free to come and go as she pleases." I exhaled. "What?" "Your guest," Zyrina repeated, echoing my surprise. "She's a cook. Not to mention Hezej's prisoner." Taken's tone hardened. "I am in charge of the castle while my father is at court. Not Hezej." "Is she to eat with us too?" Zyrina spluttered, "and sleep in the fortress?" "You talk as if she's a frog," said Megari. "Just because she can't speak doesn't mean she can't understand you, you know." "Megari," said Lady Bushian severely. "She's the one being rude, not me." Zyrina's dark eyes filled with regret. "You must forgive my outburst. My concern for Taken's recovery has me out of sorts." She smiled so sweetly I bit my cup's porcelain lip, wishing she would choke on a bone. What I meant was, perhaps it would be more comfortable for Lena to remain with the servants. That is, after all, what she is used to. Is it? I met her gaze evenly. "I wouldn't know, given that I've been sleeping among barrels of dead fish." There was a threat behind Zyrina's words. I knew she was expecting me to refuse Taken's offer. Any proper servant would have bowed and graciously uttered that it was reward enough to sit at breakfast with her superiors. But I wasn't their servant. And I certainly wasn't scared of Zyrina. "There's a room near me," Megari volunteered. "Warmest in the castle." That was all I needed to convince me. I didn't want to be a guest in the castle. Didn't want to have to attend meals and have my comings and goings observed and analyzed. Didn't want to be any closer to Taken than I already was. But after a week in the fish cellar, I'd have happily curled up in a bed of glowing coals if it meant a night without freezing my fingers off. I gave a nod. Then, completely aware that Zyrina was watching with a scowl, I reached for one of the persimmons in the center of the table and took a long, satisfied bite. My new room was around the corner from Megari's, decorated with porcelain pillows covered with sheaths of blue and green silk, a writing desk carved of fir, and a hanging scroll of pressed ginkgo leaves. There was a circular window, too, overlooking a vista of Rabbit Mountain, famous for its two peaks resembling a rabbit's ears when covered in snow. It felt like a luxury to stretch my arms without hitting a wall and to breathe without wanting to vomit from the smell of fish. Best of all, there were no rats. Had I ever slept in a chamber as large as this? The life I had once lived, with 3 chambers for my personal use and an entire room simply for storing my robes, felt like a distant dream. "Aren't you glad you stayed?" Kiki asked. "Imagine having to go back to that drafty cellar." or your brother's cave. It is nice, I allowed. Generous of radish boy. I'm starting to like him already. I twisted my lips at her. You're a fickle one. I seem to recall someone who didn't want me to waste my time brewing soup for him. Hiki sank into a cushion, lounging against the soft silk. How was I to know he was such a generous soul? Maybe you ought to have married him after all. It's not generosity, I thought stiffly. I saved his life. He's showing his gratitude. I would have done the same in his position. Would you now? Would you have given yourself a silver moccasin too? I can't see you rewarding a robber, Shirori. He felt sorry for me. That's why he gave me money. Suit yourself. All I'm saying is, he doesn't seem quite like the barbarian you pictured. I ignored her, stowing my satchel under the bed, then searching the cupboards. In them was an array of robes a servant must have selected while I'd been at breakfast. I found a simple navy dress and an earthy green sash that fit nicely. It was the softest, cleanest material I had worn in months, and after I changed, I untangled the knots out of my hair and wilted onto the nearest chair. I would have fallen asleep right away if a slender writing brush on the desk hadn't caught my eye. There were ink sticks too, and a stone for grinding and mixing them into liquid, but curiously, no paper. Disappointing, but perhaps it was for the best. After what happened in Megari's chamber, I knew better than to try and write for help. Someone's silhouette appeared on the other side of my door's paper panels. Once I saw who it was, I bolted up and started to bow. No bowing, said Takan. Please. Some color had returned to his cheeks since breakfast, but he smelled of medicine, of ginkgo and ginger and orange peel. He walked inside slowly. I warn you, Megari will be sneaking into your room often. I rubbed my hands. Because it's warm? For the view. He planted himself on a stool beside my hearth and regarded the mountain outside. Pride rippled in his voice. Beautiful, isn't it? Snow painted the peaks of Rabbit Mountain, even whiter than the scrolls of clouds hanging in the sky. It looked less like a rabbit and more like an egg with 2 ears, to be honest. Then again, maybe I was still hungry. It's most beautiful when the moon appears between the 2 peaks, Takan said, pointing. If you're lucky, you'll catch the moonlight shining down on the Bayun River. It lights up the entire valley. We say that's when Imurenia is watching. Imurenia, the Lady of the Moon. She was said to have spent her childhood on Rabbit Mountain. There used to be paintings of her in the palace, but Raikama had them taken away. Legends contain vestiges of magic, my stepmother would say. Best forgotten. Now I understood why she detested fairy tales. With all her snakes and wicked power, she could have stepped out of one herself. No one seems to think very highly of Iroh, Takan went on, especially in the winter. The people are too harsh, the weather is too cold, the food is too bland. Maybe all that is true, but this place grows on you, if you give it a chance. I smiled politely. Everyone thought their hometown was the most beautiful. And while my view was a magnificent one, it did not move or impress me. All I saw was snow. Never-ending snow that dusted the tiny city below and blanketed even the forest beyond. Not convinced, Takan said. For a girl from Tiani village, you're a tough one to please. That's not where you're really from, though, is it? He paused. If you tell me, I could help you find your way home. I stared at the floor and gave a half shake of my head. This was my home, for now. Stay as long as you wish then. But I would feel better if I returned this to you. Takken held out his dagger. The familiar blue emblem, newly cleaned and scrubbed, dangled from its hilt. His voice tensed. I was told Hezej thought you stole it. His mouth became a hard line, a trace of fury ticking in his jaw. It was unforgivable what he did. He's been sent away. I shrugged to show him that I wasn't afraid of Hezej. The only person I truly feared was Raikama. While I set the dagger on my desk, Takken lingered. One last thing, he said, reaching into his pocket. He held out a side-stitched book, newer and finer than the sketchbook I'd found in his knapsack. It's one of mine. I like to draw, as you so keenly noticed while breaking into my room. A small smile. I thought you might find it useful. I took the book with both hands. All the pages inside were blank, and rolled along the spine was a drawstring pouch, large enough to hold a bottle of ink and a brush. At Takken's thoughtfulness, I let down my guard. Just a little. Thank you. I remembered how you tried to write me your name at Sparrowin. Will you write it now? Your real name. My shoulders tightened, and Takken quickly withdrew his request. If there was disappointment, he hid it well. Your past is your secret to keep. I won't ask you again, but I do hope you will at least share some of your thoughts. It was my turn to hesitate. No inky serpents would leak from my brush as long as I didn't allude to my past, that I understood about my stepmother's curse. Everything else was fair game. Wait, I did have one request. I wrote slowly, my characters coming out splotchy and almost illegible. I'd never had beautiful handwriting, no matter how my tutors forced me to practice and my brothers made fun of it. But with my swollen fingers, it was even worse. Want work in kitchen. You'd like to keep working in the kitchen? I gave a vigorous nod. Who am I to stop you? He said, amused. I've a feeling, Lena, even if I commanded you to eat with us every day and night, you'd find a way to do what you wished instead. It was true. With a flare of my old mischief, I replied, cook radishes. Lots. As the sound of his laughter filled my new little room, for a moment I was glad I had stayed in Iroh. But remaining in Castle Bushian was a means to an end. Once I finished my net, I'd leave. Spring would be here before I knew it, I told myself, knowing full well it was a lie. If there was one thing I understood about the North, it was that the winters here were long. Very long. After being welcomed into the fortress with a suitable room of my own, the last thing I expected was to miss my smelly fish cellar. I had hot water at my disposal, a bronze brazier that kept the room warm, and cupboards full of coats and robes. I should have been pleased at this turn of events. But no. On the first night, once everyone was asleep, I naively opened my satchel, and it was as if I had released demon fire. The Starstroke's flaming light spilled out of the bag and snaked through the cracks between my wooden doors, illuminating the dark, empty halls. I quickly shut it, breathing hard. What was I thinking? That no one would see its light? That no one would hear me crushing its thorns? The walls were paper thin. I could hear Megari practicing the lute even though she was on the other side of the corridor. Magic burst from the nettles, beams of demon fire, and flashes of color from the blood of stars. If anyone found the star stroke, I'd be imprisoned and, most likely, executed. I'd have to go back to the cellar, I realized grimly. Sneaking out of the castle was easier than I thought. How turned a blind eye when he saw me come and go. I had earned his trust, it appeared. Either that, or he assumed I was leaving to make soup. A good guess, since I always returned with the stench of cod and mackerel. In the cellar I stayed, long into the night, my fingers working until they were so stiff I couldn't make a fist. Kiki helped, pecking my cheeks to keep me awake. My pace was improving. I loosened 4 strands of Starstroke from its armor that night, my best yet. I braided their iridescent threads before setting them carefully back into my satchel. Then I turned to a 5th strand. Only when the cold had numbed the fiery ache of my hands, and my eyes could not stay open a second longer, did I finally creep back to the castle and drift off to sleep. Chapter 23. The next day, the cooks, the maids, the wash boys, everyone who had called me demon face behind my back, all greeted me warmly. Rye and Kenton welcomed me into the kitchen with a new apron, cleaned and pressed. And at lunch, sweets and skewered meats topped my bowl. So it was Arlena who saved young Lord Takan. Well done, well done. We really thought you were a demon worshipper. Lady Zyrina was so convincing. We hope you don't take offense. No, I didn't take offense. But I gathered their praise and smiles and tucked them in an imaginary pot and shut the lid. Growing up at court had taught me to discern my real friends from those who would desert me if ever my fortunes changed. Charuin was the only one who said nothing. He offered me a bowl of pickled cabbage and minced pork over rice, as he did the others, but he was silent until I finished eating. All too aware of his scrutiny, I rose and returned to my stool in the corner to debone some fish. Charuin followed. "Go back to the castle," he said. "You're a guest of honor now. What are you still doing here? And handling fish I did not give you permission to touch." Paying him little heed, I placed the fish into the bucket by my side and reached for a new one. It was a question I couldn't answer, not in a gesture or a mime. Every night I worked myself to exhaustion, pounding the star stroke. Even when the thorns fell off in fine piles of gray dust, sometimes a few needle-thin barbs would cling to the naked vines, a painful surprise when I grasped them. I would have to pick them out from my fingers before I could finally sleep. And when sleep did claim me, so did the nightmares. Falling cranes with human eyes and human screams. Girls with snake faces. Broken pearls that swallowed up entire kingdoms. Such images haunted my precious rest. Only in the kitchen was I free of them. I wouldn't give it up. Though he couldn't see my eyes, Charuin seemed to understand. He took my fish and passed me a cloth to clean my hands. "You may wash the rice," was all he said. And so, with that simple task, I began my apprenticeship in his kitchen. I would have spent all my time learning from Charuin if I could. Over the next few days, I received additional duties along with washing the rice, cutting ginger and blending 7 spice, beating egg custards and steaming bread. By the next week, I was learning to make noodles and I found that kneading the dough soothed my aching hands. I loved it and couldn't stop talking about it with Kiki. But the kitchen was a distraction from my real task. I was halfway finished with removing the thorns and cutting the leaves from the starstroke, which meant that soon the worst would be over. Soon I would need to begin spinning it. My first week in Iro, I'd spied a spinning wheel in Lady Bushian's leisure room. Every afternoon, she gathered there with a small circle of friends to paint, play tiles, and listen to Megari play her moon lute. I'd never been invited, but I started lingering in the dining room after lunch, staying so long that Lady Bushian had no choice but to ask me, out of courtesy, if I wanted to join her upstairs. As Oriyu parted the doors into the leisure room, my impatience became painful. When no one was paying attention, I stole a look inside. The spinning wheel was still there, centered between two tall folding screens patterned with rabbits and the moon. It's Zairina's. Lady Bushian had caught me staring. A handsome instrument, isn't it? It's carved of birch and elm. Her mother left it to her. Zairina seems to have inherited her talent at the wheel, but I was never good at such crafts. Neither was I thought as I stepped aside so Oriyu could escort Lady Bushian into the room. But she didn't move. Her jaw was tight, reminding me of Taken when he was about to speak an unpleasant truth. "A moment, Lena," said Lady Bushian quietly. "It warms me how much my children have taken to you, and you are most welcome in the castle. But I am relieved that you have seen the wisdom of retaining your duties in the kitchen." I went still. What was she trying to say? What I mean is, you're my guest because Taken believes you saved him. And I would ask that as my guest, you do not forget your place. A surge of heat rose to my cheeks. Do not forget my place? Her tone was even, the inflection of each word too rehearsed to be natural. I have been told that you visit Megari's chambers only once. I thought, and on her invitation. And that Taken has come to yours. I bit my cheek, trying to hold in the absurdity of it all. Did she think I was attempting to seduce her son? The thought alone made me wish I could snort. The last thing I wanted to do was win over my former betrothed, a mere lord of the third rank, and live in this intolerably frigid wasteland. I had a curse to break and a home to return to. It was all true, but my face grew hot with shame. Listen to yourself, Shirori, I thought. You're lucky that this lord of the third rank took you in. Otherwise, you'd still be at Sparrow Inn. Or someplace worse. Lady Bushian must have read my glumness as a reaction to her rebuke, for she sighed. "I don't mean to sound harsh," she said, a little less coldly than before. Iro is a small fortress, and news travels quickly within its walls. Given your unusual circumstances, it would be wise to take care. For your sake. Am I understood? For my sake. Really, she just didn't want her children to be seen gallivanting about Iro with someone who looked like a demon worshiper. Fighting to stay calm, I managed a nod. Not a beat too soon, Zairina arrived, with a basket of persimmons and several of Lady Bushian's friends behind her. From the smug smile on her lips, I was sure she had heard everything. I was even willing to wager that she had inspired Lady Bushian's rebuke. The reason I couldn't fathom. There was no flush in her cheeks or infatuated smile when she spoke to Takan, signs I'd noticed in the girls flirting with Jotun or the boys who sought attention from Benkai. Or did she actually worry that I was a demon worshiper? A few girls at court had left to study with high priestesses and had returned mind-numbingly devout. But Zairina seemed too conceited to be overly religious. Maybe she just disliked me because she was no longer the only special guest at the fortress. "These are the last of the season," she said, setting the basket on a low table. I thought we all could use a snack. The other ladies immediately rose to take one. "How thoughtful, Zairina. Take as many as you wish." I already set aside a few for dear Megari. While everyone thanked Zairina for her generosity, I sank into my chair, too aggravated to eat. No one would meet my eyes, only confirming that all had heard Lady Bushian's humiliating remarks. "I saved a few for you, too, Lena," said Zairina, passing me a parcel of persimmons wrapped in a swath of striped cotton. She smiled a little too sweetly. A belated welcome to the castle. While I set the gift to the side, Lady Bushian ushered Zairina to the spinning wheel. "Show us what you've been working on," she said. "We are all eager to see what the priestesses taught you in Hawaii." I leaned forward, eager too. Zairina rolled up her sleeves and sat at the wheel, cranking it a few times before she began feeding in straw-colored fibers from her free hand. Gradually, a lustrous golden thread began to unspool. Lady Bushian's friends gasped with delight. "It certainly is beautiful," said one, "but why not buy thread from the market? It would be much easier." Indeed it would, Zairina agreed, but not golden thread. The color is difficult to find these days, given that we might be going to war with Alandi. My father's carriage was carrying shipments of this very dye when we were so cruelly attacked. She swallowed visibly, her round face paling. Spinning it on my mother's will makes me feel close to them. "What will you do with the thread when you finish?" Zairina held up the spool, and her voice rose with pride. "I will send it to the nameless queen." At the mention of Raikama, I snapped to attention. The emperor himself heard about what happened to my parents. He must have felt badly for me after suffering his own loss, and told her radiance about my threads. She's placed an order for 40 spools to make new ceremonial robes. That is why I must spin all day, so I may send it to the palace before the winter festival. 40 spools of golden thread for a new ceremonial robe? In all my years living with Raikama, never had I seen her take interest in her attire, let alone personally by anything. Certainly not threads, sparkly or not. Zairina was lying. I was sure of it, but I said nothing. Instead, I watched her work the wheel, trying to memorize the way she drove it with one hand and fed the spindle with her other, producing a stream of fine silky thread. It doesn't look so hard, I thought, mimicking her motions behind my sleeves. How fast it spins. I could be finished in a few nights. Come, why don't you try? Zairina said, rising so Lady Bushian's friends could have a turn at the wheel. Why? It is like spinning gold. Zairina beamed from the praise. If I have any thread left, I'll weave sashes for everyone. She sounded like she was in a generous mood. I rose to join the crowd around her wheel. May I try? I gestured. To her credit, Zairina's smile did not falter. I would not recommend it for you, dear Lena. Spinning is a delicate art for nimble fingers. She gestured publicly at my hands, and even Lady Bushian recoiled at the sight of my scars. I would rather spare you the pain. My fingers had gone through so much they wouldn't feel the pain, but I had no way of communicating that. Zairina had a voice. I did not. I gave a curt nod, fuming as Zairina draped a sheet of muslin over her spinning wheel. The hour for leisure had ended, and not a moment too soon. Once your hands have healed, perhaps you too would like to make something for the Emperor's consort, Lady Bushian said kindly. Her radiance has been grieving all winter for the lost children. I nearly laughed at the irony of her comment, well-intentioned as it was. But I restrained myself, gave a vigorous shake of my head, and rose to leave. Lena, don't forget your persimmons, said Zairina, placing the parcel into my arms. She waved to Oriyu, who waited by the door. Return my spinning wheel to my room. At the request, Oriyu's brow wrinkled like a prune. The sentinel was not a maid, and transporting goods from one room to another was not one of his duties. But I had a feeling Zairina had noticed how intently I watched her spin and made the request to needle me. I needed to be more careful around her. As the sentinel lugged it away, I stole one last glance at the spinning wheel. I would find a way to use it soon enough. Chapter 24. For persimmons. Each one was firm and plump and perfectly edible, but Zairina's insult was hardly veiled. Any gift given in fours was a wish for ill fortune to the recipient. I used to laugh at such superstitions, but that was before Raikama's curse. Now I needed all the luck I could get. I folded them back into Zairina's muslin sheet and slung them over my shoulder, not wanting anything to do with them. I'll drop them off at the temple, I decided, spotting its pointed clay roof across the courtyard. It was small and unattended, the entrance marked by 2 stone braziers and scarlet pillars framing the wooden steps. Or throw them back into the orchard. The weather gods decided for me. Thunder rumbled from far away, promising rain. I ran for shelter under the temple's sloped veranda. As I climbed up the temple stairs, the door flew open. Lena. Surprise at seeing Takken made me jolt, and the persimmons catapulted out of my grasp and rolled down the stairs. There went my offering. I didn't think they had fallen that hard, but every single one was bruised, the amber skin nearly black from impact. Takken knelt, helping me retrieve the persimmons. Offerings to the gods? They were. My mouth slanted, my expression for wry humor. Hastily, I grabbed the fruits and bowed, then made for the stone steps down. I'd rather face the rain than stay in the temple with Takken. Wait, Lena, I fluttered my hands at the altar, stooping to show deference. I don't wish to disturb your prayers. A clap of thunder punctuated my gesture, and Takken looked up. The clouds were suddenly darker. Heavier too, as if armored for battle. The dragons are out to play, he said as the first sprinklings of rain loosened from the sky. You should stay inside until they're finished. I hesitated. What does that mean? He let out a short laugh. It's a story I used to tell Megari. Curious now, I lingered at the door and wheeled my hands. Explain. Everyone knows that seeing a dragon is a sign of good fortune. I told her that lightning comes from dragons scratching the sky, and thunder is the sound of their cries as they play. Taken's dark eyes twinkled with humor. I thought it'd get her to stop barging into my room in the middle of the night, demanding that I tell her stories and keep her company. But it seems to have backfired on me. Now during every storm, she comes to my room, counting the thunderclaps and lightning bolts. She's accumulating luck to wish for a shorter winter. I smiled, holding in a laugh. You like this story? Against my will, I did. It sounded like a joke Jotun would have played on me. I think that's the first time I've seen you really smile, Lena. He cocked his head, a grin tilting his mouth. Except when I gave you that silver mockin. How can you tell? You have a dimple when you're happy, he said, seeing my twisted lips. He touched his own left cheek to mirror mine. I was impressed he had noticed. Did he usually observe such things? The sprinklings of rain turned to fat plops pattering against the temple roof. The cold made the scabs on my hands itch, and I wrapped my scarf around my fingers tighter to stop myself from scratching. Come inside, he said, opening the door wider before the rain gets heavier. I shouldn't. I motioned with my hands, not knowing what to do with them. Chiruin. Come inside, he repeated, not understanding my gestures. Since you're here, I want to ask you something. My hands fell to my sides. Curiosity was my greatest weakness. Rain drummed on the roof as I followed him into the temple. Joss sticks burned, incense rising to my nostrils. I glanced at the offerings on the altar, taking in the fluted bottles of wine, the vessels of boiled rice and bowls of persimmons and unripe peaches, the hanging copper coins and embroidered charms to ward off ghosts and lost spirits. On one of the ceremonial tables was the pink slipper he'd found near Tiani village. My slipper, beside it, the apology tapestry I'd embroidered. It was sewn by Princess Shirori herself, Taken intoned. An apology for missing our betrothal ceremony. I knew what it was. I just never thought I would see it again. Emotions swelled in my throat. I wanted to brush my fingers over the crane eyes I'd struggled to sew. They looked like little black bulbs, some knotted too big, others too small. The red-capped heads were all different sizes, some lopsided and others with crooked necks. I'd never been much of an artist, and it showed. All I'd thought about while I worked on the tapestry was seeing Seryu again, and when he'd give me my next magic lesson. What I would do to return to those times. To give Father the embrace he always resisted and ask him about my mother. To hear my brother's laugh so loudly the sound bounced all the way from the other end of our hall to my chambers. And this, Taken said, picking up the slipper. This is what she was wearing the last day she was seen. I found it near Tiani village, hundreds of miles and a sea away from the imperial palace. Not far from Sparrowin, as it were. His voice had drifted into a low whisper. Did you ever see her while you were there? My composure faltered. Was this what he'd wanted to ask me? I bit the inside of my cheek. It would have been easy to lie, but I didn't want to. I cast my gaze to the ground, played dumb. Of course you didn't. I'm sorry, I asked. Taken set the slipper down. It's just odd that no one knows what happened to her. Whether she and her brothers were killed or taken from Kyoto by our enemies. Why did he care so much about what had happened to me? Lady Bushian had called it an obsession, but we'd never spoken. I'd even snubbed him at our betrothal ceremony. Why risk his life to search for me? Look closer, I wished I could say. I'm here, Takan. But I knew the power of my stepmother's curse. Even if he were the most observant man in Kyoto, all he would see was a girl with a wooden bowl over half her face. I reached for my brush, uncovering my hands just enough to write. Why assassins hurt you? Because search for princess? He settled his gaze on me, his eyes chillier than I'd ever seen them before. Do you remember that letter you found in my knapsack? How could I forget? He'd nearly slit my throat for it. I tugged the end of my scarf as he explained what I already knew, that he'd found it on an Alandan spy, someone who meant my brothers and me harm. I was able to trace it, Takan said finally. To Lord Yuji. Lord Yuji. My knees knocked with surprise, and if I hadn't been leaning against the altar table, I might have stumbled over my own feet. I left Iroh to send word to His Majesty, continued Takan. That's when Yuji's assassins came for me. They're the ones I encountered in the Jinza, the ones who nearly killed me. Who would have killed me, if not for you and Pao? As the news sank in, anger welled in my chest. So that was why Yuji wanted Takan dead. The warlord had always reminded me of a fox, the way Raikama was like a snake. Demons take me, if the two were conspiring together against father. Soon all of Kyoto will know of Yuji's treachery, said Takan thickly. And Shirori. I lifted my head. What of Shirori? The letter I found was only a fragment, but Yuji mentioned that the missing princes and princess were gone. Not dead. Gone. Yes, I remembered it too. That's why I think she's alive, Takan said softly, turning to the statues of the 7 great gods. Every day I pray she is. Shirori and her brothers. Their loss has already broken His Majesty. I pray they will be found before it breaks Kyoto, too. I nodded to show I agreed, but under my bowl, heat prickled my eyes. I pictured father half racked with grief, half bewitched by my stepmother. Just the thought made my heart ache. Gods, protect my father, I prayed. Gods, protect Kyoto. Keep them safe, keep them whole. If anyone should suffer, let it be me. Not my family, not my country. A shroud of darkness had fallen over the temple. There weren't many hours of light in Iroh, and already dusk was upon us. It seems the dragons have finally gone back to the sea, murmured Takan as the rain abated. I'd completely forgotten about the storm. I started to pick up my bruised persimmons, but the cold had numbed some of the tender spots in my fingers, and I forgot to be careful. A spasm of pain shot up my hand, and I winced, gritting my teeth until it passed. What is it? Takan asked worriedly. Are you hurt? No. I drew my hands behind my back. I pretended to shiver as I wrapped them. Just cold. You don't need to cover your hands, Lena. I've seen the burns. Of course he had. Takan tilted his head. May I? I hesitated, Zyrina's ridicule still fresh in my memory. If Takan were to recoil, then what? I reprimanded myself. What do you care what he thinks? What do you care what anyone thinks? I didn't care. I proved this to myself by yanking the scarf from my hands. Indifferent, I am indifferent to Takan. My mind chanted this refrain, but my eyes roved over his face as he inspected my fingers, a silvery latticework of cuts and burns. I could tell it upset him, seeing my hands hurt this way, more than the bowl on my head or that I refused to speak. A dozen questions perched on the lift of his brow, but his lips didn't twist with disgust, nor did his eyes soften with pity. I didn't think I could bear his pity. Your fingers won't heal properly, he intoned, not when you have barbs still in your flesh. I could remove them for you now, but if you prefer to see the physician, no. I did not wish to see a physician. I did not wish to see anyone. Takan frowned. Lena, he said firmly, your choice is either me or the physician. Otherwise, you won't be working in the kitchen, not with your hands like this. I felt a stab of annoyance and crossed my arms. Are you commanding me now? Don't look at me like that. It won't do you good, cooking with an injury. The longer you go without help, the longer your hands will take to heal. His eyes were adamant, one thick eyebrow slightly raised as if to dare further disagreement. Much as I hated to admit it, he was right. I had done my best to take the barbs out every night, but my fingers were no longer deft at such precise work, and a few stubborn ones remained. They bothered me more than the cuts and burns. I twisted my lips, then laid my palm flat for him to begin. Go ahead. Would you like a handkerchief or something to bite down on? I wanted to laugh. A few barbs would hardly be enough to make me whimper, let alone scream. Instead, I shook my head. Holding my hand still, he removed the barbs, slowly and steadily. His hands were so gentle it almost tickled. I looked away, watching incense burn beside the altar. Usually its smell, a smoky marriage of sandalwood and jasmine, made me sleepy, but not here. Not while the sticks burned in front of my slipper and tapestry. Not while Takan was holding my hands. I turned back to him, so focused on his task that he barely noticed me. Funny, I used to flirt with the boys at court by sitting this near to them. Flashing coy smiles and brushing my elbows against theirs was a game for me at festivals and boring ceremonies Father made me attend. I liked seeing the effects of my attention, whether it made their breathing quicken or their ears redden, whether they immediately began to recite poetry or tried to claim my hand. But with Takan, I didn't dare. It wasn't a game with him. When at last he finished, he reached into his pocket for a wooden container of balm, the same he carried for his wounds. A familiar whiff of medicine stung my nose, herbal and sharp. Try this, he said helpfully. Rub some on your hands every morning, and when the pain keeps you awake at night. Thank you. I turned for the door, eager to finally leave. Outside, the rain had set into a soft, powdery snow, and torches lit the fortress grounds, their flames quivering against the wind like fireflies. Wait, Lena, said Takan, clasping the other end of the sliding door. All traces of his earlier pride had vanished, and his voice had gone solemn. They told me you were found in the middle of the Jinsa. I swore not to ask you about your past, but if someone has hurt you, or if you are in trouble, tell me. Please don't hide. I'm a friend. My heart grew suddenly heavy, and I was glad he couldn't see my eyes. They would have given me away. Slowly, ever so slowly, I made the slightest nod. I hurried out, the snow falling soundlessly on the top of my bowl. If Takken called after me, I couldn't hear. All I heard was the slosh of snow under my shoes. All the way to the kitchen, Takken's promise haunted me. If he had only been that simple sentinel from Sparrow Inn, I would have trusted him in an instant. I would have wanted to be his friend. It was too late to leave and search for my brothers. Whatever the gods were scheming, bringing me to Castle Bushian and reuniting me with my former betrothed, I had no choice but to find out. Chapter 25. A blizzard beset Iroh, putting my work back by a week. I went mad waiting for the snow to stop and tried to pound the nettles in my room, covering the milky paper of my doors and windows with dark cloth and wrapping my rocks in a cloak to muffle the sound. But I soon gave up. I couldn't chance being caught. No one's permitted out of the castle, Ryu said when I pretended I needed to go to the kitchen. His nose twitched. Not even you. Did you see how he sniffed at you? Kiki complained as we returned to our room, as if he reeked of fish. I do usually reek of fish, I thought back, rubbing my hands. What happened to the nice one? As soon as she asked, we spotted poor Pao by the south gate, looking miserable at having to be outside during the storm. The snow had turned into sleet and thunder rolled across the sky. I was in such a hurry to get back to my room I didn't notice dim lantern light wobbling through the paper panels until I came to my doors and found them slightly ajar. Someone's inside, Kiki warned, flying to her hiding place behind my wash basin. I gritted my teeth, hating that I couldn't prevent the shiver that coursed down my spine. Gods, I hoped it wasn't Zyrina. I kept one hand on my dagger, and with the other, I slid open the doors. A figure crouching by the window shot up. Lena. It was dark, but I recognized that voice. Megari? You're back, she cried. I wanted to watch the snow over Rabbit Mountain, and you have the best view, but you never answered the door, and then the storm got worse. Another burst of thunder. It boomed so loudly the window shook. With a shriek, Megari covered her ears, her shoulders shaking as she buried her face in my robes. The dragons must be out to play, she muttered as lightning flashed. I smiled. I was glad Takken had told me that story. The dragons are out to play, I repeated. I wondered what Saria would think of that. Gently, I tugged Megari's hands from her ears. I lifted her face from my robes, tilting her head up so she could read my lips. It's all right. It can't hurt you. I brought out a short stack of paper and began to fold a sheet by the lantern light. As the beginnings of a crane took shape, Megari watched, mesmerized. I placed the paper crane on my palm. Like it? Yes. Will you show me how to make one? She learned the folds quickly, and she clapped with delight when she made her very own bird. Thunder rolled, farther away this time, and Megari glanced at the window. I'm not always afraid of thunderstorms, she said, summoning a hint of pride. Her voice faltered. Only the really bad ones. Takken and I watched the last storm together, and I counted every lightning strike. I didn't even cover my ears when there was thunder. At the mention of Takan, my concentration faltered and I made an incorrect crease. It had been easy avoiding him these last few days. Sometimes I saw him during meals, but like me, he was always quiet. Funny, he seemed to talk most when he was alone with me. I supposed he simply felt it polite to fill the silence. I wasn't much of a conversationalist these days. Together, Megari and I sat by the window, watching the lightning. We raced each other to see how many cranes we could fold before the next crack of thunder, and we counted the number of lightning bolts. Slowly her eyelids began to droop, and the wings of her latest bird fell too, as she forgot to lift them after she made her final fold. I swept my hand over her eyes, the way my mother did to help me sleep. I'd never had a sister, but if I had, I would have wished for one like Megari. I kissed her forehead and laid her on my bed. While she slept, I rested my head against the window and searched the sky for the constellation of the crane, but there were too many clouds. So I counted the strikes of lightning to 6, one for each brother. My eyelids closed by the time I reached Hasho. When I woke, my blanket was spread neatly over my body, covering even my feet. Megari loomed over me, fully dressed. "The storm's over," she declared, her moon lute bouncing against her back. "Wake up. It's already past breakfast." Once I rolled to my side, she opened the windows. The storm was over, but battered clouds still hung in the sky, gray and torn. Look what survived the blizzard," she said, pointing toward a patch of pink blossom trees by the river. I had to squint to see them, but once I did, they popped out against the landscape of melting snow. "See that? Plum blossoms. I'll bet they just bloomed. The thunderstorm must have been lucky after all. Let's go, Lena." It isn't far, just outside Iro, down the hill. We could be back before lunch. My head tilted with caution. "What about your mother?" "We can't tell Mama. She'll say no because it's too cold, that there's assassins and wolves and 1,000 other reasons." I hesitated. "Wolves? We're not going far out enough for wolves." Megari laughed at my concern and threw my cloak over my shoulders. "Come, Lena," she said, towing me by hand toward the door. "We'll be the first to see the blossoms. I'll bring my moon lute and play until my fingers freeze. It'll be beautifully romantic." I touched her braids. Only a few months ago, I'd been just like her, young and wanting to treasure every moment because I feared it'd be the last. Impatient, for a year felt like an eternity. Now I felt older than the moon. "Go on," urged Kiki, stretching behind a vase. "You could use the excursion. Will you come? And stay in your pocket all day?" Kiki snorted. "I think not." Megari was still pulling on my sleeve. "All right," I mouthed, kicking my satchel under my bed. "Yes," she cried, and she let out a squeal that warmed my heart. Together we found Pau, who led us out of the fortress. We capered down the hill, often losing our balance against the ice. I lost count of how many times we fell on our bottoms and had to pull each other away from freezing puddles. It had been so long since I'd had a carefree moment like this. Megari's happiness was infectious, and I couldn't stop smiling. "I haven't gone to Iro in months," Megari said, pointing at the city below. "There's a road from the castle to Iro, but it's covered in snow and ice. I hope it clears before the winter festival. A smattering of soldiers' camps dappled the hillside below the fortress, but Iro itself was smaller and quieter than I'd imagined. I saw merchants carting goods along the icy roads, and a man selling roasted chestnuts, but the streets, white with snow, boasted little other traffic. No mansions or villas, no outdoor markets or arched bridges or boats rowing along the river. Only a handful of red gates in the watery sun. It was everything I would have hated as Princess Shirori. Now I found it idyllic. I held out my hand to catch the clumps of snow falling from the tree branches. As they melted on my palms, I watched children poke sticks at the frozen river winding through town. The sight of the Bayun River made me hang back. Had Saria finally made amends with his grandfather? It had been weeks, and I'd heard nothing from him. "That's Rabbit Mountain," Megari said, pointing at the snow-covered peaks above. Legend has it that any rabbit who climbs to the top gets to live on the moon with the Murinya. In the spring, the valley has hundreds, thousands of rabbits. Takan and I used to try and catch them, but Mama would never let us raise one. She said it would be too much work, and that we'd only be sad if Taruin made rabbit stew one day. She chattered on. She wouldn't let us climb to the top either. We tried to drag Zyrina with us once when she was visiting, but she loved looking at the rabbits so much we never made it to the top. Who would have guessed she'd become the tiger she is now? I would have invited her today if she were more like her old self. I think she's happier spinning at her wheel anyway, making those silly threads for the Empress. Empress consort, I corrected automatically in my head. But yes, I was secretly glad Megari hadn't invited Zyrina. "Besides, you're much more fun than her," said Megari, hooking arms with me. We were nearing the plum trees. "I could see all the rabbits running to you and trying to jump onto your hat, Lena. It must be excellent for keeping out the snow and the sun." I smiled, touched by the girl's cheerfulness. "Yes, it is. It does get sunny on Rabbit Mountain in the spring, and crowded sometimes, when everyone comes for the view. But it's still my favorite spot in Iro. You'll see. When the trees flower and the mountain turns green, it's like a place out of dreams. Only Takan seems to like Iro best in the winter. Why is that? Because that's when he gets to work on his stories. They're all over his desk. There was a conspiratorial lift in her eyebrow. I've been trying to get him to tell one this year at the winter festival, but he's as stubborn as his horse. I'll bet you could get him to, though, since you saved his life. Now I straightened. I knew that tone. I had practically invented it when I wanted something from my brothers. Oh, everyone would love it so much. It's tradition for someone from the family to open the winter festival with a performance. It's a way for us to make the people of Iro happy. Father used to recite poetry, and Mama used to dance. Now I play my lute, and when we're lucky, Takan. Her voice drifted as she glanced nervously about the trees. I looked around, too. What was she looking for? Megari grabbed my arm. There they are, the plum blossoms. The grove was small, only a dozen trees at most. But it was beautiful. Rose-kissed petals sailed across the wind, floating onto the soft, untouched snow. Not far away, I heard the river warbling and a horse neighing. "You're late," said Tak Kan, closing his sketchbook. "You said you'd be here playing on your lute before I arrived." "Tak Kan." Megari jumped into her brother's waiting arms. He spun her in the air, stopping midway when he noticed me. "I brought Lena along. Is that all right? She hasn't seen the plum blossoms." Takken greeted me with a smile. "Is that so?" I didn't smile back. I wasn't unhappy to see him, but I did wonder what Megari was scheming. Behind the trees, his horse nickered and grumbled, kicking up snow that flew in our direction. "Easy there," Takken said, trying to calm him down. "Admiral, what's gotten into you?" Admiral snuffled, and his huge eyes blinked fearfully. I stepped back. I had a feeling he was reacting to me. "I should have brought some persimmons," Megari said, stroking the horse's thick mane. There, that's a good boy." She nuzzled him. "I'm still trying to get my big brother to change your name to Noodles. Admiral is such a stodgy old name." "He's a sentinel horse, Megari, not a rabbit. Sentinel horses can have personalities too. See, he likes it. I think he just likes you. Then he has good taste." With a laugh, Takken tended to Admiral, and Megari hooked an arm around one of the plum trees and spun, catching stray petals as they fell. She snapped off a sprig and handed it to me. "A keepsake, Lena. Until spring." I touched the blossoms to my nose, inhaling their sweet fragrance. I tucked the sprig carefully into my pocket. Sometimes I wish the winter festival were here instead of in town. Megari sighed. "Can you imagine having the lantern lighting among these trees? It'll be scenic enough by the river, I suppose." "Oh, you'll love it, Lena. It'll be so cold you can't feel your nose, but there's no night as wonderful. And then there's the fireworks." "I thought you didn't like fireworks," said her brother. "I don't," Megari quipped. "They're loud and everyone else loves them too much. But I'm willing to face my fears for the sake of the festival. Unlike you, Takan. So much for courage being our creed." "This has nothing to do with courage," Takan said sternly. "No matter how many times you ask, I'm not going to change my mind." "Change your mind about what?" I gestured. Before Takan could stop her, Megari pivoted dramatically and hopped onto a tree stump. "Hear me, friend Lena, my brother, Bashian Takan of Iroh, who has eluded assassins and bandits and fought valiantly on behalf of Emperor Hanryu, is shy. He has been ever since he was a boy. He had no friends, not even Pao. And he would climb trees to hide from crowds, Megari. Get down from there." Takan raked an embarrassed hand through his hair. I wished I could laugh. One started to ripple up from my belly, and it tickled to hold it down. But I settled for a smile, the widest I'd had in a long time. "He's also afraid of monsters. 8-headed ones with striped fur and white hair." Megari jumped off the stump, grinning wickedly as her brother's cheeks turned a fierce shade of scarlet. "Do you remember how Hazaj said he saw one on the roof? You stood guard for weeks, looking out for a monster you made up in your own story." "That was a cruel joke," Takan said, his exasperation growing. "And I'm not afraid of monsters. You're afraid of singing for the festival, though." Megari was brazen, I thought, chuckling at how mortified Takan looked, like he wished the river would sweep him away. "You sing? Does he sing?" Megari repeated. The priestesses used to say that Takken could summon the larks and swallows with the sound of his voice, just the way I can calm the raging winds with my moon lute. Coincidentally, those priestesses also say Mama has diamonds spilling from her lips whenever she donates gold muffins, said Takken dryly. He faced me. They exaggerate, Lena. Grossly. With a shake of my head, I reached into my pocket, fumbling for my brush and writing book. I want to hear. Never met a singing warlord. A faint smile touched Takken's mouth. Just how many warlords have you met, Lena? I put up both my hands to indicate dozens. Hundreds. It was the truth, but of course Takken thought I was joking. None sing. None indebted for saving life. He groaned. It was a shameful blow, even I knew it. Thankfully, he was a good sport. Megari put you up to this, didn't she? He said, turning to his bright-eyed sister. The girl shrugged. You're always saying history ignores Iroh. Someone has to sing of all the battles we've fought so they'll be remembered. I meant for you to sing them, Megari. You're the musician, not I. Come, Takken, you sound like you'd rather go to battle than sing one measly song with me. Lena isn't expecting larks and swallows to flock to the temple, you know. Not during the winter, anyway. I nodded, reassuring him. All right, he finally agreed. If feeling a little ill in front of several hundred people will make you happy, then it's a small price to pay. One song. Megari jumped, clapping with glee. We'll have to practice so you don't make a fool of yourself in front of Lena. You should practice before it gets too cold, Takken said. Didn't you say you wanted to play among the plum blossoms? Or was that a ruse to get Lena and me to come here with you? It was a ruse for me to get you to sing at the festival, brother. I knew you wouldn't say no. Not in front of Lena. Megari took out her lute and plopped onto a fallen log. Her face lit up with joy as soon as she began strumming. I leaned against a tree and listened. Music had never been high on my list of life's enjoyments. Playing the zither had been a chore I ranked as only slightly more desirable than sewing. But I'd been wrong. I had underestimated music. Megari plucked a yearning chord, and my heart ached fiercely, as if its own strings had been tugged. What I wouldn't give to dance along to Jotun's flute again, or to sing with my mother in the kitchen. Those were happy times, like this moment now. Too soon, Megari's song would become a memory as well. Takken appeared, leaning against the other side of my tree and listening to his sister play. Had he been there the entire time? When he saw me glancing at him, I quickly looked away, but it was too late. He rounded the tree until we were side by side. I started to move toward another tree, but Takken whispered, "There's a story behind this song. Hear how Megari's mimicking the river." She swept her fingers over the strings. Yes, it sounded like water rushing and trickling. The song is about a girl riding down the Bayun River in a chestnut shell, Takken said. She was the size of a plum, so small she battled cicadas with needles and hopped onto kite birds to fly away from her enemies. And she wore a thimble on her head so no one would know she was actually a daughter of the Moon Lady. A thimble on her head? I showed my skepticism with twisted lips. Did you make this up? You don't like it? I shrugged. It didn't make any sense. Why a thimble over her head if she was a daughter of the Moon Lady? It's not my best. Takken chuckled. But I sometimes wonder if you're one of them, Lena. A daughter of the moon. I've decided that must be why you don't want anyone to see your eyes. They'll blind us all with their brightness. He was teasing, using his stories to coax me out of my shell. Demons take me, it was working. I picked a blossom from my sleeve and blew its petals into Taken's face. It made him laugh, and I smiled. I took in the smudges of ink and charcoal on his rolled sleeves, the windswept hair neatly gathered at his nape, his dark eyes, somehow brighter every time I saw them. Kiki was right. He wasn't so much the barbarian I'd pictured. It didn't mean I liked him, of course, but it couldn't hurt to like his stories. It had just begun to snow when we saw the wolves. They loped down the hill, stalking across the snow-white ledges, their eyes pale and merciless. Megary's grip on my arm tightened. We turned for another path, but the rest of the pack was on its way, appearing from the direction we were headed. Soon we'd be surrounded. Lena, Taken said through his teeth as he passed me Admiral's reins. He reached for his bow and quiver of 4 blue-feathered arrows. Take my sister back to the castle. Back to the castle? Megari repeated. She let go of my sleeve. No, you're not staying behind to. Taken cut her off, picking her up and setting her on Admiral's back. For Megary's sake, I climbed onto the horse too, digging my heels into his sides to urge him to ride away. Lena, we can't leave Taken. He's injured. You have to turn back. My mind was screaming the same. I'd never seen Taken in combat before. I had no doubt that he was skilled, and that no man would want to make an enemy of him. But no matter how competent a warrior he might be, he was still weakened from his injury. He couldn't fight an entire pack of wolves alone. I jumped off, slapping Admiral to carry Megari back to the castle without me. She'd be faster without my weight to bear, and she knew the way. I landed in the snow, and Taken pulled me to my feet. From the hopeless flicker of his dark eyes, I could tell he thought me a fool for staying. But at least I was a courageous fool. The wolves encircled us, emboldened by my small dagger and Taken's heavy breathing. They growled, their gray coats glistening with snow. Their fangs were so large they jutted out from their lips. Stay close, said Taken, pressing his back against mine. The air was thick with menace, as tense as the bowstring straining under his fingers. I bit my lips shut, more afraid that I would gasp aloud than that their white teeth would end me. A howl came from beyond the hill, and then the wolves attacked. Taken released his arrows, shooting with the precision of a gifted marksman. Each arrow found its home in a wolf's belly or chest. If there had only been 4 wolves, the battle would have been over. But more arrived, coming from behind the trees and up the hill. He drew his sword. I was the more vulnerable prey, but the wolves ignored me completely. They howled, dodging my attacks and kicking me away. All they cared about was Taken. They were going to kill him. Blood pounded in my ears as the fight drew uphill, crashing through the undergrowth. I tackled one of the wolves rushing after Taken, but its powerful legs kicked me aside and I tumbled uselessly down. Below, one wolf skulked along the edges of the hill. At a glance, he looked like the others. His fur was a light, bristly gray, his ears pointed and alert. But he was smaller than the other wolves, and he was watching the fight from afar. Every time Takken killed one of his pack, he let out a terrible cry. He was the one who had howled to begin the attack. I crawled toward him, scraping along the undergrowth. There was a gold cuff on one of his forelegs, unusual for a wolf. I leapt onto his back, my feet skidding against the snow as he tried to throw me off. Fangs snapped at my face, and the world spun, the sky a gray-blue blur as the wolf tried to slam me against the hill. But I held on. He smelled like smoke, and his eyes were murky yellow like those of the other wolves, yet they snagged the light in a way that made me look twice. He snarled, trying to shake me off, but I held on, blindly brandishing my dagger. He pinned me down in the snow, about to finish me with his claws. But I stabbed my blade into his flesh, twisting deep until it pierced bone. The wolf let out a deafening cry. Blood gushed from the gash in his gray fur. I thought he would charge again in revenge, but his yellow eyes swept over me, taking me in. His gaze was menacing even for a wolf, and oddly calculating. With a sweep of his tail, he whirled and bolted up the hill, howling for the rest of the wolves to retreat. Takken ran to my side, breathing hard. There was blood on his face, and his cloak was torn beyond repair. But he wasn't hurt, and neither was I. He dropped his sword in relief. That was the most reckless, most foolish, bravest thing I've ever seen. Stop talking. I pulled him into the snow with me, and for a moment we lay there, half recovering our breath, half laughing that we were miraculously alive. Before long, a horse galloped toward us. It was Megarion Admiral, the bow in her sash becoming undone as she charged our way. Her face was streaked with tears, but she wore a scowl fiercer than any wolf could have made. She jumped off the horse and threw a fistful of snow at her brother. "Don't you dare send me off like that again, and let you get eaten by wolves?" Takken shielded himself from his sister's attacks. "Better I get eaten than have Mama kill me at home. You are her favorite, you know." "I know." Megari wrapped her arms around her brother's waist. "But it's only because you're so dense." She pretended to punch his ribs. "Throwing yourself at a pack of wolves when anyone sensible would have run." Brother and sister laughed. The ghost of a laugh escaped my lips, too. Barely a sound. But a dreaded shadow writhed from the top of my bowl, an invisible serpent slithering down into my pocket. I thrust my hand inside, pulling out the sprig of plum blossoms Megari had given me. Its leaves and flowers had gone black. Whatever joy I'd tasted quickly fled. My heart sank. For a precious instant, I'd forgotten the dark curse looming over me. When Takken and Megari weren't looking, I dropped the sprig, letting its withered buds fall into the snow. I did not smile again the rest of the way home. Chapter 26. It jolted me to see Hazej back at the fortress. He stood beside Pau, guarding the gates, and greeted Takken, Megari, and me with a scowl. "So it's true. You have taken up with the demon girl." Takken's reply was the coldest I had ever heard. "You've returned early, cousin." "Have you lost your senses, Takken? War is coming, and you send me away when I should be defending the castle, all for this demon. Call her demon once more, and you will not be welcomed back in Iroh. Not ever again." Hazez's lips thinned. He wouldn't look at me, as if unnerved by my presence. The scar I'd given him gleamed in dusk's violet light, crooked and pale and ugly. I caution you, people will talk. Iroh is already in disgrace after your broken betrothal. Why do you think more soldiers are being directed to Tizini Fortress than here? Now you humiliate us further by making a house guest of this evil spirit. No wonder they say the dead princess rejected you because you were unworthy. There was a hiccup in my breath, and a mix of anger and shame stirred in my chest. That hadn't been why I'd run off from the ceremony. Was it truly what everyone was saying? At my side, Taken had stiffened noticeably. I care not for Jindara's gossip, but you will have more respect for Shiorian Ma. Respect as she had for you? I only hope that while I've been away, you've ceased wasting everyone's time looking for her. On this, your father would agree with me. Even Lord Yuji has given up. Has he? Taken said grimly. Taking his sister's hand, he strode past Hazej and turned to Pao. We encountered wolves on our way home. I want the area scouted. Wolves. Pao's dark brows slanted into a frown. Wolves have not been spotted near Iroh in years. They attacked on the hill, not far from the western edge of the river's mouth. Hazez laughed. You think even wolves are Yuji's assassins now, Takan? They're only beasts, and you escaped intact. You truly have lost your senses. I watched Takan, wondering whether he'd noticed that smallest wolf. The one with the cuff on his foreleg. Taken's eyes were stony. We cannot rule out the possibility that Lord Yuji sent them. It is possible he has given up on finding Shiorian Ma, but he remains a traitor. A dangerous one. Hazej and I will ride out to investigate, Pao said quickly. He nudged Hazej. Come. No, replied Hazej. I'll go alone. You escort the women inside. There was no need. Lady Bushian was already at the gate, running toward her daughter. Mama, Megari cried. It was my idea. I wanted to see the plum blossoms and not another word, said Lady Bushian. She cast me a glare that would have made even the wolves whimper. I trudged numbly back to my room. My robes were torn and my skirts were soaked, but I couldn't stop thinking about the wolves' attack and how the plum blossoms had withered. I could hardly see straight. Too late, I realized my footsteps had led me toward Zyrina's room instead of my own. Hazej has returned. Have you heard? Her maid was telling her. Will you greet him? He's talking with Taken outside. Hazej can wait. Zyrina spied me at the door and opened it wide. Have you come to say goodbye, Lena? Goodbye? You think you can put Megari in danger and remain in Lady Bushian's good graces? Zyrina laughed. I wouldn't be surprised if she asks you to leave. My jaw tightened. I kept walking, but Zyrina blocked me. Where are you running off to? There's no need to hide, not when you have that bowl on your head. She clasped the sides of the bowl, trying to pull it off. I twisted out of her grip, inwardly cursing the fortress's narrow hallways. I wasn't in the mood to deal with her. My robes were drenched, my fingers in dire need of rebandaging. Zyrina stepped aside. I've struck a nerve, haven't I? She tilted her head, touching the mole on her cheek. What are you keeping under that bowl, Lena? I so hope it's something worth all the trouble. I shouldered past her. Trouble was an understatement. I stopped attending meals in the castle. I even skipped my lessons with Chiruin. He had promised to cook 7-spice tofu and crab in silken egg custard, 2 dishes that had become my favorites. But since my trip to see the plum blossoms, I had no heart to learn. Despair welled up in me, and I buried my face in my hands. Countless nights of wielding enchanted nettles with knife-sharp leaves and scorching thorns hadn't made me utter a sound, but in one fleeting moment with Megari and Takan, I had almost ruined everything. I had nearly gotten my brothers killed. When I grew tired of pacing my chambers and moping alone by the window, I wandered the fortress. Eventually, I found a pavilion cloistered in the gardens, and I took solace on its veranda, warm and secluded. With all this unrest and talk about war with Alandi, the pavilion looked like it had been forgotten, the stone steps leading to the doors piled high with snow. I started a fire in the brazier and huddled beside it, watching the lantern sway from the frost-touched eaves. To pass the time, I folded cranes. Tiny ones, a fraction of Kiki's size, since paper was precious. You haven't moped about like this in ages, Shirori. Kiki flapped her wings, depositing snow onto my nose. Nothing happened. No one was hurt. Why so sad? I didn't look up. Cheer up. Sing that silly song of yours. You can't languish about all day. You have a curse to break. My Starstroke net was the last thing I wanted to think about. When I waved Kiki away, she grunted and flew off. After half an hour, I grew worried and started to put away my paper birds to go look for her. Then, out of nowhere, Kiki came diving toward me, ducking into the basket. At the same time, a familiar figure rounded the corner. I see you found the famous moss pavilion, Takan said, brushing off leaves clinging to the benches. No wonder I couldn't find you, hidden in the back of the garden. I thought you would be in the kitchen, but Chiruin says he hasn't seen you since yesterday. He'd been looking for me? My brow pinched, but I still didn't look up. Didn't acknowledge him. I pretended to focus on my cranes, trying to signal that I wanted to be alone. This was supposed to be a tea house, Takan went on, but Mother gave up on the idea. Now it's a good place to do some quiet thinking or practice singing where only the birds can hear. A wan smile. Or fold some birds. Will you make a wish once you have 1,000? I swallowed hard, answering his question only in my thoughts. By now, I had probably already folded well over 500. In the beginning, my goal had been to make a wish. A silly, fanciful wish. Now I knew better than to depend on old tales. No, I folded them for myself. It had become a habit of mine to give my hands something to do and make me feel a little less lonely when Kiki was away, spreading word about me to my brothers. Though I didn't respond, my silence would not deter Takan. He searched in his knapsack for a sticky rice dumpling wrapped in bamboo leaves and twine. My head lifted. You always reach for these at dinner, he said, unwrapping one. I recognized the dumpling as my handiwork. The twine was crossed in all the wrong spots, pinching the leaves too tightly. Much as I liked it, I still hadn't mastered the dish. My stomach growled, mutinying against my resolve to ignore him. I redoubled my attention on my cranes, not even looking up as he offered the dumpling again. Kiki rustled from inside my basket of cranes, crawling to my elbow and biting my arm. Eat, Shirori. I'm not hungry. Not hungry? After all the trouble I take to find him and bring him here? He almost saw me. You let him here? I pretended to brush snow from my sleeves. I thought you would tell me to ignore him. When have I told you that? She bit my arm again, as if that would knock sense into me. You conjured me out of hope, Shirori. Do you think you can break your brother's curse in despair? Go spend time with him. What are you keeping there in your sleeve, Lena? Takken asked good-naturedly. If it's cakes, I'll take this dumpling back. My resistance melted, but mostly because I was hungry. I accepted the dumpling and devoured it in 3 bites, the sticky rice clinging to my teeth as I chewed. I wiped my mouth and let out a contented sigh. Teeth. No. I'd only allow myself to be bribed once. I crossed my arms, looking up. Takken was eating a dumpling too, and a canteen of tea was on the bench beside him. He looked different today. Instead of his armor, he wore a long navy jacket I'd never seen before, crossed at the collar, with buckwheat-colored trousers and a thin black sash. It made him look less like a stiff-backed sentinel, more like someone I would have wished to be my friend. I wondered if he thought of us as friends. I would have come to look for you earlier, he said suddenly, but I've been away with the sentinels, hunting for wolves. I crumpled the dumpling leaves in my fist. Wolves? We found their den, said Takken. The others have concluded that they were merely wolves, nothing suspicious, and certainly not part of a coordinated attack by Lord Yuji and his allies. But I am not so convinced. Pulling down his hood, he took the step below mine. He spoke very quietly. You were with me, Lena. Did you notice anything unusual about the wolves? I pursed my lips tight, relieved that he had seen it too. About one of them, yes. The smallest one with the yellow eyes. I reached down to my ankle, indicating that he'd worn a gold cuff. I saw it, murmured Takken, and I can't stop thinking about it. Lord Yuji's ally has an enchanter named the Wolf, one that's bound to him by an amulet he wears. Enchanters, I remembered Saria telling me, were sworn to serve whomever possessed their amulet. When I brought it up with the others, Takken continued, they thought I was out of my mind for thinking there was something strange about the wolf we saw. For thinking that it could have been, he hesitated. Magic? I traced over my palm. Yes, he whispered. Magic. Takken inhaled. I don't know much about magic, Lena, but I've heard stories from outside Kyoto. In every one, enchanters are cunning, often more so than their masters. The wolf, I sense, will be no different. He laughed at himself softly. Listen to me, counting on second-hand tales to inform my strategy. Everyone is focused on defeating the Alandans, but here I am, worried about the wolf. It's a good thing I'm not on the Emperor's council or the commander of the army. No wonder the others think I've gone senseless. I leaned a little closer, showing him I didn't think that. Not at all. He lowered his voice. Sometimes I think magic never left Kyoto. Not fully. I would even go so far as to wonder whether the princes and princess themselves were ensorcelled, It is the only way to explain how no one has been able to find them. His lips thinned. But maybe I'm just fooling myself. Winter here has a way of muddling one's reason. I shivered, suddenly cold. Takken was so close to the truth, yet he didn't even know it. My fingers squeezed the unfinished crane still in my grasp. I made one last crease on the bird, then opened its wings and showed him. What is it, a dove? No, a swan. I tapped the bird's head. A crane? Yes. I folded another sheet into a crane, then another and another until I had 6, set out in a misshapen circle. It was the most I dared to show him. 6 cranes, said Takken. I'm afraid I don't understand. Of course he didn't. It was unfair, making him play this guessing game, leading him on as if there were a reward at the end of the trail. Guilt and frustration swept over me, and I gathered the cranes and tossed them high. Down the stairs they flew, their heads bobbing in the wind as they landed on the snow. But one did not fly and instead landed on my arm. As I picked it up by one wing, Takken took the other. Our fingertips were so close I could almost feel the warmth of his skin. I drew my hand away and turned to the tea, which I'd declined. It had gone cold by now, but it didn't taste bitter as it washed down my throat. It was still fragrant, and the trace of its lingering warmth soothed me. Takken held the last crane on his palm. They're important to you, aren't they? The cranes. That, at least, I could answer. I nodded. Do you know how they came to have that red crown on their heads? No. Tell me. Everyone knows that Murian used to be the greatest of the 7 gods. Takken began, his voice deepening as he recounted Kiata's dearest legend. She made the ocean out of her tears and painted the sky with her dreams. And her hair outshone every light and star in the universe. So radiant were her tresses that the sun asked for a lock and wore it as a necklace to illuminate the world. Takken's voice rolled like the rich thrum of the zither's lowest notes. With the earth now bright, Murian watched the humans who dwelled below, and she grew to love them. But she could see that humans were weak, susceptible to greed and envy. Every morning, she cut her hair, dulled its brilliance by dyeing it red, the color of strength and blood, and tied different mortals together, binding their fates with love. But with each strand she cut, her power grew weaker, so she drew upon the clouds to make 1,000 cranes, sacred birds to assist her in her work. He took out the 2 strands of twine used to wrap our rice dumplings and held one under the crane's beak. Over time, she gave away so much of her power that she could no longer remain in heaven, and she fell to earth. Her cranes tried to catch her, but as they dove, they spilled her red dye upon their foreheads, creating the crimson crown that is still there today. His voice softened. When Murian saw, she smiled one last smile, and she made them promise to continue her task, connecting faiths and destinies. The 1,000 cranes flew to heaven, praying that she be revived. Though the gods themselves wished their sister to return, they could not bring her back. So instead they took the last strand of her hair and planted it on earth, in hopes that she be reborn one day. And she was, but that is a story for another time. He picked up a second crane from the ground, tucked the other strand of twine under its beak. To this day, Cranes carry the strands of our fate. They say that each time two people's paths cross, so do their strands. When they become important to one another or make a promise to one another, a knot is tied, connecting them. He knotted the two strings together at one end and lowered his voice. But when they fall in love, their strands are tied together at both ends, becoming one. He tethered the second end of the twine so it became a circle, and their fates are irrevocably joined. It was the end of his tale, and he offered the knotted strings to me. I hesitated. If fate is a bunch of strings, then I'll carry scissors. I used to tell my tutors when they'd teach us about a Miriam. My choices are my own. I'll make them as I please. Easy for a princess to say, but I was a princess no longer. Too late, I reached out to Takan. A gust of wind swept the strings from his grasp. They fell onto the snow, and I jerked to pick them up before the wind stole them. But either I was too slow or the wind was too quick. Our strands of fate twisted off into the air, fluttering above the roofs, then far, far away. Heavens knew what would become of them. Chapter 27. I was in the kitchen when I heard screaming. The shrill pitch cut through the din of Chiruan's chopping, the steady hiss of the kettle, and the clatter of the cook's pots as they prepared lunch. I lowered my knife, wiping it on my apron as I glanced at Chiruan. What's happened? Go take a look. I grabbed my cloak and ran outside. Already there was a crowd by the garden across from the north gate. I noticed Hezej first, guiding Zairina through the men and women. She carried a fan made of black silk and beaded tassels. It was raised, covering everything but her eyes. Had she been the one who had screamed? No, she couldn't be. Her chin was raised, her sleeves folded neatly at the cuffs. She was walking slowly, as if toward the temple for a prayer ritual. What's she doing here? I wondered. What's happening? Zairina closed her fan and knelt, her white robes camouflaged against the snow. I stood on my toes, keeping one eye on Kiki, who had flown out of my sleeve to get a better glimpse of what was happening. Then I saw it. A dead sentinel lay in the snow. Under the weak winter sun, shadows clung to his still form, and someone had covered his eyes with a thin sash, but I recognized him immediately. My heart leapt into my throat. Oriyu. His veins were blue against his pale skin, his gray hair matted to his temples. But it was his lips that caught my attention. His lips, Kiki gasped. They're black. I crossed my arms, shivering. I didn't need years of study with the priestesses of Nawai to know what the poison was. For breaths, her fan rising yet again, Zairina gave Takan a solemn nod. For breaths, she said to the rest of us in her gravest tone. Within an hour of drinking, the victim's lips turned black and death quickly follows. Zairina turned to the maid at her side, the one who must have discovered the dead guard. Go now to the temple. Cleanse your spirit of this terrible murder. I will come with you. We must pray that Oriyu's soul finds peace and does not linger to haunt us. The crowd parted for them, and I used the opportunity to push my way toward the corpse. I kept my head low, weaving through the crowd until I could see Hezej and Takan. He will be buried tonight, Hezej announced gruffly. The assassin will be found. Now return to your work. The crowd dispersed, but I remained. The sentinels were searching Oryu's body, and I wanted to see what they found. Hazej waved a torch in front of my face. "You're not welcome here." "Let her pass," said Takan, stepping between us. His face was drawn, and his usually light movements were heavy with grief. I felt for him. Oryu had been his friend. Perhaps she will see something we missed. "She could be the assassin," Hazej said harshly. "She isn't from Iroh, and she has no family to speak of." "Look at that bowl on her head. She is concealing something I've told you before she is under my protection." Hazej lowered the torch to let me pass, but an uneasy silence followed. I could tell that many of the men agreed with him and didn't like me. They cast me narrow glares, their jaws clenched as I approached Oryu. How, at least, made space for me. He had firewatch duty 2 nights ago, he was murmuring. Oryu hadn't slept in days, so I took his shift and told him to rest. When he didn't appear for his next watch, I assumed he'd been asked to go searching for the wolves again. My fingers dug into the snow as I took in Oryu's blackened lips, his wrinkled robes, the pile of armor Pow and the others had removed. Nothing. I inhaled. The incense on his clothes was strong and oddly sweet. I waved to Pow, made sniffing sounds, then pretended to fall asleep. Her breaths could be inhaled, I tried to explain. "Breathe poison to sleep," I wrote into the snow. "Then eat. Die." Pow frowned. "You think the assassin fed it to Oryu while he was asleep?" I couldn't be sure, so I shrugged. It was a guess. There were hundreds of soldiers outside in barracks, but the sentinels kept track of every person who came and left the fortress. That would make it easy enough to trace the assassin. Unless hasn't left? I wrote. As Pow relayed my deduction, the others met my idea with glowers and frowns. My ears picked out their discussion easily. What did I, a mere slip of a girl, know about murders and poison? Other, more creative names for me were uttered, until Takan silenced them with a glare. He had been quiet. His dark eyes shone, lit by torch fire, as he studied his friend's dead body. Under my sleeves, goose flesh rose on my arms. I was sure he was thinking of the letter he'd found near Tiani village. If Lord Yuji had indeed found a way to produce 4 breaths, he could cause much trouble indeed. Takan bent to unwrap Oryu's scarf from his neck, folding it neatly at his side. He began to remove his friend's gloves and inner robes. "Takan, what are you doing?" "We've already." Takan ignored the sentinels. "Pow, hold a lantern." Carefully, Takan searched his friend's corpse, turning him onto his side. "There," he said at last, tracing a web of faint golden veins under Oryu's arms. There were more on the back of his neck, but almost entirely faded. Lena was right. It appears Oryu did inhale 4 breaths before he was given a fatal dose. "What good does that do us?" Takan rose. "We will seal the fortress," he said firmly. "No one may enter or leave until we uncover the assassin." "Seal the fortress?" Hazej said incredulously. "Are you saying you actually believe the girl?" "Only a fool would stay. A fool or someone very clever. Someone we know and trust. We can take no chances." At least send a few of us to search outside the fortress, said Hezej. Or do you not even trust your own men? Your own kinsmen? Taken's response was chilled. If one of my kin has a history of dishonoring the Bushian name, then he is not worthy of my trust. Hezej threw me a spiteful glare. He was trying hard and failing to contain his anger. How do we even know the assassin was in the fortress to begin with? He growled. Oriyu could have been poisoned while he was out hunting for wolves. A fool's errand, you ordered, because you believe Lord Yuji sent them to kill you. Taken's expression darkened. Are you suggesting that I am to blame for Oriyu's death? Now, cousin. I am not casting stones. I'm merely considering all the possibilities, as you yourself are fond of doing. Taken held his cousin's gaze. Let us consider the possibilities then. Why would anyone seek to poison Oriyu twice? First by putting him into a deep sleep, then by feeding him a lethal dose. He spoke slowly, considering each word. I would wager that the assassin had another target in mind, and Oriyu was exposed to the poison by mistake. Once the assassin found out, he murdered him and hoped that the cold would erase all traces of 4 breaths on his skin. I say the assassin mistook the old man for you, argued Hezej, and now he is blundering his way back to Yuji's camps as we dither here, wasting time instead of chasing after him. This was no botched attempt on my life, Taken said, picking up Oriyu's scarf. We're assuming the assassin is an assassin. There are easier ways to kill a man than with 4 breaths. Other poisons are just as lethal, just as quick. No, for breaths is unique because it can make its victims sleep like a numb moon, rendering them vulnerable to capture. Someone like the Emperor? How said. Or the royal children. As a chill came over me, Hezej's mouth twisted into a cynical smile. Really now, Takan, you aren't tying Oriyu's death to that letter you found, are you? It cannot be a coincidence. Let's say the assassin is indeed in the fortress, said Hezej. Who would he seek to harm if not you? We will not know until we find him, Taken replied grimly. He raised Oriyu's scarf. Oriyu did not burn incense regularly. We start there, find out where it came from. Question everyone in the fortress. Taken turned his back to Hezej to face the other sentinels. Whatever the assassin's affiliations, we must find him before he takes another life. Understood. One by one the sentinels bowed, murmuring their agreement. I glanced at Hezej. He was thin-lipped, his black eyes smoldering. He did not bow. The sentinels filed out, 3 of them carrying Oriyu away, and the others going with Taken back into the castle. Hezej alone headed for the gates to order that they be closed until further notice. I watched his heavy steps sinking into the snow. Something in the air had changed. A veil of uneasiness and distrust had settled over the castle. There was a traitor among us. That night, I was so angry I barely felt the cold. I opened my satchel, taking out the nettles and spreading them before me like tresses of fire. After all these weeks, my body had developed an unexpected tolerance to the thorns, and though my hands burned and blistered under their scorching heat, at least the pain had become manageable, which only meant that my mind could focus on other things like the traitor in the castle, like my stepmother. Do you think your stepmother had something to do with Lord Yuji's uprising? Asked Kiki. She has to be involved, I thought back, nicking a thorn off the star stroke. Why else would she send my brothers and me far away? To overthrow my father's rule. Maybe Yuji is her lover, and all this time she's been plotting to put him on the throne. But as soon as I thought it, a chord of uncertainty twanged in my gut. Plenty of men had coveted Raikama over the years, but she was fiercely loyal to father. She always had been. Or did I think that because she had ensorcelled me? Of course she had, I thought to myself with a scoff. She had probably enchanted all of us into becoming her puppets, into loving her. An ache arose in my chest. It was like a ghost inside me, the shell of a feeling that surfaced through the cracks of my memory to remind me that I genuinely loved Raikama once, even if I couldn't remember why. Because it was part of her spell, I rebuked myself, irritated that I had let my anger at Raikama dissipate, even if for only an instant. I clenched my fists. She's a snake, I told Kiki fiercely. She told me that herself once. I didn't understand back then, but now I do. She's poison, and she's trying to destroy Kiata. My paper bird looked up askance. Then why bother with you and your brothers? Why not just kill you and overthrow your father all at once? She certainly has the power to do that. It was a question that had troubled me for months. It had been a barb in my hand, one that I kept pushing in deeper the harder I tried to take it out. She's poison, I repeated, refusing to discuss it further. But inwardly, I began to wonder. Ever so briefly, I'd let go of my hate for Raikama for the first time since I'd been cursed. I could have sworn that during that moment, whatever enchantment was clouding my memories had felt weaker. No, it had to be my imagination. Why would Raikama use her magic on my memories? What answers could my past possibly hold? It made no sense, yet I couldn't stop wondering. I couldn't stop digging at the gaps in my memory. And that night, in my dreams, I began to remember. And I said someone tried to poison father last week, I said, catching Raikama alone in her chamber. She was combing her hair and humming to herself until she saw me. He said you made an antidote that saved him. How did you make it? Did you use your snakes? She deliberated, the same way I did before deciding whether or not to lie. Yes, with my snakes. Sometimes, but not often, poison is the cure for poison. It's a medicine in disguise. Can I see them? Oh, please. Hasho brings home toads and lizards all the time, but he can never find snakes. And I've never gone into your garden. It'd be dangerous, Shirori, Raikama said. Some of my snakes are poisonous. They might bite a troublemaker like you. It was an affectionate joke, but her tone was strained. A more thoughtful child would have changed the topic. That child was not I. Don't you ever worry that they'll bite you? I inquired. Poison has little effect on me. My snakes know better than to try. Why doesn't it have an effect on you? She laughed, teasing. Your curiosity will be the doom of you one day, little one. Why? I pressed. A pause. Because I am one of them, she said finally. She set her comb down, her eyes round and luminous. Then when she blinked, they became yellow like a snake's. I woke, almost jumping out of my bed. The memory should have chilled me, But in some strange and incomprehensible way, it didn't. Because for the briefest of instants, I missed her. Chapter 28. Come the end of the week, I raised my rock one final time, holding it high and with great ceremony above the nettles. Down I struck, grinding into the last thorn until it broke off with a snap. At last it was done. The worst was over. No more jagged leaves, no more fiery thorns. Demon fire still glinted through the star stroke, like aftershocks of lightning, but it no longer blinded me with each flash. Now every strand shone with effervescent luster, a kaleidoscope of lights and colors. I could have stared at them all day, but my work was not done. Back in my chambers, I tested the star-stroke fibers in my fingers. They felt coarser than they looked, almost like straw. They were loose like straw, too. Without their casing of demon fire, the strands fell apart easily. They needed to be twisted together. They needed to be spun. At first I thought I could be clever and assemble my own spindle out of a writing brush. I wound the star-stroke fibers around and around, trying to mimic Zyrina with her spindle, but it was impossible. The thread came out lumpy and coarse, and it would take weeks, if not months, to finish my work this way. I needed Zyrina's spinning wheel. The problem was that ever since she'd caught me staring at it in Lady Bushian's leisure chamber, she had kept it in her private quarters. She'd love nothing more than to catch me spinning enchanted nettles, I muttered silently to Kiki. She already thinks I belong in the dungeon. Imagine how gleeful she'd be at the prospect of my head on a spear. What alternatives do you have? Kiki asked. Not many, I admitted, dressing for the kitchen. I'm going to start by making her some cakes. Cakes? Echoed my bird, wrinkling her beak. Really, Shirori? Yes. Whenever I got Hasho into trouble, I always made it up to him with food. Food is the best peace offering. Maybe for you, said Kiki, still skeptical. Someone like Zyrina would prefer jewelry. Well, I don't have money for jewelry. I have access to the kitchen, and Zyrina said she misses the desserts from her province. So, cakes. Not just any cakes. Monkey cakes. Monkey cakes were so named because the snow monkeys were known to sneak out of the forests to steal them. They were round and orange and stuffed with peanuts, usually served on sticks to resemble furred feet on bamboo. I'd spent plenty of summer festivals watching the vendors from Chijin make them, and I was confident I could replicate their recipes. Maybe a little too confident. I used carrots to dye the rice flour, but it ended up looking more peach than orange. After I pounded the dough and peanuts with a wooden mallet, some cakes ended up with too much peanut and some with too little. Grilling the cakes, too, proved tricky. The dough kept sticking to the pan, and I burned the edges instead of making them crispy. My next batch, I learned from my mistakes and watched the cakes more carefully. Mother had made a similar treat for me once, using coconut along with the peanuts. She'd held my hands with a wooden spoon over the fire. Sing our song once, then flip, she'd say. Sing again, then flip. Shinari was a girl who lived by the sea, who kept the fire, waiting for her sister. What did she make for a happy smile? Cakes with coconut and dates. I had nearly finished grilling the second batch when Takan and Pao entered the kitchen. Fresh snow laced their cloaks, and the outside chill had brought a flush to Taken's nose and cheeks, a sight I found more endearing than I wanted to. "A bit early for dessert, isn't it?" he greeted. "How are Pow and I supposed to search for assassins when you tempt us with these smells?" He reached over the grill, but I swatted his hand lightly. "They're still hot." "May I have one of those?" Pow asked, pointing at my plate of sacrificial cakes, the ones I had burned. When I gave him the entire plate, his serious face almost opened to a smile. "Almost. You've made yourself an ally for life," Taken joked as Pow drifted to the edge of the kitchen to eat. Pow was starting to remind me of my brothers. His ears stuck out like the twins, and his smiles were hard-earned like Andahai's. But Takan? I hadn't yet made up my mind about my former betrothed. Somehow, it didn't feel right comparing him to my brothers. He drew close, hovering over the pan, and I suddenly became glad for the crackling fire under my monkey cakes, a credible explanation for the wave of heat that had come over my face. "Have you found the assassin?" I mouthed hastily, pointing at Oryu's scarf, which Taken had folded over his arm. "No, Pow and I are still looking. We've been questioning everyone in Iroh, but to no avail." He waved at my cakes. "Thoughtful of you to send us off to work today with snacks." "They're not for you," I started, but Taken reached for one over the grill. He let out a cry. "That's hot." I crossed my arms, holding back a laugh. "That's what you get for your impatience." Taken was still holding the cake, tossing it from hand to hand to let it cool. Finally, he bit and chewed. I fluttered my hands eagerly. "How is it?" "Now who's being impatient?" he teased. His mouth was full, and the words came out muffled. "I've barely finished chewing the first bite. I'll need a second to form an opinion." He took another bite, keeping his expression perfectly neutral and not divulging any opinion at all. Taken grinned. "I've always loved a good monkey cake." I relaxed. "They're recognizable? Not too sweet? Not too thick?" He didn't understand my questions, but he relieved my worries by reaching for another one. I let him have it before I nudged him away from the grill and pointed at Pow. "Share with him." "Who are the rest for?" I batted my hand like a fan to indicate Zyrina. Taken raised an eyebrow. "Zyrina? Did she ask you to make them today?" "No." I lifted a shoulder. "Why?" "She said that they taste best when you eat them in the snow." Taken held his cake out the window, and as the snow landed on it, little tails of steam curled off the grilled surface. Monkey tails. I smiled. They did look like monkey tails. It was hard for me to imagine Zyrina being such a whimsical child, but I knew firsthand how much one could change after a great loss. Maybe there really was a chance of becoming friends. Taken offered me the steaming cake. Who would have guessed Zyrina was right? The snow hardened the cake's glutinous skin faster, making it even crispier. I nodded my approval. "Now I'll just take a few more with me." "For Pow, of course." He winked, stacking cakes into his pockets. "Come, I'll walk you back to the castle." I dreaded seeing Lady Bushian even more than I dreaded seeing Zyrina. Ever since Megari and I sneaked off to Rabbit Mountain, I'd been doing my best to avoid her. I knew she blamed me for nearly getting her son and daughter killed. So when she welcomed me into the leisure chamber, I couldn't have been more surprised. "You've been avoiding me, Lena," she said sternly. "Skipping meals and dipping into the shadows whenever you pass me in the halls." Under my bowl, I blinked. Had I been that obvious? Courage is the Bushian creed. "Mother," intervened Megari. She fought the wolves with Takan. "I don't think you need to lecture her about hush, Megari, unless you wish to be next." Lady Bushian straightened, gathering her poise and refocusing her gaze on me. "Next time you disobey my rules, you come face me right away. My anger does not fade with time. It grows. And you're extremely lucky that Takan sneaked out also. If he hadn't been there with you too when the wolves attacked, well, neither of you would be under this roof. Am I understood?" I dipped my head. It seemed Takan hadn't told his mother about the wolf with the gold cuff. "Good. Now, what is that you have? Cakes? Did you make them to try and appease me?" I merely smiled, glad I couldn't answer. "Come, bring them inside." Zyrina was at her weaving loom. A little frown beset her lips, probably displeasure that Lady Bushian had decided not to cast me out after all. I set the tray in front of her, forcing myself to smile. "Monkey cakes," Megari exclaimed. She plucked one, stuffing it into her mouth in a similar fashion to her brother. Zyrina took a cake, sniffing it. "They do look like monkey cakes. You've some ways to go before you master the recipe though, Lena. The edges are burnt, and what sort of color is that?" "Snow monkeys are orange, not pink." I parted the window shutters. White light brightened the chamber, and a brisk breeze carried in through the iron latticework. Zyrina shot to her feet, immediately opening her fan to cover her face. "Just what do you think you're doing?" she exclaimed. "It's freezing outside. Megari will catch cold." I tilted my head in confusion. I was holding the cakes outside the window, just like Takan had shown me. "Monkey tails," Megari cried. Steam spiraled up from the orange cakes, and Megari grabbed two and passed one to her mother and the other to Zyrina. "Eat it quickly, before the steam goes away." The monkey cake crunched under Megari's teeth, but Zyrina wouldn't touch hers. "I prefer not to indulge in sweets," she said, finally setting down her fan. "Aren't they your favorite?" said Megari. Zyrina held her composure, calmly sipping her tea. People change. Besides, they're already cold. Her nose made the slightest twitch. "Look at them, all burned and uneven." "I wouldn't even serve such cakes to my dog." "You don't have a dog," Megari retorted, "and you used to eat them off the snow when you dropped them." Lady Bushian sent her daughter a warning look. Megari sniffed. "Well, that only means more for everyone else. Thank you for making them, Lena." I mustered a smile for the little girl, but as I set my cake to my lips, I suddenly lost my appetite. Zyrina had lied about the cakes, just like she had lied about the threads for Rikama. Strange things to lie about, cakes and threads. When I chose to lie, it was to hide the truth. Zyrina's behavior almost made it seem as if she didn't know the truth, as if she were an imposter. It was just a twinge in my gut, nothing more. It wouldn't be wise to jump to conclusions, but then again, I had never been one for wisdom. "I told you already," Not everyone is as affectionate about food as you are, Shirori, Kiki said, hopping onto my shoulder to keep up with me as I stalked down the hall towards Irina's room. She bit my hair, trying to pull me back before I acted rashly. Don't you think you should at least wait until night? Then she'll be sleeping in her room. Not every night. Not since Hazej's returned. I stumbled in my step and blinked at my little bird. What a snoop she was. You're certain of this? More certain than you are that she's an imposter. You didn't think to tell me? I only just heard from the guards, said Kiki, buzzing close to my ear. I don't spend all my days listening to human gossip. Maybe you should, I thought back, changing course for my own chambers. It's turning out to be useful. Kiki cast me a look of displeasure, but her chest puffed up with pride. That night, while Kiki led the guard on a merry chase about the fortress grounds, I slipped into Zyrina's room. It was twice the size of mine, but had only a partial view of Rabbit Mountain. One of her white robes was draped over a folding screen to dry, and her black sash was flung carelessly over a stool. Strong incense burned in front of a personal altar with an offering of fruits and rice wine, and her parents' names written on slabs of wood. I fanned the air and planted myself in front of her chests. Inside were letters, most from Zyrina's mother to Lady Bushian, and scrolls from the Temple of Nawai, commending Zyrina for her diligent studies, and a painting of her. Kiki flew in, and I cocked my head at her, seeking her opinion. Odd, isn't it? Carrying around a painting of yourself. Kiki scoffed. She loves herself. Are you surprised? No, but I was still suspicious. I studied the picture. It certainly looked like Zyrina. The same rounded chin and pointed nose, the single plait down her back, the mole on her right cheek. It was unmistakably her. I set it back, my spirits dampened. But I wasn't finished with my search. I moved to her drawers. There were jars of willow bark for helping Megari's stomach ailments, talismans and charms to ward off demons, and for safe travel, an incense pot, an array of cosmetics, and far too many scarves and fans. And in her chests, only threads, threads, and more threads. The golden ones had already been sent off to Raikama. Zyrina had made a show of wrapping the box and had talked about nothing else for days. But there was a bottle of the golden dye left. I held it up. The color was luminous, but that didn't change my mind about Raikama. My stepmother might spend her days at the embroidery frame, but she had about as much passion for sewing as I did for snakes. Carefully, I twisted open the bottle stopper and sniffed. The smell was pungent, like concentrated ink with a strong dose of bitter tea. No trace of sweetness. I ripped a page from my writing book and smeared some on the paper. If it's poison, it will turn black soon enough, I told Kiki. But heating it can speed up the process, like cooking. I raised the page to a candle and waited. The dye dried and glistened, becoming smooth and only more golden. Not black. Not poison? Kiki asked. No, I confirmed, half disappointed and half relieved. So Zyrina wasn't the assassin. Maybe my dislike for her was clouding my logic. At least barging in here hadn't all been for nothing. Zyrina's spinning wheel stood in the corner of her room, covered by the muslin sheet. I approached it tentatively. If she caught me using it for my star stroke, I'd be thrown back into the dungeon, cast out for being a sorceress, burned at the stake, with my soul never allowed to find peace. But if I didn't spin the nettles, my brothers would remain cranes forever. Between the death of my brothers and my own, I would pick mine with no hesitation. Good thing I'd brought my satchel. I lifted the sheet and reached for an empty spindle. Keep watch, I told Kiki. The last thing I needed was for Zyrina to catch me spinning Starstroke in her room. Chapter 29. Night after night, I sneaked into Zyrina's room to work. By the end of the week, I was so tired that my eyes burned and I practically swayed with every step. But I was nearly finished. I would be finished tonight. The star stroke danced off my fingers, its coarse fibers gliding onto the wheel and working themselves onto the spindle, turning into something finer, something magical. As the fibers melded into one continuous thread, a red strand braided itself into the star stroke, in Murien's strand of fate. My heart sang the first time I saw it, and even after I'd returned to my room, I couldn't sleep out of excitement. Now, on this last night of spinning, my heart was heavy for reasons I didn't want to think about. Raikama's curse was starting to weigh on me, and I just wanted to be finished. I was more careless than usual, forgetting to exchange the spool for an empty one, my fingers occasionally sliding off the wheel as my foot cranked it unsteadily. My eyes strained against the glow of the nettles, but my fingers worked even as my mind drifted. When I finally emptied my satchel of the very last vine, and the spindle was full of thick and glistening star stroke, I let out a sigh of relief, allowing myself a moment to admire my work. Then I covered Zyrina's wheel and cleaned up any trace of my trespass. The incense didn't help. It was so heavy it was making me sleepy. I rubbed my eyes. Help me, Kiki. As Kiki flew to pick up a fallen strand of star stroke, she let out a low whimper. My wing. Look at it, it's ruined. Gold dye stained Kiki's paper wing, seeping into the silvery gold feather patterns along the edges. Come, it isn't the end of the world. I'll wipe it off. I had opened the window for a handful of snow and was rubbing it onto Kiki's wing when footsteps squeaked against the wooden floors outside. I scooped Kiki up and pressed my back against the wall. When the footsteps passed, I hurried out of the room, cursing the fortress's hallways for being so narrow. Zyrina was at the stairs, and she spun as soon as she heard me, a frown darkening her expression. What are you doing skulking about? Her hair was loosened from its usual braid, her sleeves were wrinkled, and her lips were slightly swollen. I raised my chin at her disheveled appearance. I could ask the same of you. I strode for the stairs, but Zyrina wouldn't move. You have no business in the North Garden wing. Were you in my room? She grabbed my wrist and shook it as if I'd stolen jewelry and hidden it in my sleeves. Show me what's inside the bag. My heart thundered in my ears. Here, open it yourself. Zyrina flung the satchel open. Inside was as empty as the dark side of the moon. I thought it would appease her, but Zyrina only seemed more infuriated. She thrust the satchel back into my arms. Watch yourself, she hissed. We hang thieves here, but I'd prefer to see you burn. As she stalked away, I calmly retied my sash. Do you want me to poke her eyes out for you? Kiki asked, flying out of my bowl. Tempting, I muttered. But no, she isn't worth it. She isn't terrifying, not like your stepmother. But I've got a bad feeling, Shirori. I yawned, too tired to care. Zyrina had been making threats all winter. She was like a snake with no venom. Her bites couldn't kill. They would hurt, though. The next morning when I arrived in the kitchen, ready for work as usual, Rai and Kenton blocked me at the door. They huddled together like a pair of catfish, their whiskers long and uneven, and their minds too empty to think for themselves. These few weeks we'd built a civil, if not warm, way of working together in the kitchen. Rai had even started letting me dip into his stash of sugar, and Kenton had finally admitted that my fish soup was better than his. Why did they glare at me now? We have no need of you today, Lena, they said harshly. Go home. They started to close the door, but I ducked between them and dashed to the back, where Chiruin was steaming eggs. He acknowledged me with one of his usual grunts. You should leave, he said without looking up. Come back in a week when things have settled. When what is settled? My confusion multiplied, and I expressed it with my hands. Another grunt, and his nostrils flared. Of course he wouldn't know what's happened. He lowered his voice. The young mistress was ill yesterday. Zyrina blames it on those cakes you baked. You aren't to enter the kitchen, not until Megari recovers. She thought I poisoned Megari? I shook my head violently. That's ridiculous. Chiruin turned to the lacquer box at his side, the one where he kept his spices and recipes, and sprinkled a pinch of peppercorns into the dish simmering by the eggs. Don't look so crestfallen, Lena. Lady Bushian and Lord Takkin both ate the cakes. I'm certain the young lord at least will vouch for you. Chiruin gestured for me to leave, but I wouldn't budge. I wasn't crestfallen, I was furious and worried. How is she? I asked, tugging at my hair to indicate Megari's pigtails. She'll be well. Her stomach is weak, and this sort of thing comes and goes. Lady Bushian will understand that you had nothing to do with it. I was boiling with rage. All this simply because Zyrina thought I had stolen into her room? It'll pass in a few days, Lena, Chiruin said, misreading my anger for fear. Go apologize to Zyrina for whatever you've done to offend her. Apologize? Had all his spices gone to his head? Yes, apologize. These nobles need their toes tickled and their ego stroked. Lady Zyrina most of all. I pursed my lips tight. Absolutely not. In an unusual act of sympathy, he said, You're a hard worker, fish girl. I'll make sure no one takes your spot washing the rice when you're gone. Now heed what I say and hurry on. Don't make an enemy of Zyrina. I threw off my apron and hurried away, but not to apologize. Chiruin was wrong. I had enemies aplenty. One more wouldn't hurt. Talismans hung from the latticework on Megari's doors, little charms that chimed and tinkled when I slipped inside. Takkin was already there, sketching in one of his books. He looked up to acknowledge me, raising a finger to his lips. Megari was asleep. I tiptoed toward her, biting my lip as I took in her small, pale face. Her fingers were splayed over the folds of her blanket, her breathing slow and soft. Under her arm, peeking out of her blanket, was a round-eyed doll with silk flowers in its hair. It seemed to smile at me no matter where I moved, like its owner. "She's resting," Takken whispered. "Her stomach made her ill, but she's convalescing now." I nodded, but my shoulders were still heavy. I started for the door. Takken followed. "You look upset, Lena," he said once we were outside. "Is it the rumors?" I looked up at him, surprise parting my lips. He had heard? "I know they are not true. So does my mother." He tucked his sketchbook under his arm. "Come with me. I want to show you something." Pao was guarding the doors we approached, two sliding screens decorated with a gilded full moon and rabbit mountain in ivory. The sentinel's head tipped with curiosity when he saw me, and a beat later I understood why. Takken had brought me to his chambers. They were neat and sparse, unlike Megari's. His sword hung on a rack, his armor and helmet in an open closet. To the left, by the windows, there was a desk surrounded by books and tall stacks of paper. "That's what I wanted to show you," he said, leading me to the desk. "I thought you might appreciate it." Nearly a dozen paintings rested on the low table, all inscribed in Takken's neat hand. They depicted moments from Kyoto's most beloved legends. "It's meant to be a gift for Megari when I have enough stories," he said sheepishly. "I fear by the time I finish, she'll be too old for them." One can never be too old for stories, I thought, tracing over the painting of a Miriam. The cranes with scarlet crowns that looked so startlingly like my brother's. The impossibly long hair that intertwined fates and sometimes changed them. It was beautiful. I knelt, studying painting after painting. There was the moon lady with her hunter husband, and one of Lord Shuriman, the god of death, with his wife, Ashmiyuen, goddess of life. There were stories about dragons chasing tortoises and bamboo cutters who encountered magical spirits in the trees. But there was one painting that didn't belong. It was at the bottom of the pile, and I tugged at it gently while Takken let in more light from the windows. He'd illustrated a girl with long black hair and rich vermilion robes. She was carrying a potted orchid, and above her flew a kite, blue as painted porcelain. Something about the scene made sorrow bloom in my chest, though I could not place why. "What is this?" A shadow passed over Takken's face. "That's not for Megari." "For whom?" I mimed. Takken took a deep breath before responding. "Princess Shirori." The name thudded in my ears. "Oh!" The girl did look like me. My brothers were even there, 6 young princelings in the background. I reached for one of the brushes on his desk and wrote in my book. "You knew her?" "I had no choice in the matter," Takken said stiffly. "Our betrothal was arranged when we were children. Father always said it was a great honor to our family, given that we've never been as powerful as those who live closer to Jindara. It came as a surprise, one we couldn't turn down." Had he wished he could turn it down? I'd been surprised too. A lord of the 3rd rank. I'd complained more than once. If I'm going to be sent all the way to Iroh, can't he at least have a villa in Jindara so I can visit? I swallowed the memory, filled with shame. Takken went on. I'd heard plenty about her. That she was rebellious and impatient, full of mischief and a liar. but everyone who knew her loved her. They said she had spirit and a laugh that no one could resist. So I wrote her letters. I wanted to get to know her, but how do you introduce yourself to a princess? He laughed, but there was little humor in his tone. Mother suggested I write her stories, and so I did. They were about myself, life in Iro, with little drawings. The winters here are long, so I had plenty of time. I was told Shirori was curious, so I'd try to end each story on a suspenseful note, hoping she would write back to ask what happened next. Taken had wound himself tight, telling me this story, and now his shoulders finally bowed, and he folded himself over his knees. Quietly, he said, but she never did. I don't think she even opened them. I was glad for the bowl on my head, because I couldn't look at him. I remembered those letters. Every few months, my maids brought one to my chambers, each envelope thicker than the last. At least he has beautiful handwriting, I'd said the first time, seeing my name in Taken's hand. But I didn't read any of them, didn't even open them. Part of it was out of petulance, but mostly I hadn't wanted to face my future. My bleak, horrible future, married to some bleak, horrible lord. If I could go back to the palace now, those letters would be the first things I searched for. Rude, I mouthed, pounding my fist on my palm. You must have been angry. I was angry, admitted Takan. I was even planning to tell her so when I met her, but he sighed. But she made me change my mind. Now my brow furrowed. For the life of me, I did not ever remember meeting Takan, except when we were children, barely old enough to have memories. When did you meet her? My family was in Jindara during the summer festival one year. I tried to find Shirori to introduce myself, but the royal children were occupied. There was a contest, just for them, organized by Lord Yuji. At the name, Taken tensed. He'd given the 6 princes and princess each a pot of soil the month before. Orchid seeds were sown in each one. I remembered. A test for moral character, Yuji had said. Andhai, Benkai, Wande, and Hasho had passed. They'd watered the plant every day, but not even the slightest bud had sprouted. Jotun had broken his pot in a fight with Reiji, and both had admitted it, so they had passed as well for their honesty. But I had failed the test because my pot had bloomed with orchids. They'd been purple, the same color as the expensive dyes merchants sent us for our winter robes, vibrant as a splash of twilight. I remembered being surprised and delighted by how beautifully they had grown. I should have questioned how they had blossomed so quickly, and how the flowers had taken on exactly the color and shape I had imagined. I now knew it was because of my magic. There was no seed in the pot, Lord Yuji said, baring his little teeth as he smiled. Only crushed orchid petals at the bottom of the soil. It was a game, Shiorianma. I'll not pass judgment on you for planting a new flower into your pot. But I didn't, I protested. Admit you cheated, Shirori, said Reiji. We know you to be the princess of liars. I didn't cheat. I cried. My face heated with humiliation. Everyone was staring. I'm not lying. None of my brothers believed me. Not even Hasho. I spun away, refusing to be wrongly shamed in front of the entire court. I ran to the back of the courtyard and hid behind a magnolia tree, nibbling on cakes I'd stashed in my sleeves. Before long, a boy I didn't recognize offered me a handkerchief. He was thin and gangly, his robes too short, and his hat sliding off his overly waxed black hair. Probably some courtier's son who'd been ordered to search for me in exchange for my father's favor. He looked amused and somewhat relieved that I was eating, not crying. "Monkey cakes?" he greeted. "They're exceptionally good this year, but a little messy." He touched his mouth, a polite indication that I had crumbs all over. I snatched the handkerchief from him and wiped my lips. I was about to order him to go away when he knelt beside me and said solemnly, "I believe you about the flowers." He'd caught me at my weakest. My shoulders sagged. I watered them every day. I talked to them the way Chef talks to his herbs to get them to grow faster. It was a mean trick Lord Yuji played on you. "Lord Yuji," I repeated, twisting a lock of hair as I ruminated. Why would he trick me? He wants me to marry one of his sons. The boy flinched. He asked hesitantly, "Do you want to marry Lord Yuji's son?" "I don't want to marry anyone," I declared. "But better one of Yuji's sons than that barbarian fool in the north. At least I'll be closer to home, so I can spend as little time with my husband as possible." "I see. So it's not because you dislike your betrothed." "I dislike that he exists." I sniffed, folded his handkerchief, and handed it back. "Thank you. I didn't catch your name." The boy smiled, his demeanor oddly sunnier. "My name isn't important." A kite floated over his shoulder, exquisitely painted with a flock of cranes flying above a mountain with two peaks. He held it out to me. "Do you like it?" I painted it myself. "It's nice, almost as good as Jotun's work." "Are you entering it into the competition?" "There isn't time. My father and I have to leave before dusk. We live far from here." "Who's it for?" He took out a brush and started writing. His calligraphy was neat and precise, but I didn't have the patience for him to paint someone's name on the kite. My temper was already hot from Lord Yuji's contest, and I took his kite and ran with it. For a boy with spindly legs, he was fast. He caught up with me quickly, and in my surprise, I accidentally let go. The kite soared high and out of reach. I started after it, but the boy drew me back. "Let it fly." We watched it soar high above the trees, and my heart sank as the kite grew smaller, until it was but a dot in the sky. Tears welled in my eyes, and I hated myself for crying in front of this boy I didn't know. For losing his kite, too. For ruining everything I touched. "I'm sorry," I said, feeling terrible. His eyes were dark and serious. "Don't be. Kites are meant to fly, some higher than others. It's a lucky one, then. The rest of us are bound by our strands." I let out a miserable sigh and wiped at my eyes. Then I turned to the boy. I meant to speak imperiously, but my words came out wobbly and guilt-ridden. "You said it was a gift. I could help you paint another one. I'm not very good at art. Not like Jotun. I'd like that," the boy said eagerly, shedding some of his awkward formality. He smiled again, his disposition even sunnier than before, and in spite of my tears, I couldn't help smiling back. I folded my arms across my lap, about to sit on the grass to start our painting when, at that moment, someone approached from behind. The boy stiffened immediately, becoming shy and withdrawn. On second thought, please don't concern yourself over it. He bowed, excusing himself as Hasho came into view. I'm glad I finally met you, Shiori Ma. All this time, that boy had been Takan. He looked different now. No longer the gangly, timid boy with too much wax in his hair. Then again, I wasn't the same girl either. I sucked in my breath, coloring with shame. Even my brothers hadn't believed me about the flowers. Why had Takan, who barely knew me, whose letters I had tossed aside and never read, whose friendship I had spurned? After I met her, Takan was saying I never wrote to her again. Why not? Because I had the answer I was looking for. I tensed, sure that Takan had hated me. The answer would hurt, I knew, but I couldn't help asking. What was that? My parents think of marriage as a duty to one's family and country, Takan said, by way of response. I think of it as a duty to one's heart. Food feeds the belly, thoughts feed the mind, but love is what feeds the heart. I hoped, with my letters, that Shirori and I might grow to make each other's hearts full, that we might be happy together. After I met her, I thought yes, there was a chance. My heart quickened and skipped, doing all sorts of leaps in my chest I had never known possible. Maybe I was fooling myself. Takan held up the painting of me with the kite. I was going to give this to her after our betrothal ceremony, but she chose to jump into the sacred lake rather than meet me. It was the first time I'd seen Takan actually look pained. His shoulders tensed. My family became the ridicule of Jindara, and I told my father that we should leave right away. Princess or not, no person of good character would act so disrespectfully. The painting drooped in his hands, and my stomach sank with it. I'd wounded Takan by running away from the ceremony. Not once had I wondered what it must have been like for him to journey across the country to meet me. He must have been so disappointed and hurt. After I returned home, I wished I had at least given her a chance to explain herself, Takan confessed. I wished I hadn't left so angrily, but I was too proud to write her. He put aside the painting, his back to me. Then she disappeared, he said softly, and I will always regret that I didn't stay. Maybe things would have been different for her if I had. My breathing had gone shallow, and before I could stop them, tears pricked my eyes. I wiped them hastily, but I must have missed a spot, for Takan offered me his handkerchief, just like he had all those years ago. Are these tears for the princess, Lena? He asked gently. Or are they for yourself? At the question, I looked up. My brush slipped from my grip, and Takan and I both bent to pick it up. Our fingers touched, clasping either end of the stick. He looked down at our hands. Mine trembled, and he covered it with his, steadying me. I wish you would speak to me, he said. Sometimes, the way you move your lips, I swear that you can. Even if I'm wrong, I wish I could at least see your eyes. His eyes startled me, so piercing they seemed to see through my wooden bowl. For a moment, I could have sworn he knew the truth that I was Shirori. But then he looked away, and the moment was gone. Disappointment stung my chest. He didn't know. How could he? I looked and acted nothing like that carefree princess he had met once, so many long years ago. He let go of the brush and hung his head. I shouldn't have said that. It isn't fair to you. Just know that I care about you, Lena. I couldn't be there for sure, Ori, but I will be there for you, whether you need me or not. I swallowed, staring at our hands. I should have shaken my head and told him I didn't want him to be there for me, but I did no such thing. Even though my burdens were mine, and mine alone, there was a simple comfort in having Taken with me. I twined my fingers with his and narrowed the space between us as much as I dared. I wished we'd never have to let go. Chapter 30. Eager to work again, I returned to the kitchen, ignoring Rye's and Kenton's shrimp-eyed stares. By noon, they'd forgotten Zyrina's rumors, and I was kneading dough for noodles, with the soup already simmering on the stove. All was well until Hazej barged inside, brandishing his sword. Unlike Zyrina, he had never made an appearance in the kitchen before, and I braced myself, certain she had sent him to make my life miserable. More rumors that I was a sorceress, a public shaming for the bowl on my head, whatever it was, I was ready. Except Hazej was not here for me. Scorn flickered in his eyes when he took in my presence, but his hard gaze swept past me to the cooks. To Chiruin. Your time is up, old man. Come with me. Confusion twisted the chef's broad face. My lord, I know that dinner is running behind tonight, and that the chicken last night was overcooked, but steel sliced the air, and Hazej's sword landed at the edge of Chiruin's throat. I said, come with me. Chiruin set aside his cleaver. At least give me the dignity of telling me what I've done wrong. What you've done wrong. Hazej repeated with a laugh. All right, for the sake of everyone here. You, Chiruin, are guilty of murdering Oriyu, honored sentinel of Castle Bushian. My hand jumped to my mouth. Chiruin, the assassin? That was impossible. Sir, Chiruin has been Castle Bushian's chef for over 30 years, said Rai, as shocked as I was. He is a Landon, Hazej reminded us all. Half a Landon, Chiruin spluttered. This is nonsense. Oriyu died of 4 breaths. I have this was found in your room. Hazej held up a tiny bottle shaped like a long gourd and splashed its contents into one of the pots simmering over the fire. Within moments, a sickeningly sweet smell pervaded the kitchen, and the pot's contents blackened as if someone had thrown soot inside. For breaths. You were saying, old man? Chiruin coughed and turned his cheek. That isn't mine. He faltered. It isn't. It was found within a pouch of gold, Hazej said as one of the sentinels drew forth a sack of gold muckins. Far too much money for an honest, hard-working cook like you. I've never seen that before. Another word, and your tongue will be forfeit. The same goes for anyone else who speaks in this man's defense. Hazej moved his blade from cook to cook before returning it to Chiruin's throat. Everyone shrank back, curling up like millipedes as Hazej and his sentinels rummaged through the pantry. I cringed as glass bottles and jars shattered. Chiruin's carefully curated sauces and cooking wines carelessly tossed to the ground. They found Chiruin's box. Open this, Hazej demanded of Rai and Kenton, pointing at the lock. Only Chiruin has the key. It's nothing, Chiruin said, fleeting. Just spices and recipes. It's been in my family for years. Bring it to Lord Takan for inspection, ordered Hezej, cutting the key off the chef's neck. And take Chiruin to the dungeon. As the sentinels obeyed, I started to protest. Hezej shoved me against the wall. Stay out of the way, demon, he warned. Unless you want to be next. I reined in my spinning thoughts, certain that Chiruin had been framed. After a long, brittle silence, Hezej finally left, and I threw off my apron and dashed back to the castle. Pao blocked me from entering Takan's rooms. His lordship is busy. He's just returned from Iroh village, and he isn't to be disturbed. I reached over him and rapped my knuckles on the door. It was the height of impudence, but I didn't care. As Pao started to yank me away, Takan appeared at the door. He was still wearing his cloak, its deep blue folds draped over his shoulders. Shadows clung to his frame, and his eyes, usually brimming with focus and intent, looked tired. Let her inside. Pao sent me an exasperated look before he backed away. I would need a mountain of sweet bean cakes to claim his favor again. Chiruin. I gestured wildly. I know you are upset, Lena, said Takan. His voice was tenser than I'd ever heard it. But the evidence is clear as day. Chiruin has murdered a man and committed high treason against the Emperor and against Kiara. I know he was a mentor to you, and I am grateful for his kindness, but this war has many loyalties divided. Sometimes the truth is the hardest poison to swallow. Everything he said made sense. It was exactly what Andhai or Benkai would have done if someone they trusted had betrayed them. And yet, I couldn't believe it. I was searching for a slip of paper to tell him so when I saw Chiruin's box. It rested on Takan's desk, freshly opened. I recognized its smooth red lacquer, the abalone-shelled etchings of young children at play, the splatters of oil and sauce that Chiruin meticulously wiped from the enamel each night. He hadn't gotten a chance this time. The lid lay on the ground, its silk casing stripped. Takan picked it up and held it beside a lantern. What do you read, Lena? Swallowing hard, I leaned toward the lid. Painted on the inside of the lid were lists of ingredients and cooking times and temperatures. Variations too. Gold. One was titled, For Sleep. Below it, black, for death. The blood drained from my face, my vision swimming in and out. I squeezed my eyes shut. So that was what Takan meant by evidence. We will hold off on a trial until the recipe has been confirmed, said Takan, closing the box. But it doesn't look promising, Lena. A good man is dead. Let us take some comfort in knowing that his killer has been found, and pray that we find some answers. My face stung with the ugliness of it all, but I nodded mutely. No one had access to the box except Chiruin. Not Rai or Kenton or any of the servants. I wished I could ask Chiruin why. Why Ryu? Why had he betrayed Kiata in this way? The sentinels would get an answer soon enough. Maybe the reason was as simple as money. I thought of the gold moccans jangling in that hemp pouch, Chiruin's reward. Perhaps there was more, maybe a position in the palace if Yuji rose to the throne. I couldn't think of anything else. Does it matter? I asked myself. Does it matter why someone you trust betrays you? I was thinking of Rikema now, not Chiruin. No, I answered, but I still wanted to know. Careful of your curiosity, little one. Rikema used to tease when I was small. Stray too close to the fire and you'll only burn. Ironic that my stepmother should have given such a warning. I was already burning, and she, Rikema, was the one who had set the flames. After Chiruin's arrest, everyone in the kitchen was like a ghost, half there and half not. Once I finished helping Rai and Kenton clean the Sentinel's mess, I shut myself in my room. Much as I wanted to, I couldn't embroil myself in the fortress's affairs any longer. My time in Iroh was approaching its end, and I still had one final task to complete before I left. I covered the paper panels on my windows and doors, then spread the star stroke across my lap. The threads were exquisite, a lustrous braid of gold and violet and red, like the three magics that had forged it. Steam of fire, the blood of stars, and Emurien's strands of fate. I needed to weave them together tight enough to rein in my stepmother's dragon magic. Don't make the holes too loose, Kiki said as my fingers danced across the star stroke, making knot after knot. Stop worrying. The holes were as wide as my smallest finger, tiny enough for Kiki to slip through, but not one of Rikema's snakes. I had already made sure of that. I'm not the one with my brow furrowed. What's the matter, Shirori? Shouldn't you be glad you're almost done? You're going home soon. Yes, it should have gladdened me that we were so close to the end of this horrible journey. But in all honesty, I would have preferred if it never ended. I had not forgotten the price we would have to pay to break our curse. All winter, I had tried to block it out of my mind. But now that the net was nearly finished, it was never far from my thoughts. One of my brothers would have to die. Over and over, I tortured myself with the different possibilities. That I might never hear Andhai scold me again. Never hear Benkai's words of assurance. Never build kites with Wande or laugh with Jotun or argue with Reiji. Never trust my secrets to Hasho. With every knot I tied, my heart hurt a little more. As my net swelled in size, the tiny pearl in my chest glimmered and throbbed, sometimes aching so acutely I had to stop and catch my breath. Did Rikema's pearl ever hurt her? I wondered what it must have been like for her to leave her country for the palace. Alone and melancholy, burdened by secrets she could not share with anyone. I gritted my teeth. Was I truly commiserating with my stepmother? A little. She used to look so happy when I ran into her apartments, as if I were her only friend in the world. Why did that have to change? What had made her hate me? Wits, Shirori, I muttered silently, picking up my net again. Rikema is evil. That's all there is to it. There's nothing to understand. That was what I told myself night after night as I worked on the net until I tied the ends of the very last strand of Starstroke. Until at last my net was completed. It was splendorous, long and wide enough to reach the far corners of my room. The demon fire gave it a shimmering light, like sparks, and the blood of stars made it vibrant, as if I'd somehow captured all the colors of the universe. If I told someone I had crushed 1,000 rubies to make it, they would believe me, for that was the only way to describe Emurien's strands of fate. With the three magics together, The net shone with a light that could have ensnared my gaze for all eternity. Beautiful as it was, looking at it brought me no joy. I stuffed it into my satchel, not wanting to see it again until the wretched day that I'd have to use it against Rikema. I didn't even want to think about my stepmother until then. But it seemed I had no choice in the matter. That night while I slept, a long-buried memory surfaced, uninvited. "Why did you put the snake in Reiji's bed?" my stepmother asked. It upset him. He deserved it. He broke my favorite doll. Just because Reiji was unkind doesn't mean you should be too. Think of the snake. You might have hurt it. Or it might have bitten Reiji, I said wickedly. Shirori. I don't like Reiji, I said stubbornly. And I don't care for snakes. They're the natural enemy of cranes. Rikema laughed. It is cranes that eat snakes, not the other way around. Snakes are my friends. They were my only friends once. Even the vipers? I asked. Hasha said those are poisonous, especially the vipers. They practically raised me. She said it so seriously I couldn't tell whether she was joking. Well then, you're the only snake I like, stepmother. Rikema tousled my hair. A glow beamed off her face, gold and radiant as the moon. I started to point, but Rikema's hand jumped away from my hair. In a heartbeat, the glow was gone, as if I'd imagined it. Gone too was her humor, and her voice became serious. One day, you won't say that. One day, you'll despise me. I couldn't hate you. You will, she said at length. A viper is poisonous, whether it wants to be or not. But not all poison is bad. Sometimes it's a medicine in disguise. Rikema blinked, taken aback. What? You told me that once, when someone tried to kill father with a poison letter. Don't you remember? You made an antidote with venom from your snakes. She studied me, a half smile forming on her lips. You have a very good memory. You saved him. That's why I could never despise you. I paused, testing out a word on my tongue. I ventured, mother. Her smile quickly dissolved. I am not your mother, Shirori. You are not a child of mine. You will never be. Before I could stop her, she touched my eyes, and I forgot the memory for many, many years. In the morning, Hiki danced on my nose, waking me with the snow shaken off her wings. Saria wants you to meet him tonight by the river. He has news. Chapter 31. The lonely moon hung round and bright as a dragon's eye. Freshly fallen snow chilled the air, leaving little time for second thoughts as I wound to the back of the fortress. A bit late to be heading out, Lena, Pao said, not letting me pass. It's already dark. In the past, all I had to do was suggest Chiruin had sent me, and Pao would have let me go anywhere. But Chiruin was in the dungeon. I held up my torch and my pail, mouthing a slew of nonsense. Mushrooms, ice, trout, river. Not so fast, Pao said, leaning forward. He grunted. I don't know how Taken does it. I can't understand a word you're saying. That's the point. I shook my basket at him and motioned in the direction of the kitchen. Need to go. Pao harumphed. All right, go. But don't linger, or I'll tell Lady Bushian. Not needing to be warned twice, I scurried out. Fireflies danced over the river, So many they looked like the sparks of a bonfire. Hiki sat on my shoulder as I crouched by the bank, my body trembling from the cold. In the water, the full moon wavered, its silvery light making the frost shimmer. Saria, I'm here. I poked the end of my torch to the frozen river, watching the surface crack and fracture into thousands of interconnecting lines. I waited. The ice parted, and as the currents rippled and swirled underneath, two ruby eyes, large as quail eggs, glinted from within the watery tempest. You look better fed than last time, greeted Saria, taking on his human form in the water. As usual, iridescent gills sparkled on his cheekbones, and jade-green scales peeked out from his silk robes. But he looked different today. His hair was shorter, only to his chin, and for the first time, his eyes were devoid of all mischief. Better fed and warmer. Then again, a paper busybody told me you've been staying in a castle, protected by Kiata's finest sentinels. You didn't tell me that one of them was your betrothed. Irritation prickled Saria's voice, which I didn't understand. What difference does it make? For all he knows, I'm nobody. You may have a bowl on your head, but even a fool like Bashian Taken can see that you're hardly nobody. I glowered at the dragon. He isn't a fool. If I didn't know better, I would say you sound jealous. Me? Jealous of a mortal? Saria scoffed. Dragons don't bother with such petty emotions. Besides, I'm the grandson of the Dragon King. I have plenty of admirers of my own. How? I inquired. I thought you rarely surfaced. You humans aren't the only ones capable of appreciating my grandeur, retorted Saria. His expression shuddered into a scowl. At home, my reputation alone attracts dozens, no, hundreds of admirers. He heaved a woeful sigh. But you've always been one of my favorites, Shirori, he admitted, suddenly softening. If you weren't so human, you'd what? Never mind. The dragon was acting odd today. Prickly one moment, melancholy the next. I grimaced, fearing that meant I wouldn't like his news. The net is finished, I told him, getting straight to business. It was cold by the river, and I didn't want to freeze. Hiki said you had news. 2 dragon days is hardly long enough for me to regain my grandfather's favor, Saria said irritably. What are you saying? I don't have news, Shirori. I merely bear a message from my grandfather. I turned to Ice. What is it? He regrets he did not shatter your bones above the Taijin Sea, said Saria thinly. And he assures you that the only reason your brothers, who fly across the sea in search of your stepmother's name, have not yet been reduced to sea foam is because of her pearl. What is this about Raikama's pearl? He's ordered me to tell you that if you survive your encounter with the Nameless Queen, he demands her pearl. It belongs to the dragons. Very well, I'll give it to him if he tells me how to break my curse. The Dragon King does not bargain, said Saria with a growl. The next time you see me, you will have her pearl. His image began to ripple and fade in the water. Wait, Saria. Only his red eyes lingered now, duller than I'd ever seen them. I can't help you break your curse. I have already tried, but you're clever. I'm sure you will figure it out. I was tired of needing to be clever, of needing to figure things out. I just wanted to go home and be with my family, to wake up and find this had all been some horribly vivid dream. I crouched closer to the river as if to whisper. There was something heavy on my mind that I wanted to test out. I've been wondering about my stepmother. What if it isn't a curse? What if I touched my bowl, feeling foolish for the words I was about to say, but it was too late to turn back? What if sometimes poison is medicine in disguise? His full face reappearing in the water, Sarius stared at me as if I had grown horns and whiskers. You think she had good intentions for turning your brothers into cranes? I don't know what I think. I'm just trying to understand why. Why did she do it? He sniffed. Humans, always trying to find the reason behind this or that. What would it change? That I couldn't answer. How could I, without knowing what there was to understand? The pearl in her heart is not like any other dragon's. It is corrupted, and she too must be corrupt for possessing it. That's all you need to know. Saria was right. Her reasons couldn't possibly justify her actions. What she had done to my brothers and me was unforgivable. Only a cruel heart could yield such a curse. So why didn't I believe it? Don't make things complicated, Saria said pointedly. Save your brothers, then bring the pearl to my grandfather. Promise this to me as one friend to another. I gave a numb nod. Good. Relief rolled off his shoulders. Now I must go. I won't see you before then. I wish you could, princess, but no. You won't miss me anyway, now that your affections have veered toward that unremarkably human lordling. I blushed before I could stop myself. So Kiki wasn't spinning tales. Taken's a friend. And I wish you would stop using human as an insult. I'm human, and so are my brothers. I did say he was unremarkable. Before I could fire off another retort, Saria dipped back into the water. When he resurfaced, his feathery green eyebrows were knitted. I wondered what was happening in his underwater kingdom, for his demeanor became suddenly stiff, as if he was being watched. I'll send word to your brothers that you've completed the net. Do your best to survive until I see you again. The water stilled, and he vanished, leaving me to bear the weight of Raikama's curse alone. By the time I returned to the castle, I was exhausted, half frozen, and very much looking forward to collapsing by the hearth. But I forgot my fatigue when I saw Megari curled up against my door, violently ill. Lena, she rasped. You're back. I couldn't sleep. My stomach. Her face was wan, her eyes glassy and puffy, and her limbs so limp she could barely keep herself up. My stomach, she moaned, vomit on her lips. Help me. She shivered as she slumped over me, listless. Her pulse was ebbing fast. Frantic with worry, I scooped her into my arms. Stay strong, Megari, I thought, carrying her. You'll be all right. You're not taking her to the Smirk-Happy Priestess, are you? Kiki exclaimed from inside my sleeve. I was. Much as I hated to admit it, I needed Zairina's help. I prayed she was in her room tonight. I rapped my knuckles on her door, not relenting until she answered. Are you possessed? How dare you? Zairina started, but then her eyes widened. Megari. She immediately signaled for the guard at the end of the hall. Bring Lady Megari to her chambers. I started to follow, but Zairina waved me away. Go back to sleep. You've done enough, and we don't need the entire fortress knowing Megari is ill. But I ignored her, helping the guard put Megari back into her bed. I stroked the girl's hair, wishing I could tell her a story. I settled for strumming softly on her moon lute. A tray of half-eaten tangerines and dried red dates rested on one of her tables, and a plate of old persimmon cake, Emurian strands. I hoped she hadn't fallen ill from eating one of Chiruan's desserts. It felt like hours before Zyrina returned with tea. When she saw me, her lips parted to make a characteristically unpleasant remark. For once, she thought better of it and passed me the tea. Together we helped Megari drink, tilting her chin up to dribble the liquid through her pressed lips. After the pot was drained, Megari's breathing slowly eased and she drifted back to sleep. "She'll be better in the morning," said Zyrina. "Thank you," I gestured, truly grateful. Perhaps Zyrina was a priestess after all. The tea smelled of ginger and orange and hawthorn berries, all ingredients for relieving stomach pains. Wait, Zyrina's face was weary, her fingers stained with tea and herbs. "It was a good thing you brought her to me." "Thank you, Lena." I blinked, startled by the gesture of peace, reluctant as it was. Who would have guessed? Kiki muttered once we were alone. It took Megari almost dying for that viper to withdraw her fangs. "Do you believe her?" I collapsed onto my bed, utterly spent. It didn't matter whether I believed her. By the end of the week, I'd be gone from here. And if the gods willed it, my winter in Iroh would be a memory left far in the past. Chapter 32. There were only 2 farewells that mattered, and I didn't know how to go about either one of them. I started with Megari. She was back to her usual cheerful self, and when I visited, she was trying to decide what to wear to the winter festival. Puddles of silk and satin surrounded her, dresses and sashes and slippers scattered about the floor. "Lena," she cried, wading through the mess. She held up 2 ribbons. "Help me, I'm trying to decide on colors for my braids." My gaze lingered on the scarlet ribbon, but I pointed at the blue. It was the color of the Bushian crest, and it matched the collar and cuffs of the dress Megari was wearing. I thought so too. "Here, why don't you have this one then?" Megari wove the scarlet ribbon into my hair. "Red looks pretty on you. You should wear more of it." It had been my favorite color once. Now I could hardly see it without thinking of my brothers, the 6 crimson crowns they were cursed to wear. "Are you excited about tonight?" she asked, dragging me to the window. "It's going to be spectacular. The best yet." I'd never thought much of the winter festival before. In Jindara, it was such a minor event that we tended to combine it with our New Year celebrations. But I could imagine why Megari loved it so. Even from the castle, I could see the hundreds of lanterns bobbing from Iroh's rooftops. "The ice sculptures are my favorite," Megari went on. "You can't see them from here, but they're beautiful. Last year, there were dragons and boats and entire gardens made of ice. They'll last until the new year, if we're lucky. Then it'll finally be spring, and I can take you to see the rabbits on the mountain." I swallowed, reaching into my satchel for my writing book to show her the farewell message I'd prepared. "Megari, I'm leave." The pounding of drums made my hands jolt, and the page ripped as a horn blared from behind the fortress. "What's happening?" I mimed. Megari let out a disapproving sigh. Everyone's off on the hunt. A beat later, horses galloped and the gates opened. The hunt? It's tradition. Megari turned to her moon lute, making a face when she pulled a string that was grossly out of tune. How many arrows it takes to shoot their target predicts how many days of snow there will be next year. Silly, I know. Taken hates it, but since Father's not here, he has to lead. He's the best marksman after all. Even better than Hezej. Something in my stomach began to curdle. I lurched for Megari's desk, my hand writing furiously. What do they hunt? Megari read over my shoulder. Usually an elk or a deer, but at breakfast, Hezej said he saw wild cranes circling the forest. I didn't wait for her to finish. Ink splattered my robes as I dropped the brush and ran for the door. I wished I had wings. The snow was to my knees, and plowing down the hill into the forest was a battle in itself. As the wind howled, biting my ears, it seemed to taunt, "You won't reach your brothers in time." Arrows exploded into the clouds every few minutes, a shot of terror rippling down my spine as I watched my brothers circle the trees, their crimson crowns stark against the gray sky. "Fly away from here, brothers," I screeched in my mind. "Flee," but they could not hear me. Finally, I saw hoofprints in the snow, a trampled path leading through the forest. I followed it, my pulse thundering in my ears as I stepped into the tracks to hasten my pace. There they were, Takan and his sentinels. How had his arrow pointed to the sky at my brothers? I threw myself in front of his horse. "Halt!" Takan shouted as the horses reared, their hooves so close they flicked snow into my face. What the Hezej spluttered, recognizing me. "Are you mad, girl? How dare you interrupt the hunt?" Takan was already dismounting, but I couldn't wait for him. I jumped, seizing Pau's bow and flinging it into the snow. Before anyone could stop me, I went from horse to horse, frantically emptying the sentinel's quivers. With an armful of arrows, I ran. "Brothers! Brothers!" They saw me. Hasho soared closer, the rest descending carefully into the forest. Kiki found them first, in a grove of snow-capped firs. I was breathing hard, dizzied by white everywhere I looked. I didn't realize that I was freezing until Hasho brushed a wing against my cheek and I felt nothing. Gently my brothers cocooned me in their feathers, bringing warmth back to my blood. I dropped the arrows and hugged each of them, even Reiji. Had it really been 2 months since I'd seen them? We had 1,000 questions for each other, but I was most worried about their safety. Quickly I drew them all behind the trees so the hunters wouldn't see us. "Are you hurt?" I asked. Only Hasho replied Kiki for the cranes. She darted to my youngest brother, who showed me the underside of his wing. It was just a graze, but the sight still made me flinch. I crouched to press snow to the wound, but Hasho shook me away, letting it shudder off his feathers. He was squawking furiously, and I turned to Kiki. "He says no need to coddle him," translated the paper bird. "He's more concerned about you. Your brothers heard that an assassin was caught in Castle Bushian." "I'm all right. I didn't want to talk about Chiruan's arrest. The net is finished. Tell them I'm ready to leave." While Kiki spoke, Benkai's round eyes observed me. He made a low murmur. He says you don't look ready, responded Kiki for my second brother. Saria told them you were taken into Castle Bushian by none other than your betrothed. The paper bird cocked her head. He asks if this is true. It's true. Bunkai's beak parted as if to say, that explains much. I didn't know why my face burned, or why I thought it necessary to say to Kiki, I thought they wouldn't be here until tomorrow. They're early. They have news for you. An excited whoop trumpeted out of Andahai's beak, and Kiki flapped her wings for him to quiet down. They've discovered Raikama's true name. I held my breath. What is it? They were looking in all the wrong places. Kiki went on as Wande, my quietest brother, puffed up a little with pride. Alandi, Samarin. Then Wande remembered that your father went to the Tambi Isles 15 years ago. He'd asked him to bring back some teakwood. It doesn't rot like birch and willow do, and it's strongest for building. Reiji cut in with an impatient cry, and Kiki shot up. I'm just doing my job. I can't help it if he's digressing. Sending my brothers a glare, Kiki sat on Jotun's shoulder and relayed the rest of the story. Emperor Hanryu had been invited to go to Tambu, along with all the kings and emperors and princes of Lorien. Your brothers found records in a monastery in the south. They broke in so many times that the monks were readying a pot for bird stew. Kiki shuddered. Bird stew? Now I'm extra glad to be made of paper. She wrinkled her beak before continuing. There was a girl in Tambu, said to be the most beautiful in the world, and your father was to judge the contest for her hand. In the end, she chose none of the suitors and instead came with your father to Kyoto. Her name was Vanna. Vanna. I turned it over in my mind. In Tambun, it means golden. Kiki sniffed. A bit on the nose, isn't it? Why not call her Snake Eyes if they were going to be so obvious? Hush, Kiki. The tail fit. The name, too, though perhaps a bit too well, like your radiance. It was the last piece of the puzzle. Once we confronted Raikama, we would be free, and yet my stomach twisted with dread, as if we were about to do something terribly, terribly wrong. Hasho nipped at my skirts, his crane eyes remarkably clear. He wants to know what's wrong, said Kiki. I didn't respond. They thought the news would make you happy. They know you're afraid of what's to come, but breaking the curse is the only way we can help your father regain control of Kyoto. Even if it means one of them dying, it is a price they have all promised to pay. It isn't only that, I confess slowly. I'm beginning to have doubts about Raikama. Why did she go through all this trouble to curse us if she wanted us dead? With her power, she could have easily killed us. And I huffed at me. Now is not the time for philosophizing, his look red. We have her name. We have the net. Soon we'll be free of her, and Father will know her for the monster she really is. That was what we'd all wanted from the start, so why was I uncertain? Do you remember when she first came? I asked. She loved us like her own. Remember how she convinced Father to get you that horse you wanted, Andahai? And one day, how she helped us build our best kite. We loved her. My brothers shifted uneasily, but Reiji kicked at the snow. His beak was the sharpest of all the cranes, and it twitched now with anger. I hardly needed Kiki's help to grasp what he was saying. Of course we loved her. She put a spell on us. After all this time, you want to start believing that our stepmother is good? Kiata is falling apart, and I would bet my wings that Raikama has something to do with it. To that, my brothers flapped their wings, making sounds of agreement. Even so, my hands fell to my lap in defeat. Nothing I said would sway them. Think about it, please. Snow seeped through my robes, the cold burning my knees. As I started to get up, a heavy cloak wrapped over my shoulders. "You're fast, Lena," said Takan. Admiral whinnied from behind me, tied to a tree. Takan gestured at the cranes, bowing his head in apology. He approached them carefully, and I gave a nod to my brothers that he could be trusted. Still, Reiji snapped his beak at him until Andahai pulled him back by the wing. "It's only me," Takan said quietly. "I sent the others home. The hunt is over." He knelt to wrap Hasho's wing with the cloth of his family's banner. We've never seen cranes at this time of year, or else we would not have. I placed a hand on his arm. Benkai studied Takan and me, his eyes discerning. I could read exactly what he was thinking. Could this be Takan, your betrothed? Hiki cut in for my brother from inside my sleeve. Ever in good spirits, Jotun tossed snow at me humorously. "Dare I guess, you actually like him?" My paper bird was taking far too much pleasure in this. She relayed Hasho's teasing. "I seem to remember you telling father only monsters lived up north." My hand was still on Takan's arm, and I lifted it quickly as if I had touched fire. My brothers laughed, squawking, and I wanted to pluck their feathers. "He's just a friend," I told them all with a flick of my wrist. "He'd have to be a good friend to ride off after a girl with a bowl on her head," says your brother Reiji. Hiki snickered from within my sleeve, and I glared. "Yes, he's a good friend." Andahai stepped forward, the least amused of them all. I didn't need Kiki's help to understand what he was saying. Quick then, tell him goodbye. "Since you're here and you have the net, you might as well come back with us." A smile tilted Takan's lips. 6 cranes, he observed. "Like the ones you folded." He took in how protectively my brothers surrounded me. "They know you." I was glad I couldn't say anything in response. I swallowed hard, not ready to begin my farewell. "What is it, Lena?" "You look sad." I was sad. Sadder than I ever expected to be at the prospect of leaving this place. Leaving Takan. His cloak weighed heavily upon my shoulders, and I was starting to take it off when Takan drew close. "Did my mother already tell you the news?" I shook my head. I wasn't sure I could handle more news. "What has happened?" His gaze focused intently on me. "Lord Yuji has murdered Alandius Kagan and stolen his enchanter. The wolf is now his to command, and he's amassing an army to seize Jindara." Shock made my chest go tight, and for a moment I couldn't breathe. My brothers began squawking, their noises incomprehensible as they circled me, shouting over one another. Takan watched us curiously, his brow creasing, but he gave no indication of his thoughts. "I must leave Castle Bushian tonight," he said. My lips pursed tight. "Tonight?" "Yes, during the festival. I'll draw less attention then." "You look panicked, Lena." "Don't worry, this isn't farewell. It was for me." I was leaving now with my brothers. I stepped back, my heels sinking into the snow. I didn't know how to say goodbye. I have to, and Hai let out a squawk and pushed me toward Takan. Go to the festival, he was motioning. Go, go. I looked at him in surprise. Of all my brothers, he was the one I least expected to sympathize. They say Hasho needs time to rest, conveyed Kiki as Benkai gave me his blessing with a lifted wing, and that it wouldn't hurt to stay in the fortress a few more hours. Besides, if Taken's news about Lord Yuji is true, they need to strategize their return more carefully. And I stepped forward, and from inside my sleeve, Kiki communicated his instructions. Meet us here again tonight after Bashian Taken leaves. I promised. With a trembling heart, I hugged my brothers and turned to Takan. He was watching, his head tilted at an inquisitive angle. But he said nothing, honorably keeping his promise not to ask about my past. They're special to me, I explained with a wave to the cranes. I placed my hands over my chest as they flew away. They're my brothers. As I rode back with Takan to the castle, I wondered just how much he understood. Chapter 33. I donned my best robe, a scarlet one patterned with peonies and kingfishers, and put on my warmest gloves. Except for the bowl on my head, I almost looked like my old self. I slung my satchel over my shoulder, further compromising the effect. Scratched and water-stained, it ruined any semblance of elegance I might have had. Something Zairina pointed out as soon as she encountered me on the castle stairs. She wrinkled her nose. Must you carry that bag at your hip everywhere you go? Normally, I would have left it in my room to avoid interactions like this, but I was leaving after the festival. I wouldn't have time to return to the castle. I shrugged, slipping my scarf inside as if that would explain away her questions. Zairina clicked her tongue. Instead of her mourning robes, she wore a pale indigo gown, with pink inner robes elegantly matching her sash and cuffs. Fox furs wrapped her shoulders, and her ivory gloves peeked out of bell sleeves as she raised her lantern, tilting its flame close to my satchel. Here, carry this instead. Zairina offered me her silk purse. It was the same red as my robe, with swirls of gold embroidery woven into its lustrous fabric. Don't be such a mouse, Lena. At least try it. Before I could stop her, she exchanged my satchel for her purse. See what a difference such a little thing makes? You look almost pretty, even with that bowl on your head. It was true. The silk purse shimmered against my sash as if it belonged there. Zairina leaned close to my ear. I wouldn't be surprised if Taken notices. I whirled to face her. What? She smirked. I don't care that he's taken up with you. Perhaps that was our misunderstanding from the start. Now don't get my purse dirty. I want it back after the festival. She flashed her teeth, a smile that was not quite kind, but probably the best she could do. The purse was beautiful, it just wasn't for me. I didn't need or want Zairina's help to feel pretty, and certainly not to catch Taken's attention. I handed it back to her, shaking my head. Suit yourself, said Zairina, returning my satchel to my shoulder. When she left, I glanced at Kiki on the rafters above. These days, she enjoyed fluttering from beam to beam rather than suffocating in my sleeves. Aren't you coming? I asked her. To watch you moon over the lordlings singing? I crossed my arms. I thought you were looking forward to it. Music makes me sleepy, Kiki said, feigning a yawn. I'd rather wait here than have to hide in your sleeve anyway. Just don't linger too long. Your brothers are waiting, don't forget. I blew Kiki a kiss, then hurried out, hopping into one of the wagons bound for Iro. As its wheels trundled down the hill, I watched the sky. Reds and pinks brushed the clouds, violet, too, like dawn and dusk blended together. There would be no moon once the sun fell. Tonight Emirinia returned to heaven and became a specter of her past, the goddess of fate. I only prayed that she would look kindly on mine. The festival performances had begun earlier in the day, and the seats in the front of the theater were all taken, so I sat among strangers on a wooden bench in the back. Snow flying in from the windows tickled my face. Chimes tinkled in the background, and drums from the festivities outside pounded. It seemed that the entire town was here. There had to be 1,000 people in the theater, all carrying unlit round lanterns that bobbed against their knees. Children bounced on their feet, eager for the next performance to begin. The sun had mostly sunk, but one last glare from the west swept over the stage as Lady Bushian stood and welcomed the people of Iro to the festival. Tonight we celebrate the end of a long winter and the light that comes after darkness. As a tribute from Castle Bushian, my children will perform Iro's most beloved tale to honor and thank all of you for a year of hard work, loyalty, and harmony. She bowed, then welcomed Megari and Takan to the stage. Megari sat primly on the stool set out for her and adjusted her lush blue skirts before picking up her moon lute. Her shoulders lifted, and with a downward sweep of her hand, she strummed an opening chord. As Megari's eyes lit, absorbed by the music, Takan stepped forward. When Emirian fell from the heavens to earth, he began. Her 1,000 cranes prayed for her to be reborn. And so she was as a human child named Emirinia. Smiles spread across the theater as children and adults alike recognized the tale Takan and Megari had chosen. Takan sang, Emirinia was not like other children. Her skin shone silver as the moon, and her hair gleamed with starlight, so bright none could see her sorrow. She soon bloomed into a lady, melancholy and alone, but for the rabbits on the mountain, who did not fear her radiance. Then kings and princes arrived, begging for her hand. Of each, she asked a simple gift, a gift that would make her happy. They brought rings of jade and crowns of pearl, sumptuous silks and chests of gold. What use have I for such riches? Thought Emirinia. I am but a maid from the mountain. Her hope began to fade until the last suitor gathered his courage, a humble hunter with a humble gift, a wooden comb carved with a plum blossom. All ridiculed him for daring such a simple piece. But Emirinia silenced them with a gentle hand and asked, "Why should a comb make me happy?" The hunter replied, "The rabbits have told me that past the light you shine, your eyes are dark with sorrow. I have no gold and I have no kingdom, but I would give this comb to hold up your hair so that I may see your eyes and light them with joy." And so Emirinia loved and wedded him. But shortly after, tales of her light reached the heavens, and the great gods recognized their sister Emirian reborn. They sent cranes to fetch her with a peach of immortality to restore her goddesshood, but Imurinia would not return without her mortal husband, and he was not welcome among the gods. Clever as she was, she split the fruit, serving half in the hunter's soup and half in her own. Together they flew midway to heaven, claiming the moon as theirs. Now once a year, on this winter night, her 1,000 cranes return her to heaven, and she becomes a Murian once more, goddess of fate and love. Taken's voice grew quiet, and the last strains of his song were so soft that no one dared breathe. He lifted his lantern, its rich blue paper painted with rabbits and cranes and a silver moon. His eyes searched the crowd until they caught my gaze. He smiled and inhaled a deep breath. To honor her darkest moon, we light our lanterns so some of our light will touch the sky, just as hers touches our earth. At last Megari strummed a final chord. As the silence lingered, I inhaled, feeling a gentle ache in my chest. Imurinia's was a story of love and loss, so different from my own, and yet I couldn't help but empathize. In her own way, she too was cursed, unable to go home. She's more like Rykama than me, I thought. The contest for Imurinia's hand reminded me of my brother's tale of Vanna and her suitors. Rykama never liked hearing about the Lady of the Moon. I felt a twinge of sympathy for her. Could it be because Imurinia reminded her of herself? I pushed aside the thought. Tonight was for celebrating new beginnings, not dwelling on the past. Led by Takan, everyone in the chamber raised their lanterns and lit them until the light of Imurinia herself seemed to smile upon the theater. The attendants opened the doors so we could see that the lantern lighting had begun outside, too, casting a golden glow upon the river and on the slope of Rabbit Mountain. And with the gentle snow gusting through the open doors, fresh and white against the theater's vermilion poles, I realized Takan had been right all along. Ira was the most beautiful place in the world. When I found Takan, he was putting on his armor while his sister stashed festival food in Admiral's saddlebags. Megari tugged at his sleeve when she saw me. There she is, she cried, nudging Takan with a wide grin. Now, aren't you glad you stayed here instead of going off to search for her? For some reason, the look of chagrin Takan shot his sister made my stomach flutter. Takan was so thrilled you came. Megari pressed on, oblivious to her brother's growing mortification. He wrote the song, did you know? Well, only the words. I wrote the music. I touched my heart. I loved it. So did everyone else. I thought you'd like it. Megari smiled slyly. The lantern walk has just begun. You two should go and see it. Don't wait for me. Performing always leaves me famished. She ran off before either of us could stop her. Now I suppose I know how my mother feels when I run off to battle, Takan joked. You're leaving already? I gestured toward Admiral. Soon, he replied, regret thickening his voice. He cleared his throat, lowering his lantern so it was level with mine. I wasn't going to without saying goodbye. That made me happier than I wished to admit. We walked together, the laughter and drumming from the festival buzzing in my head as our steps synchronized. We passed a row of ice sculptures. They were as magnificent as Megari had said. Tigers and butterflies, dragon boats, and empresses wearing phoenix crowns, even a replica of the imperial palace. I couldn't choose a favorite. For once the food didn't entice me. I was floating, just like the lanterns on the river. They all looked like little moons, round and full. Each had a red string tied to the top, something I had never noticed in all my years of celebrating midwinter in Jindara. I stopped and pointed. "It's a local tradition," said Takken helpfully. "If you tie a red string to your lantern and place it on the river, the sacred cranes will carry your strand of fate to the person you're meant to love." A beautiful story, but quite implausible. If that were so, everyone in the kingdom would journey to Iroh and set their lanterns on the Bayun River. Perhaps the point of such legends was simply to bring hope. "The winter festival is a Murian celebration," Takken went on. "Not just to revere the moon. It used to be an evening for people to meet and perhaps to fall in love." I kept my eyes on the water, watching the icy surface glitter under the lantern light, ignoring the slight quickening of my pulse. "Did you ever get to see the full moon over Rabbit Mountain?" "We say that's when Emirinia's watching," I mouthed. My shoulders sagged with regret. No, I had never seen it. "She might not be watching tonight," Takken said, lifting his lantern toward the mountain. "But I still say that's quite a sight." I looked where he was pointing and my breath caught. There was no moon, but the light traveling from the shimmering Bayun River illuminated its two peaks, and the wind had carried off a few of the lanterns so they floated in the sky, like tiny suns against the mountain. He knelt beside the river, and I did the same. I must be drunk on moonlight to tell you this, but after I left you at Sparrow Inn, I couldn't stop thinking about you. I didn't know anything about you, and yet I had never met anyone so determined or brazen. Not even Megari. He laughed, then his expression turned serious once more. Somehow I knew I would see you again. It was as if I could feel our strands crossing. Yet when you came to Iroh, you seemed different. Sadder, more withdrawn. I'd looked for you in the kitchen as Pow and I walked around the castle. I wanted to make you smile. I remembered. Every time I caught him walking the grounds, I'd slow down my work, heartened to see him getting stronger with each passing day. I quickly learned I couldn't compete with food. My shoulders shook with laughter. Few people can. But you liked my stories. That I learned. He touched his lantern to mine, so tenderly my stomach swooped. Perhaps they served as my wooden comb. I would tell you stories from dawn to dusk if it meant filling your eyes with happiness. I reached out, hooking my arm under his. I didn't know what possessed me to do it. Maybe it was the story, the beauty of the lanterns surrounding us, or even the cold numbing my senses, but mortification flooded in a moment too late. I tried to pull back, but Takken didn't let go. He drew me closer, and my shoulder melted against his. I thought he would kiss me. Great gods, I wanted him to kiss me. But then the fireworks started, shooting up into the sky and shimmering among the stars. Against the dusk and the snow, we lowered our lanterns into the river, watching them glide down with 100 others, a few carried off by the wind-up to touch the lake of clouds. It was all so beautiful I dared not blink. I wanted to etch this moment in my memory. "Will you be here when I return, Lena?" Taken's voice was so soft I almost didn't hear it. A lump formed in my throat, warm and raw. I turned away from him, pretending to stare at our lanterns drifting along the water. "What makes you think I'm leaving?" He'd gotten good at reading my lips. "When I first offered to bring you here, you refused. I know that Iroh was little more than a place to pass the winter for you, yet I can't help but hope you'll stay." I stared down. My silence was telling, and Taken bent until our heads were level. His voice trembled when he spoke. "I would not have you be alone, Lena, not in your joys or your sorrows. I would wish your strand nodded to mine, always." Now I looked up at him, glad he couldn't see the bewilderment in my eyes. Had I unwittingly used my magic to spellbind him into such a declaration? He didn't even know who I was, who I really was. Instead of answering, I rested my head on his chest, tucking my crown, bowl and all, under his chin. I could feel his breath catch, yet he didn't say anything. He wrapped one arm around my waist and held me. Reason demanded that I leave right then, before the mountain air got to my head, before I cared too much for Takan. But it was too late for that. All I wanted was for this night to last forever, to find that our strands had been crossed and knotted all along. Ironic, wasn't it, that I, a girl who always wanted to make her own choices, now wished for nothing more than to surrender to fate? I chuckled quietly at myself. By all accounts, I never would have chosen someone like Takan. He was far too earnest, too good. Someone who always followed the rules, while I took pleasure in breaking them. Someone who preferred to stay at home, while I yearned to sail as far away as I could. I would have mercilessly played pranks on him, I thought, smiling as I imagined the two of us as children. None of my brothers would have given their protection to a thief who'd tried to rob them. None would have found the beauty in a simple mountain, and none would have been content to live their entire lives in the north, far from court and battle. I turned to face him, brushing my fingers against his cheek. When I'd first met him, I'd thought his an ordinary face. Straight nose, brown eyes, a pointed peak in his hairline. Handsome enough. Yet every time I saw him, he grew on me a little more. Now I saw in his eyes the richness of summer soil. His nose looked endearingly ruddy from being in the cold, and his voice was like a favorite song I never tired of hearing. Funny how he'd stolen his way into my heart when I'd been the thief the day we met. I tried to warm his nose with my hand, but Taken caught my fingers, bringing the tips of my gloves to his lips. He tilted my chin, his breath tickling my nose. He was going to kiss me. Finally. I half closed my eyes in anticipation, my toes curling inside my boots. After months of telling myself Taken meant nothing, I wanted to stay in his arms until the sun rose. I wanted to hear him say my name, my real name, and tell me again that he wanted me to stay in Iroh. Demons take me, I wanted to stay. But I couldn't. Megari always said I was like a girl in one of his stories. With the bowl on my head, she probably thought me shrouded in mystery and enchantment. She wasn't wrong, but my magic had only brought misfortune and sorrow to the ones I loved. If I were a character in a tale, I would be no hero. I was the firebrand who had shaken everything from its place. One by one, I needed to fix my mistakes. I still had many choices left to make. Staying here, no matter how much I wanted to, was the wrong one. His lips were almost on mine, the tips of our noses touching, when, without warning, I twisted myself out of his embrace. If I stayed any longer, my heart might burst, and all the walls I'd built around it would crumble. Lena. I hurried away, not looking back. Emirian, be kind, I prayed, with a glance at the moonless sky. Let us survive the trials that await us. Don't knot our threads together, only to sever them. As I slipped out of the festival, the last thing I saw was our lanterns disappearing along the bend of the river. I was searching for a horse to take me into the forest when Kiki slammed into my chest. "Shirori!" she shrieked, flapping her wings violently in my face. Look, not now." I batted her away, still distressed about how I had left Takan. My paper bird was wild, her wings flapping in my hair and in my ears. She bit my hair, dragging me toward the closest lantern. Look, a trace of black ink glittered off the bottom of Kiki's wing as she danced about the flame. "What of it?" I asked tiredly. "I'll help you wash it off tomorrow." Black Shirori. It was gold earlier, from the dye on Zyrina's thread. You washed it off with snow days ago, don't you remember? Now Kiki had my attention. I examined her in the lantern light. Sure enough, her wing was black as ink. For breaths. I sat on the threads, Kiki said quickly. The threads on her spinning wheel. And she didn't need to say any more. Understanding dawned, and I reeled back the way I'd come. Zyrina. It was Zyrina all along. Chapter 34. I circled back to the festival, my head thundering as I wove through the crowd. All this time, Zyrina had been the assassin. I needed to find Takan before he left. Every moment she was here, he was in danger. "There he is," cried Kiki, pointing a wing at a man walking up the narrow road back to the castle. In the dim lantern light, the figure looked like Takan from behind. Same height, same stride, same armor. But as I got closer, I saw that his shoulders were squarer and his movements heavier. "Hazej." I ran after him. The sentinels needed to know, too. "Zyrina's the assassin," I tried to mouth, my hands whirling. He didn't understand. His face was redder than usual. He looked drunk, his cinder-black eyes hollow. I gave up trying to explain. "Where's Takan?" "Takan," he said with a grunt. He edged toward one of the horses. "He was just looking for you. Get on, I'll take you to the castle." His willingness to help surprised me. I hung back, not trusting him. "He's in the castle? What?" Hazej clicked his tongue. "You don't believe me, Lena? Look there, my aunt is heading back to bid Takan farewell right now." He cocked his head at the wagon carrying Lady Bashian up the hill. "Shirori," Kiki wavered. "I don't trust him." I didn't either, but I needed to speak to someone, if not Takan, then Lady Bashian, and it would take too long on foot. I jumped onto Hazej's horse. The fortress lights burned like fiery brushstrokes against the night sky. As Hazej's horse galloped up the hill, apprehension thickened in my gut. My window was lit, but I had left no candles burning. The horse came to an abrupt halt against a tree. As snow tumbled from its branches over my cloak, I jumped off, more shaken by the light in my room than the shock of cold. "Go on," said Hezej, dusting snow off himself. "He's waiting for you upstairs." Shadows loomed across the castle halls, the corridors seeming to stretch longer than I ever remembered. I didn't believe Hezej about Takan, not for an instant, but something was off. My footsteps thumped against the stairs as I climbed 2, 3 at a time. I raced to my room. My door was ajar. With a hand on my dagger, I barreled inside, not knowing what I was expecting to find. My room was empty, untouched but for the candles lit on my table. I clutched my satchel, thanking the gods I'd brought it with me. But as I started to leave, its straw exterior began to glimmer, as if I were blinking too fast. It had to be a trick of the light. The straw was slick with melted snow, and I wiped it with my hands, sure that was the end of it. Then the satchel in my hands vanished completely. In its place, I held a silk bag. Zyrina's purse. Demons of Tambu, Hiki swore. It had been an illusion, washed away by the melted snow. Which meant that my actual satchel, the Starstroke net. I was already searching, overturning my bed and throwing my blankets on the floor. In my anguish, I didn't hear the voices echoing down the corridor outside my chamber, not until it was too late. "Can't this wait until Takan returns?" said Lady Bushian, her voice loud. "I don't understand what could possibly be so important that you drag me away from the festival during the lantern lighting. I've been trying to warn you, Aunt." Hezej's silhouette was stark against the paper walls, the dark shells of his armor pronounced in the candlelight. But only Zyrina would listen. Zyrina entered my chambers, standing primly by the doorframe as Hezej and Lady Bushian followed. "Are you looking for this, Lena?" she asked, holding up my satchel. Without thinking, I lunged for my bag. A stupid move. Hezej grabbed me, shackling my wrists with his iron grip. Zyrina smiled. My desperation only emphasized her point. "Stand back," she said, ushering Lady Bushian away from me. She raised the satchel. "This bag contains dangerous magic." She loosened the buckles and opened the flap. I held my breath, certain that no one would see the Starstroke net glittering inside. What I didn't expect was for the shadow of a wolf to spring out of the bag. It loped across the walls and bared its fangs at Lady Bushian, who went so pale I thought she would faint. Hezej let go of me and brandished his sword, swinging at the wolf as it prowled toward my window. There, the creature writhed and twisted, until at last Zyrina closed the satchel. With a hiss, the wolf vanished. My ears thundered. How had Zyrina done that? She couldn't possibly have magic, Hezej seethed. "Now do you believe me, Aunt?" Lady Bushian clutched her heart, gasping. What in the great gods? How? Zyrina folded her arms dramatically. "Lena is a priestess of demons, planted in Castle Bushian by Lord Yuji himself to do his bidding." "She's lying," I tried to communicate, desperately shaking my head. But I could tell from Lady Bushian's eyes that Zyrina had won. No matter what I said, her trick with the wolf shadow had convinced them of my guilt. "Do not fear," said Zyrina, comforting Takan's mother with a touch on the sleeve. Hazej, and I always sensed there was an evil force within Lena. I've been preparing for this very moment. Too late, I dove for the open door, but Hazej blocked me easily. He hooked his arm around my waist and restrained my arms, so roughly I cringed. Kiki, I thought, thrusting my elbow out at Hazej and giving my bird the chance she needed to crawl out of my sleeve. Find my brothers. Find Takan. Then I leapt, smacking my bowl on Hazej's nose. It was just enough for Kiki to shoot away unnoticed. Hazej let out a cry. Why, you? Hold her still, Zyrina interrupted, speaking over whatever foul name Hazej was about to call me. She reached into her hair for a gilded pin, its tip alarmingly curved, like a scythe. Her eyes gleamed. This was given to me by the priestesses of Nawai, an ancient needle once used to exorcise demons. Our Lena pretends to be mute, but I wonder if it's only so she can hide her true self. Let's have a test, shall we? Without warning, Zyrina stabbed the needle into my ankle. All at once, my senses shattered. Pain rankled deep into my bone. I clamped down and bit hard on my lip. This was nothing, I reminded myself. After months of working with Starstroke, this was nothing. But Zyrina was relentless. She struck again and again. Sometimes she waited cruelly between stabs, as if to give me a chance to breathe. But then the next would be even deeper, the rise of her arm barely enough time for me to gather my wits and hold in my scream. My vision swam in and out of focus, and I dug my nails into Hazej's armor, about to faint. Enough, Zyrina, shouted Lady Bushian. That's enough. Tears streamed down my cheeks. I couldn't stand. I could barely feel my legs. There is no hope for her, declared Zyrina with a shake of her head. The demon will not leave. What does that mean? Lady Bushian breathed. Hazej's black eyes glittered. It means she must die. She must be burned. Burned? Lady Bushian repeated with horror. Yes, said Hazej. We must do it as soon as the festival is over, or we risk bringing danger to Castle Bushian. It is the only way, Lady Bushian, Zyrina agreed solemnly. Lady Bushian regarded me. It isn't me, I mouthed desperately. It's Zyrina. But Zyrina's trick with the wolf had poisoned Lady Bushian against me. For a long moment, she said nothing. And then, what about Takan? Perhaps we should wait for him. There is no time. Lord Yuji's army approaches Jandara. He will soon call upon the demon within Lena to aid him in his treachery. Lady Bushian's shoulders heaved. She wouldn't look at me as she nodded her assent. Don't tell Megari, she said as Hazej took me away. It would break her heart to know how Lena betrayed us all. Snow drifted through the window of my prison cell, melting into small puddles on the pebbled ground. It was the least of my troubles, but great gods. If this was really to be my last night on Earth, I wished to spend it warm and dry. For the 1000th time, I tried to kick down the door. But curse Zyrina, the needle was no special relic meant to exorcise demons. It had been poisoned, and the numbness in my legs persisted long after her attack. I couldn't run away, even if I wanted to. The minutes bled into hours. I grew tired of punching at the walls, and nursed my bleeding knuckles against my cheeks. It had to be past midnight when I heard the footsteps. They were light and quick, a child's. Megari. She'd brought a small basket filled with paper, the sort used at the temple for making wishes. No ink. The guards took the ink stick and brush, she said, fidgeting with the charm she had tied over the basket. It was one for strength and protection. Paper isn't much of a consolation, but I thought you might want to fold your birds. I'll fold some too, and maybe together we'll have enough to ask the gods to set you free. I wanted to hug her, and I clasped her hands. Her eyes were red and raw. She'd been crying for me. I've tried to talk some sense into Mama, but she won't listen. She says that you're a sorceress. Her voice trembled. But once Takken gets back from Jindara, I know she'll listen to him. I bit my lip. Megari didn't know how little time I had. I was going to be burned at the stake tomorrow. Zyrina is not who she says she is. I tried to tell her. She's the assassin. Not me, not Chiruin. She's the real priestess of the Holy Mountains. Slow down, Lena. I can't understand you. I reached for the paper, but the door to my cell clanged open, and Zyrina entered, serenely balancing a tray with 4 covered bowls. You'd better leave, Megari, she said. Lena needs to sleep before her ordeal tomorrow. Megari whirled to face her. What ordeal? No more questions. Go, or I'll tell Hazej that Pal let you inside. Zyrina knelt before the bars of my cell. What an irksome child, she said once the girl was out of earshot. I thought she would be my greatest hindrance, but imagine my surprise that it was you, Shirori. At my name, the hairs on the back of my neck bristled. She knew. Her eyes glinted wickedly, and she busied herself with the tray she had brought, arranging the 4 bowls. Yes, I know. We priestesses of the Holy Mountains are taught to sense magic, though you were astonishingly untalented. I thought of you merely as a pebble in my shoe, an oddity with that bowl on your head carrying about that dirty satchel, hardly worthy of my attention. She paused deliberately, until you worked Starstroke on my spinning wheel. She lifted the lid on the first bowl, revealing a glimmering strand of Starstroke. Brazen of you, spinning an entire mountain's worth on my wheel. Here I thought you were sneaking into my room to steal my thread. She laughed at herself. I was going to kill you for that, the same way I killed nosy old Oriyu. But then I found this little sliver of magic in your room while you were taking care of dear Megari. Useful against dragons, I hear. I reeled for my satchel, but Zyrina swiftly evaded me. You needn't worry, Shiori-en-ma. I'm not going to give the net to Lord Yuji, that dithering fool. Or to the wolf. She patted the satchel. Once he finds out I've engineered your death, we won't be allies any longer. I clenched the iron bars, trying to rise to my feet, but my legs wouldn't cooperate. Are you wondering how I knew the princess would be weaving Starstroke? Zyrina asked. No, I wasn't. But Zyrina was in a smug mood, and I had no choice but to listen. The wolf told me he encountered your brothers in Alandi. They met him in the guise of his former master, a famous seer. Something inside me shattered, and I felt suddenly ill. Great gods. It was the wolf who had told my brothers to make the Starstroke net. He'd given us the satchel so I would bring him the star stroke from Mount Rena. So I would weave a net to steal a treasure far greater, Rykama's pearl. I went cold. I know. Zyrina pretended to sympathize. Enchanters are a greedy lot, aren't they? I told him to forget the nameless queen's pearl and just focus on your blood, but he wanted both. My blood? You didn't know you were Kyoto's blood sake, did you? No one can blame you. I'd guess even the gods and dragons have forgotten what it is by now, and among us mortals it's belittled as legend. But your stepmother is clever, and that pearl of hers must have given her the power to see you for what you are. Wise of her to hide her talents from you. She must have thought you'd be safer not knowing. She was almost right. Almost. My thoughts were spinning. I struggled to understand. Zyrina smiled. You see, the magic in your blood is native to Kyoto, a rarity these days, and it is the only magic capable of freeing the demons held within the holy mountains. The wolf has sought you out for this very reason, and I played along so he would share with me what he knew. You look confused. Rightly so. All you fools have twisted our stories and forgotten what we truly stand for. Her voice grew thick with pride. We priestesses are not allied with demonkind. We belong to the holy mountains. Our task is to keep their evil trapped within the mountains. And so we have been waiting for you, Shiorian-ma. You are the blood sake, and therefore we cannot allow you to live. The words thundered in my ears. I scrabbled back as far away from the bars as I could, reaching behind me for a loose stone or brick, but there was nothing except Megari's paper and puddles of melted snow. Now, if you had told me you were the princess sooner, Zyrina went on, I would have given you an honorable death, less humiliating than what Hazej has planned. But I couldn't use 4 breaths on you, not when Chiruin had already been caught. She paused. Still, I have to say it's quite beautiful how it all worked out. The plan always was to collect your ashes. I flinched, despising myself for it. My fingers dug into the moist dirt, and I flung a pitiful handful at Zyrina. My attack barely touched her, and the dirt landed instead on her tray. Hiding a smile, the priestess knelt again, wiping the tray clean with a towel, then lifting the lid on the second bowl. A dried persimmon. You may have guessed I have some talent for poisons. Take Megari's favorite food, for example. Don't look at me like that, Lena. It was just a bit of gloom water. Nothing as grievous as 4 breaths. Besides, she was asking so many questions, I had no choice. I always gave her the antidote in time. It earned me Lady Bushian's trust. Yours too. Anger dazzled me, hot and white and blinding. If not for the iron bars separating us, I might have strangled Zyrina right there and then. Oh, you'll really wish you could kill me by the time I'm finished. Zyrina chuckled as she nibbled on the persimmon. Poison persimmons, I'll have to keep that in my book. If only it had worked with 4 breaths. A sigh. That is the tiresome thing about 4 breaths, the smell. Even Oryu noticed the incense when he came into my room. I seem to have had the best luck hiding the odor in dyes. After all, one rarely sniffs a sash before wearing it, now does one princess. She opened the 3rd bowl. A gold cord, like one used for tying a sash. I shook my head. I didn't understand. This was on the sash you wore when you fell into that lake at Jindara, Zyrina explained. Lucky for you, it had enough 4 breaths to put you in a slumber for days. But none of us foresaw that the nameless queen would recognize it in time. She nearly killed me. The world tilted, and I could hardly hear what Zyrina was saying. All this time, Rykuma had been trying to protect me. My head was swimming, and yet I'd never seen so clearly before. The answer had always been there. Rykuma had blocked my magic to try and protect me, to hide me from everyone I knew, so the wolf couldn't find me. After you disappeared, Zyrina prattled on. The wolf sent me to Iroh as punishment, to wait idly in case Takken found you. Who would have guessed that he would? Clever, wearing that bowl on your head and pretending you could not speak. All this time, you were right under my nose. I was hardly listening to her anymore. My hatred had reached a boiling point, and I threw myself at her. It was a pitiful move. I couldn't get far with my muscles numbed, and I fell against the bars. Clinging to them, I swung at her, and water from my sleeves, soaked from the puddles in my cell, splashed into her face. Zyrina recoiled. Water dripped from her forehead, causing the powder to run down in white streams that clumped around her chin. Golden specks glittered on her skin, traces of 4 breaths. As she wiped it with her sleeve, Zyrina's face began to glimmer, the same way my satchel had. First her mole disappeared, then the rest of her features began to change. Her mouth stretched wider, her eyelids grew deep and hooded, and her face aged decades. I let out a silent gasp, recognizing my maid from the palace. Gia. Remember me, Your Highness? She said, hunching her shoulders and pretending to tremble. She laughed. The real Tessawa Zyrina perished with her parents. Am I a sorceress, you're wondering? No. My magic is insignificant compared to the power you and your stepmother wield. Water, I realized. It was why she always carried an umbrella, always shielded herself from the rain and snow. It washed away the illusion, revealing who she truly was. With heightened drama, Gia opened the last bowl on the tray. Inside were ashes. I didn't understand. The remains of the blood sake before you, she announced. His ashes were consecrated on the holy mountains, the last of the dark magic left in Kyoto. We priestesses hoarded them for decades until we learned of you. My stomach curdled as Gia dusted ashes over her face, and her features shifted once more into Zyrina's. She covered the bowls and started to rise. You really did have the luck of the dragons, Princess. But that luck has finally run its course. Tomorrow the holy mountains will be at peace once more, and we priestesses will sing for you. Tomorrow we will add your name to those who came before you. We will remember you for centuries to come, as we remember all those who have dishonored the gods. Tomorrow you will die. Chapter 35. It was still night when they came for me. Stripes of dawn shone faintly through the iron bars, the moon a hopeless sliver. How wouldn't meet my eyes as 2 other sentinels lifted me onto the wagon. I could tell Hazesh's order to have me burned did not sit well with him. Maybe that was why he let me bring Megari's basket. As the wagon lumbered down the hill past Iroh, I tried to free my hands. The sentinel sitting beside me lurched, kept their daggers drawn threateningly until I gave up. It was no use anyway. The ropes were bound tight. I spent the rest of the ride trying, and mostly failing, to fold paper birds. My fingers were stiff from the cold, the ropes chafing my wrists. But it was better than sitting idle in the wagon. Better than thinking about the fate that awaited me. Below, Hazej and his men were shoveling snow and gathering wood. All this time I'd been brave, but I faltered when I saw the stake. It lay on the cusp of the forest, enclosed by severed trees. I couldn't have imagined a more desolate place to die, atop a pile of straw and sticks in an unmarked field of snow. Lady Zyrina suggested we perform the rite at least a mile from Iro, Pal said solemnly when he caught me looking off to the side. So your spirit won't torment the city. We were nearly there, and he reached into the pouch at his side, taking out a short string of paper birds. From Megari, he said stiffly. There were more, but Lady Bushian wouldn't allow it. He wavered. Both bid you goodbye. Sorrow welled in my throat as I nodded. Pal laid the string of birds across my lap, and I counted them as the wind nipped at their wings. 7 birds. A number for strength. I searched the skies for signs of my brothers or Kiki. With every minute that she was gone, my heart sank. Fear was growing inside me, my entire body trembling no matter how I tried to steady it. This wouldn't be how my life ended, alone, surrounded by enemies. My brothers would come for me. I knew they would. The last of the paper Megari had given me was carried away by the wind, and I rested my tired hands over my lap, clutching my basket. Feeling was slowly returning to my legs, only to be numbed by cold. Maybe I would freeze before I was burned to death. There was some irony in that. Gia wore Zyrina's face again, and she sat on a white mare by Hazej's side, her eyes dark and unreadable. My satchel strap was deliberately crossed over her torso. How I wished I could dunk her in the snow and expose her illusion. Anything to wipe the smirk off her face. Hazej himself tied me to the stake. Ropes dug in at my waist and ankles, and as he pulled them so tight it hurt to breathe, I spat at him. He glared. What is this? More sorcery. Before I could stop him, he flung Megari's string of birds into the snow. He tried to take my basket too, but I wouldn't let go. His eyes narrowed with cruelty. Bring the torch. As the sentinel carrying the torch approached, I shifted my balance, my feet tingling as they strained against the uneven wood. I tried to look unafraid, but it didn't work. Wait, cried Pao. All this time, his jaw had been clenched, words of protest clearly weighing on his mind. My lord, I think you should reconsider. Again with the objections, Pao? Hazej grunted. If you haven't the stomach to slay a demon, then you can leave. Hazej turned to the sentinels who had gathered for my sentencing. This girl murdered Oriyu, he said. Framed Chiruin for it. Even Lady Bushian has seen proof of her evil ways. If she's afraid of the girl, every one of us ought to fear her as well. We don't know that she killed Oriyu, argued Pao. She could have been framed herself. We should wait until Lord Taken returns. Wait, Hazej growled. Taken is weak and too easily swayed by her dark magic. Waiting for him will bring ruin to Iro. Hezej held a torch to my face. Haven't you ever wondered why we cannot see her eyes? It's because she is a demon. He spun to face the men. I know all of you are loyal to Takan, but our duty as sentinels is to expel demons from Kiata. By shielding this monster, he betrays the gods themselves. The men looked at each other. Their loyalty was to Takan, but fealty to the gods mattered above all. She isn't a monster, argued Pao. She's just a girl. She's a demon, Zyrina shrilled. This is hers, is it not? She opened my satchel, and a swarm of shadowy beasts sloped out. Foxes and wolves, bears and tigers, some so grotesquely shaped they resembled no creature that walked the earth. The men gasped with horror. Now do you believe me? Hezej boomed out as Zyrina closed the satchel, shutting her false demons inside. She must die. As Hezej rallied the men, I stopped listening. The sun was rising, its light prickling my eyes, and I scanned the blank sky. Surely Kiki had found my brothers by now, but every time I spied movement, it turned out to be a shifting cloud. Not a crane, not my brothers. I swallowed my disappointment. So what if my brothers didn't come for me? Was I just going to stand here like meat on a skewer waiting to be burned, holding a basket of useless paper birds? I dropped the basket and started working the ropes, wriggling and twisting. Hezej had bound me tight, and there was little give. I gnashed at my wrists, sawing the ropes with my teeth. The fibers were tough, and even if I had all day to work, I wouldn't be able to free my hands. But better this than listen to Zyrina pray aloud, murmuring pleas to the gods that my spirit find peace with Lord Shuriman and not return to trouble Iroh. I wished again I could throw a fistful of snow at her to wash away that wretched illusion. But the priestess was clever and kept a wary distance. Shirori! Kiki called from far away. Shirori! I looked up, my breath catching. Kiki was too far and too small for me to see, but 6 cranes pierced the clouds, their great wings bathed in crimson light as they glided through the dawn light toward me. My brothers! The branches under my feet crunched, and Zyrina stopped mid-prayer to glance at me. Then she looked up at the sky, and a dark scowl came over her face. Shoot those birds, she commanded. She is using her dark magic to make them help her. Shoot now. Kiki. I urged as the sentinels picked up their bows. Tell them to get out of here. Reiji and Hasho ignored me. They dove, their wings knocking the torch out of Hezej's hands before they burst back into the sky. As the flame sizzled in the snow, Kiki bolted for one of my scattered papers to catch the embers. What a mess you've gotten yourself into, Shirori, she said as she set the sparks to the ropes over my wrists. The ropes burned slowly, loosening their hold on my wrists. I slid my hands free in amazement. You're a genius, thank you. One day's idea. A bright one, that brother. I was unknotting the ropes around my waist when a shadow swept over the pyre. Zyrina. Gia's illusion was as perfect as it had been before. Powdered face, youthful eyes, sharp and glittering the mole on her right cheek. The priestess's fist was clenched, and she raised it high, throwing a handful of her cursed ashes upon the pyre below me. fire flared and surged from the ashes so powerfully I would have flown back were I not still tied to the stake. It was a sickeningly bright shade of red, but its heart was black like the smoke rolling into the sky. Demon fire. It spread quickly, too quickly, twisting around the sticks under my feet, climbing up the mound of wood and surrounding me with walls of flame. Panic rioted in my chest, and I undid the last knot at my waist and moved down to my ankles. The heat was growing in intensity, the smoke so thick my lungs hurt as they struggled for each new breath. But the fire did not touch me. As I crouched to free my legs, the flames flickered away from my face, as if there were an imaginary shield protecting me. A bead of light glimmered in my chest, faint but pulsing. I clutched at my heart. Could it be that Saria's pearl was warding off the demon fire? I tested it, leaning toward the flames. The demon fire jumped back, and the pearl glowed bright, brighter than it ever had before. But amid the chaos of my brothers fighting Hazej's men, no one was watching me. No one except Gia. Hastily, I yanked off the rope around my ankles, freeing myself from the stake. The flames parted for me as I fell forward and stumbled away from the pyre. "Hurry, Shirori," Kiki cried. Gia, Kiki didn't have to finish her sentence. It was impossible to miss Gia's looming figure. Her eyes fixated on the light flashing in my chest. She pried open my satchel and reached inside. No! I was 2, 3 steps at most from the snow. I leapt, the net flew from Gia's hands and swallowed me quickly, its magic clinging to the prize it sought. Out of my chest tumbled the fragment of Saria's pearl, falling neatly into Gia's waiting hands. Once again, the demon fire roared high, the force of its heat throwing me back, deep into the pyre. The smoke formed into claws, pinning me down when I tried to charge through the flames. A smirk tugged at Gia's lips, and her eyes glittered with triumph. "So long, Your Highness," she said, trying to peel the net off of me, but I wouldn't let it go. She laughed and threw her hood over her head. "I'll get it once I return for your ashes, then. Don't fear. You are not the first that we have burned in the name of the mountains. It won't hurt. That is the priestess's gift to you." Before any of the men realized she was working sorcery, Gia mounted the closest horse and rode toward the edge of the forest. There, behind the headless trees Hazej and his soldiers had chopped to fuel the pyre, she watched me burn. Tears scalded my cheeks, and I could smell my hair beginning to singe, an awful acrid smell. The sole reason I wasn't in ashes already was because of the star-stroke net, my only shield, but it would be moments before the demon fire worked its way through the holes in the net and seared my skin. My brothers, who had been distracting the sentinels until now, swooped in to help me. Arrows hurtled through the sky, nicking their wings as they circled over me. Feathers exploded and hailed down on my pyre, but my brothers didn't retreat. They dove to pluck me out of the fire, Andahai and Benkai lifting me while Hasho beat out the flames in my robes with his wings. From the fire emerged claws of smoke, coiling around Andahai's and Benkai's necks. Squawking with alarm, they dropped me, and I fell back against the stake. As they scrambled to pick me up again, my other brothers flung snow into the fire, attempting to put it out. The flames only grew taller. "Tell them to get out of here." I yelled to Kiki. Go! This is Demafire. They cannot help me. Meanwhile, the sentinels had advanced, drawing their swords and swinging at my brothers. Benkai and Andhai gave up, their anguished cries deafening in my ears. But Hasho stayed, his feathers broken and wings scraped by arrows. He was so close I could see there were tears in his eyes. Go, I pleaded, turning away to hide my own tears. At my feet, the paper birds were burning, their basket already in ashes. The charm Megari had tied to the basket was nearly gone too, along with its words of strength and protection. As I lurched to save it, the last birds withered in the bright red flames, and with them my last hopes. You should go too, I thought to Kiki. Go, while you still can. When you die, I die, my bird replied. If you're not afraid, I won't be either. I'll stay with you to the end, Shirori. I hugged her, tucking her under my bowl. I didn't need 1,000 birds, not when I had Kiki. The wood sizzled, my balance wobbling as the fire grew in strength and size. Smoke filled my lungs, the heat overwhelming me. I squeezed my eyes shut, willing myself to be calm. I thought of stealing honeyed sweet potatoes from the summer festival, of brewing fish soup with floating radishes for Takan, of grilling cakes with Mama. Maybe she'd be there in heaven to make them with me, and I could finally get the recipe straight and hear her sing again. Kiki twitched. Shirori, she breathed. Look, look. I forced my eyes open, but the smoke was too thick. I saw a flicker of blue and a glint of steel. But that was all. Then I heard him. Lena, Takan shouted. His blade flashed high, and I could see his figure, blurred through the flames, coming for me. 100 steps from the stake, Hazesh intercepted him. Their swords engaged, locked in a deadly duel. At my side, Pal was shoveling snow into the fire. One by one, the other sentinels began to help, but the flames showed no sign of weakening. I lifted my head skyward, trying not to cough from the smoke. The demon fire lashed at my back, seeping into my skin. Gia hadn't lied. It didn't hurt. My skin didn't even char or blacken. Instead, the fire went straight for my blood. I could feel my heart flare. We built kites every summer, the 7 of us, I murmured to myself. I wished I could build another kite with my brothers, with Takan. I wished I could read the letters he'd sent me. Lena, Takan shouted again. Fear for my life gave him a sudden strength, and he overpowered his cousin, striking him in the back of his neck. As Hazesh collapsed, Takan charged toward the fire. Die, Shirori, the flames hissed in Gia's voice. Or he will too. The priestess skirted the edge of the forest, overlooking the fire. She had a bow raised, the arrow aimed straight at Takan's heart. Fire roared all around me, consuming my senses. Takan, I screamed. Watch out! The shock that rippled across his face was the last thing I saw before the bowl on my head shattered, and the fire swallowed me whole. Chapter 36. I woke covered in embers, my clothing scorched and blackened. The star-stroke net glittered on my lap, illuminating plumes of smoke. The air was so thick and the world so dark that I wondered whether I was still on Earth at all, until I started to pick out shapes in the ashes. There was the string of paper birds Megari had made for me, and what remained of her protection charm. I rolled over for the charm, then coughed, unable to prevent my lungs from gasping. Praise the gods, Kiki cried with relief as she wove through the smoke and landed on my stomach. It was so dark I thought we'd died. I sat up, my entire body trembling as I kicked off the Starstroke net. The 2 broken halves of my walnut bowl lay beside me, and my fingers leapt to the top of my head. For the first time in months, I touched hair, thick and coarse sheets of hair, instead of the bowl. My hands, still shaking, moved to my throat next. Demons take me, I had spoken. I sprang to my feet, fear leaping in my chest. Your brothers are alive, said Kiki, reading my thoughts. But they're still cranes. You must have broken only your part of the curse. She was right. I picked up a piece of the wooden bowl. I'd become so used to its weight on my head that I felt strangely light without it. It wasn't meant to be a curse, I whispered silently as the bowl crumbled into dust in my hands. It was a shield, one to hide my magic from the world, and to protect me from it at the same time. Kiki landed on my arm. Protect you from your own magic? I nodded. My own and others. The bowl broke to save me from Gia's demonifier. Otherwise, I would be a pile of ashes by now. If it wasn't a curse, then all this time you could have spoken? Your brothers wouldn't have died? Of that, I wasn't sure. She needed me afraid so I wouldn't go home to father or tell anyone who I was. She needed me to hate her so she could hide me from the wolf. I swallowed hard, finding my voice at last. Where's Takan? As soon as I asked, I saw him lying against the gray piles of brushwood. There was no arrow in his armor. He was uninjured. I removed his gauntlets and wrapped my fingers around his. His hands were cold, and as I warmed them, I brushed his hair from his eyes and placed a soft kiss on his forehead. Takan. His eyes opened, and a relief that mirrored my own flooded his face. He pulled me close, draping his cloak over my tattered robes. His heart beat against my ear, wild and anxious. I thought I was too late, he said hoarsely. I thought I'd lost you. I could say the same. I spoke haltingly, almost clumsily. My voice was rough from the smoke and from months without use, and my words sounded better in my mind than they did aloud. Funny how naturally I used to chatter on, my tongue moving faster than my thoughts. Now I was thinking hard, and I still sounded like a dolt. I swallowed. You almost got yourself killed, rushing into the fire like that. I would do it again without hesitation, Takan replied, to hear your voice, to finally see your eyes. He traced my cheek with his fingers, the same way I had traced his at the winter festival, and I stopped caring about how clumsy I sounded. I was alive, my part of the curse broken. As I held his hand, pressing his fingers against my cheek, Kiki peeked nosily out of my hair. Is that a paper bird? Takan asked, blinking. I nodded. Her name is Kiki. I made her with magic. Takan didn't look surprised. And these, he picked up the string of paper cranes strewn among the ashes. Their wings had scorch marks, and some had been so badly burned that they'd lost their beaks. Can they fly, too? No. Kiki's special. Like you. I didn't get a chance to reply. The sentinels were drawing near, their heads lowered in apology. I couldn't tell whether it was for me or for Takan, whom they had all but betrayed, except for Pao. I held out the charm Megari had given me. The ink had melted and the fabric was charred, but I passed it to Pao. Tell Megari I'm sorry I couldn't say goodbye. I'll miss her. He gave a solemn nod. Sorceress, a voice spat from behind. Hazaj. He'd awoken and shoved aside the sentinels to charge at me. Takan leapt to tackle him, but Hazaj's dagger flew out, the blade hurtling for my heart. Lena, watch out, Takan yelled. The cloak I wore flared to life, its fabric sweeping over me like a shield. It spun Hazaj's dagger away, and the weapon fell into the snow with a thump. See, magic, Hazaj shouted. What are you doing, tying me up? Have you lost your senses, Takan? She's a sorceress, and that is the only reason I am not executing you here and now, Hazaj, said Takan coldly. Only because of Lena's magic did she survive your treachery. You are exiled from Iroh. From this day forward, you are no longer a sentinel and no longer of the Bushian clan. He slammed Hazaj's head into the snow, muffling his protests. He and the other sentinels began tying up Hazaj's limbs and readying to take him away. Ignorant brute, Kiki murmured from my sleeve. I'd pay good gold to see his face when you tell him who you really are. Chiorianma, most beloved daughter of the Emperor. Princess of Kyoto. It had been so long since I felt like my old self that I had forgotten the rest of my titles. I'm not telling anyone who I really am, I thought to her, dusting the ashes from my arms. I spied my satchel buried in the snow, and I knelt to pick it up. What? I'm not staying. Takan was with the sentinels, loading Hazaj onto the wagon to be brought back to the castle dungeon. I could hear him shouting orders, occasionally stealing glances at me. He probably thought I was going back with him, too. I wasn't. I needed a horse to catch up with Gia. The closest one was Admiral, and as I began to mount him, Takan arrived at my side. I could tell he had 1,000 questions for me, but instead he held Admiral's reins, keeping the horse steady. I ignored his help, pulling on the straps of the saddle to hoist myself up onto the seat. Admiral grumbled, but he didn't resist. He no longer feared me. Don't forget these, Takan said, handing me the cranes his sister had folded. I thanked him wordlessly, slipping the paper birds into my satchel. Once I was saddled and strapped, I parted my lips to bid Takan farewell, but he jumped onto Admiral's back behind me. What are you doing? I protested. What does it look like? I'm coming with you. I don't. You can't expect to steal my horse and take off without me. He kicked Admiral into motion. Takan's voice hummed against my ear. Besides, I have a story I think you may like. A story? Kiki landed on my shoulder. I half expected her to scoff and complain that Takan would only slow us down. But she didn't. All right, I agreed, ignoring the flutter in my stomach as Takan reached for the reins. Tell me on the way. We followed Kiki deep into the Jinsha forest. Snow was drifting down from the pine trees. It was difficult to talk while the wind blustered, but I could feel the questions weighing on Takan's mind. By the afternoon, Admiral needed a rest, So we settled by the south bend of the bayou, where the river grew wide. "Don't take too long," Kiki said, flittering around our heads. "I'll search the skies for your brothers. They should have caught up with Kia by now." She lingered to make one last quip. "This is a rest stop, not an opportunity to flirt with Taken now that you can speak." Taken led Admiral to the river, letting him drink to his heart's content. I needed a rest too, though I refused to admit it aloud. For someone who'd nearly been burned to death at the stake, I was doing surprisingly well. But when I caught a whiff of the smoke that clung to my clothes and hair, my shoulders shook. "It'll get better," Taken said softly, observing me. "It'll take time, but rest will help. Water will, too. You must be thirsty." I was parched. I hadn't realized until he mentioned it. I drank greedily, handful after handful. Nothing had ever tasted so wonderful in my entire life, and I soon had a stream running down my robe. "Slow down," Taken said, laughing as he shook his head. "The river flows all the way to Jandara. There's plenty more, even for a thirsty thief like you." I wiped my mouth with my sleeve. "Don't you have questions for me? Like why I had a bowl on my head and why I couldn't speak?" "What is there to know?" he responded. "All that matters is that you're alive." "I thought I'd lost you, Lena." I melted to hear his voice so achingly tender. I hadn't thought I'd ever be capable of melting, not before this moment. I blamed the shortness of my breath on drinking too quickly, but that didn't explain why my knees buckled or why Admiral snorted behind us, merrily slurping the river water. The snow was melting from the trees and dripping onto our shoulders. The world around us seemed to fade away. All I saw in this instant was Taken. I folded into Taken's arms as he held me close. I couldn't deny that he meant something to me. When I'd been on the stake, mere breaths from dying, I had wished for a moment like this, him holding me listening to my heart skip as his pounded steadily against my ear. But now I untangled myself and gently pushed him away. I could speak, which should have made it easier to lie, but I found I couldn't. Not to Taken. "You should go on to Jandara," I said, unable to look him in the eye. "I need to catch up with the cranes." And with Zyrina. Zyrina? She isn't who she says she is. She's a priestess of the holy mountains, one who used magic to take on the appearance of Lady Tessawa's daughter. Then she'll be dangerous. All the more reason for me to come with you. "I don't need your help. I'm not leaving you." His jaw tightened with resolve. "Don't you remember what I told you? I would not have you be alone." It was what he'd said to me at the winter festival. "I would not have you be alone, Lena. Not in your joys or your sorrows. I would wish your strand nodded to mine, always." What about the Emperor's War? A hard lump formed in my throat, and I reached for another sip of water. You've been called to fight. I'm bound to you first. I always have been. Bound to me, I repeated. "All I did was make some crooked stitches over your wound, Taken. You don't have to act like you're indebted to me for life." "I am not the sort of man who reneges on my pledges." "Then I release you from it." "I don't think you have the authority." Taken's mouth tilted and his gaze pierced mine. "Not when it's been in place for 11 years. The words were a thunderclap to my ears. You know? Don't you want to hear my story now?" he said. Only the slightest tremble in his voice betrayed his nerves. It's about a princess with 6 brothers, one who never read her letters from the simple, unworthy boy who only wished to know her. "Oh gods," I whispered, overcome. Emotions clotted in my throat, an unwieldy mix of rapture and embarrassment. I wanted both to hug him and hide from him at once. All I could do was bury my face in my hands. I never called you that, did I? You made your distaste for the North quite well known, Shirori said Takken good-naturedly. He paused meaningfully on my name. I wasn't surprised that your disdain extended to me. Shirori. I liked how he said my name, as if the syllables were the first notes to a song he loved to sing. A small smile touched my face. How long have you known? I wasn't sure until today, when I saw you, Takken admitted. But I thought it. I wondered it many a time. First, when I met you in Tanny Village, the way your shoulders danced and your feet tapped when you were cooking, as if you were listening to a secret song. I remembered seeing Princess Shirori do that at this summer festival when she was eating something she loved. There were little things, too, like the way you hide food in your sleeves, or how a dimple appears in your left cheek when you smile. I blinked. You noticed all that. I wanted to notice more. But you never wrote me back, Shirori, he said, pretending to chide me. Or else I might have discovered it was you on that first day in Sparrow Inn. My cheeks burned. I kept your letters. Every single one. They're buried under the trove of talismans I collected and wished upon that I wouldn't have to marry you. It was true, and I was mortified I had just admitted it. If only you had told me they were stories, I might have run to meet you. I was worried you'd be boring. Takken chuckled. Now I hope you don't fall asleep reading them. There's still time to run away, after all. I didn't laugh. I reached for his hands, placing my palms atop his, and finally uttered the words I'd wanted to say for months now. I'm sorry I missed our ceremony. I'm sorry I was angry with you. I regretted it as soon as my father and I left, but I was too proud to come back. Takken twined his fingers with mine and squeezed my hands gently. I don't want to be released from my pledge, Shirori. But if you do, I would never keep you against your will. I would come with you to ask our fathers to set us free. I believed him. I would believe anything Takken told me. I'm happy he chose you, I said, swallowing. It would be a lie to say I don't care for you. But we can't pretend nothing's happened. Even if we defeat the wolf, we can't just pick up where we left off 5 months ago. I'm a sorceress. My father can't simply pardon me because I'm his daughter. Why not? Perhaps it's time that magic returned to Kyoto. You wouldn't say that if you knew. My voice filled with anguish. My magic is dangerous. But you aren't, said Takken. I withdrew my hand from his and pressed it to the nearest tree. The elm's branches were gray with winter, and I buried the apprehension rising inside me, replacing it with memories of warmth and spring. Bloom, I whispered, and the branches glowed silver and gold until leaves budded on their spindly arms, bright as beads of jade. Takken drew a stunned breath. That doesn't look dangerous at all. That's amazing. No, it's not amazing, I said as I released the tree. Its branches went bare and gray again, and I gritted my teeth. How to show him? I reached into my satchel, meaning to show him the star-stroke net, but instead I felt the 7 paper birds Megari had folded. I whistled softly to the birds. Awaken. Paper wings rustled against the bag. Then up they flew, disappearing before I could call them back. I can lend bits of my soul away, I explained. Kiki's the only one that's lasted. It's why my stepmother cursed my brothers and me. It's why the wolf wants me. Slow down, Shirori. Slow down. I'm not understanding. Of course he wasn't. My emotions were out of control. It had been so long since I could speak, since I could use my magic. The rush of it coming back was too much all at once. I let out a shaky breath. My tongue felt heavier than it ever had before, and the words came to me slowly. You know the stories, Takan. About the demons trapped in the holy mountains? The gods sealed them inside, binding them with divine chains so they might never wreak their evil upon Kiata again. I chewed on my lip. Well, it turns out that my magic can break those chains. That's why the wolf wants me. He must have orchestrated everything, even Lord Yuji's betrayal. Even the 4 breaths in the letter you found. That was meant for me. All this time, the pain and trouble you, my father, everyone went through, was because of me. Takan hadn't moved. His expression hadn't changed at all. His brow was clear, his lips an inscrutable line, his eyes ever steady. Then he spoke. For the last 5 months, I thought you were dead. There wasn't a day that I didn't pray for you, that I didn't kick myself for leaving Jindara without seeing your face. If you think that there is anything you could say to dissuade me from coming with you, then you are sorely mistaken. But the demons would have to rip me from your side, Takan said firmly. I'm afraid you are stuck with me, Shirori, even if you don't ever wish to marry me. I pledge to protect you. I stared at Takan, unsure whether I wanted to kiss him or knock some sense into him. Yes, he'd seen into my thoughts. He must have gotten good at that these past few months. Now, where do we go from here? To my brothers, I whispered. The cranes. 6 cranes. I nodded. Then let's go. Wait, I said. Even now, seeing him with his hat slightly askew and ready to fall off his windswept hair, I was imbued with an involuntary rush of warmth. Are you going to kiss me or not? The surprise on Takan's face was worth 1,000 stories. You know, you're even bolder when you can speak, Princess Shirori. I have many months to make up for. Takan laughed, but he touched his nose to mine, drawing so tantalizingly close that our breaths mingled in the cold air. I closed my eyes, but this was not our time. A horse whinnied from behind the trees. Hazej's stallion shot out, its gray coat streaked with red. Gia lay over the horse's neck, her snow-white robes spilling across the saddle. Her braid was undone, her hair matted with ashes from the holy mountains. She'd been attacked. When she saw me, her eyes became white and wild. Still alive, I see, she rasped. You are ever the pest, Shiorianma. I was hardly listening. In Gia's grasp, wings pinched together, was Kiki. Run, Shirori. My bird shrieked, squirming and twisting. Your brothers. There. Gia closed her fist, crushing Kiki. She tossed her into the snow and charged, sparks of magic dancing from her fingertips. The ashes in her hair spun into a powerful current, taking the shape of a sword, pointed at my heart. "For the mountains," she yelled. Takken reached for his bow, and I for the dagger in Admiral's saddlebag. But before any of us could land a blow, arrows wailed from unseen assailants. Takken and I pulled each other behind trees for cover, but we weren't the targets. The arrows struck Gia in the back, one mercilessly impaling her neck. Dark blood oozed from her lips. With a strangled cry, she slipped off her horse and sank into the snow. Dead. I ran to Kiki, scooping her up and smoothing out the folds of her crinkled body. She burst up, fluttering her crumpled wings. "Run!" she shrieked. "They're here!" Jumping out of the trees, Lord Yuji's soldiers descended upon us with menacing cries. In their clutches were 6 cages, my brothers. Chapter 37. My brothers' beaks were tied shut, their wings jostled against the bamboo bars. Their eyes were mournful, more human than I'd ever seen them as cranes. It pained me to look. A dozen swords were pointed at Takken and me. There had to be over 100 soldiers. Each wore a wolf's mask and armor painted shell white, blending in with the snow that wreathed the moss-covered trees. "You're a difficult one to find, Princess Shirori," Lord Yuji said, sweeping a bow. "Iroh was quite possibly the last place I expected you to be. Fate does have a way of making things interesting, doesn't it?" "Release them," I said quietly. The sun was sinking, and shadows touched my brother's wings. His Majesty was most concerned when the Imperial children disappeared. Lord Yuji went on, as if he hadn't heard me. He wore an easy smile, one I had come to hate. "When I return to Jindara, I must inform him that they've been found." Anger stirred in my chest, magic heating my blood. The rocks and pebbles at my feet lifted off the ground, swirling around the hem of my skirts. Yuji pretended not to notice. "I have little interest in harming your father, if you must know, Princess. As we speak, my army lays siege to Jindara. I have confidence he will surrender the palace to me, in exchange for the lives of your 6 brothers." He acknowledged Takken with a lift of his chin. "Young Bushian is surely an unexpected bonus. His father will pay handsomely for the life of his only son." I'd waited long enough. He keyed up to stab Yuji's eyes, and I launched a barrage of stones at his army while Takken fired arrows at the treacherous lord. I might as well have thrown flowers at the soldiers. An invisible shield protected Yuji and his men. Every arrow, every stone bounced off. Kiki flew back into my hair, frightened. "I heard you were a sorceress," said Yuji with a low chuckle. "Is this the best you can do?" Takken lowered his bow and closed the distance between us, his shoulder touching mine. "Look, Shirori," he said under his breath. Around his neck. I narrowed my eyes at the amulet hanging at Yuji's chest. It was bronze, far more plain and dull than the wealthy warlord's usual adornment, but there was a wolf's head carved into the surface. The amulet seemed to tremble against his fine robes, as if the magic it held was too great to keep inside. "Show yourself, wolf," I shouted. Smoke curled from the amulet, at first just a tendril, and then many dark ribbons seeping out. It smelled bitter, like overbrewed tea, and its thick, velvety haze clouded my vision. "Shirori!" Takken shouted, reaching into the smoke to pull me out. We clung to each other, Kiki nestled in my hair. I could feel enchantment at work, enchantment far stronger than my own. I couldn't stop my satchel from lifting itself off my shoulders. I scrabbled for its strap, but it hurtled away, flying off to Lord Yuji's side. There, the smoke gathered and started to condense, finally solidifying into the shape of the wolf. My brothers screeched, their wings flapping wildly. They had met him before. "I believe this is mine," snarled the wolf, my satchel firmly in his grasp. His fingertips aglow, he opened it and the light poured forth. Ah, a star-stroke net. A piece of legend. It's just as impressive as I'd hoped. For an enchanter, he did not look terribly impressive. A curtain of flat, ashen hair framed his narrow face, and his chin sported a long beard. His eyes blazed yellow, but not the luminous yellow my stepmother's took when she used her power. His were murky and liquid, like those of the wolf I had encountered that afternoon in Iroh. "It was you on the mountain," I whispered. "I am honored that you recognize me, Princess." The wolf closed the satchel. "Your stepmother did a fine job of hiding you from me. I didn't even know it was you in Iroh. I trust you enjoyed those few extra months she bought you. They will cost her dearly." "How?" I demanded. "You have no magic in Kyoto." I didn't, he agreed. But it seems that over the years, Yukiatans have forgotten that enchanters without magic take on their most vulnerable form. The form meant to remind them that great power comes at great cost. Do you care to guess what mine is? "A wolf," I said flatly. His presence was already growing tiresome. He clapped. "Well done." A wolf I was, powerless and almost as simple-minded as your dear brothers when they are cranes. Until I came upon this. His large hands clasped the fragment of Saria's pearl. "If only I had known you carried a piece of dragon pearl within you, Princess. I would have saved you the trouble of going to Mount Reina for me and wasting all these months on the net." I was seething with rage. It was bad enough that he had impersonated Master String and given the satchel to my brothers, that all those months of hating Raikama and making the net had been part of some horrible trick to steal her pearl. But to hear it from his complacent lips, as if he were apologizing to me. The dagger at my hip shuddered, and I channeled my fury and hate into it until it flew from my side to the wolf's heart. The enchanter raised a hand, and the blade halted mid-flight. "Careful, Shiorian-ma." The wolf chuckled. "Rage can be dangerous, coming from one such as you." Slowly the dagger turned until it was pointed at Takken. In a blur of motion, Takken swung it away and attacked the wolf. He was so fast the enchanter wasn't expecting the strike, but before he could do any real damage, an invisible force lifted Takken into the air. A shadow fell over him, and he became still as stone. Useless human. The wolf scoffed. "He's brave, I'll give you that. Aren't you going to beg me to free him?" My hands were balled into fists at my side, the only indication that I was furious. No, I was not going to beg. The wolf wouldn't kill Takken. Not yet. He was an enchanter under oath to Yuji. And Yuji had expressly said he wanted Takken alive. Even now, I could see the wolf straining under his oath to the man. There was a gold cuff on his wrist, same as the one the wolf had worn. Enough with the theatrics, cut in Lord Yuji. Hurry on with it and kill the girl. You say you need her blood. Well, I've brought her to you. Indeed you have, said the wolf, with a sweeping bow to Yuji. He released Takan and reached for his sword. Its blade was already red. Gie's blood, I supposed, and he shook it dry. He turned to me. A pity, all good things must come to an end. But first things first. First things first, repeated Lord Yuji gleefully. Any last words, Shiorianma? It isn't like you to be quiet. He was wrong. Months under my stepmother's curse had taught me to find strength in silence, had taught me to listen and observe. Anger bristled in me as I watched Taken dangling midair, and hatred thickened my blood as my brothers struggled in their cages. Finish her off and take us to Jindara at once. Hyada's throne is waiting. The wolf bowed. As you wish. Then the enchanter raised his sword and plunged it deep into Lord Yuji's abdomen. Thank you, master, he said. You have served your purpose. Shock flew through the Lord's eyes as his rich robes swelled with thick, dark blood. You are bound to me, he croaked. Your oath. The wolf smiled darkly at the warlord's horror. I grow weary of this game, juggled from master to master. He yanked free the amulet hanging around Yuji's neck. It is time to be my own master. Then he pulled the blade out, and Lord Yuji crumpled to the ground. With one shove, the wolf threw his former master into the river. I watched stunned as the waters carried Yuji away. The wolf had just broken his oath. He had taken his last breath as an enchanter and would soon awaken as a demon. Why he would doom himself to such a fate, I had no time to understand. The moon was rising and shadows spilled across the forest. Already my brothers were beginning to transform. Their limbs grew sinewy and long, and their feathers smoothed into skin. But this time, they were not the only ones changing. Whirls of black smoke spun from the wolf's amulet, swathing the golden cuff on his wrist. Like a rip of thunder, the cuff shattered. Then the true change began. The wolf's flesh began to splinter. As he cried out, his voice changed from man to beast, a scream to a warbling snarl. His human frame convulsed, shoulders stretching out and nails growing long, piercing through the smoke at odd intervals. Skin ripening with fur, bones and muscles resetting themselves into the form of a beast. Something isn't right, Taken murmured. If he's turning into a demon, the holy mountains should be claiming him. He shouldn't still be here. I agreed silently, but it wasn't the wolf's transformation that transfixed me. It was Saria's pearl. Shadows eclipsed the fragment, smothering its light. And it too was beginning to change. It was merging into the wolf's amulet, possessed by its great and terrible power. It had to be the reason the wolf could resist his summons to the holy mountains. I needed to take it from him. Around us, Lord Yuji's terrified soldiers ran for the trees. Taken took his bow and shot into the billowing storm. His arrow pierced the wolf's flesh, only to dissolve into dust. It's no use, I yelled, hooking him by the arm as he called for Admiral. While the horse galloped our way, I rushed to my brothers, picking up my fallen dagger to hack open their cages. "Hurry, hurry," Kiki cried. "We need to get out of here." My brothers were still changing. Sharp cries of agony racked their throats, their wings melting into arms and their feathers into cloth and skin. As their eyes sharpened with consciousness, Takan and I pushed weapons into their hands. The darkness around the wolf was growing, spiraling into the woods, killing everything it touched. Soldiers collapsed, their bodies turning to dust as the smoke spilled over them. "Run!" I shouted. All 6 of my brothers, newly human, lurched at the sound of my cry. "Get out of here." I pushed Takan to follow them, but he wouldn't leave. "Not without me. How can I help?" Only Takan would ask that so calmly when we were a stone's throw away from a demon. "Follow my brothers. You'll die if you stay." "What about you?" "I need that pearl. It's fusing with his amulet. I didn't get to finish my sentence." Takan spun for the wolf, charging blindly. "Demons of Tambu," Kiki cursed. "The boy's even more reckless than you are." I was already racing after him, my alarm surging with every step. "Takan!" He aimed his last arrow at the wolf, at the white light flashing in his tenuous grasp, then released it. The arrow disappeared into the smoke. The entire forest seemed to go still, a dark pall settling over the trees as the wolf completed his transformation. The moment stretched on for an eternity before a shard of light rolled out of the shadows, Saria's pearl. Takan stooped to pick it up just before the wolf lunged toward him. "Awaken!" I screamed, summoning the trees to shield us both. Branches stretched and wove into walls, blocking the wolf's grasping claws. The shield wouldn't last forever. Hastily, I grabbed Takan by the hand, pulling him up. Together, we leapt onto Admiral's back and raced to join my brothers. "What were you thinking? You could have been killed." "The odds of death were high," he replied, catching his breath, but not assured. I wanted to hug him. "You courageous fool. If that's what you call me now, rather than that barbarian lord of the 3rd rank." He passed me Saria's pearl with a grin. Then it was well worth it. Along the edge of the forest, my brothers had rounded up extra horses for themselves and were shouting at us to hurry. Behind us, the branched walls were beginning to crumble. Black smoke spilled over the wolf, rising into the sky toward the mountains. I let out a sigh of relief. Without Saria's pearl, the wolf could not resist his call to the holy mountains for long. We were safe. Then invisible claws wrapped around my neck. "Shirori!" Takan shouted. He grabbed my hand as our horse reared and the wolf started to drag me away. "Let go," purred the wolf against my ear. "Let go, unless you want him to die. Unless you want all of them to die." Pain pricked my eyes. I saw my brothers charging toward the wolf. "Don't fight," I shouted as the darkness surrounding the demon swelled. "He will kill you." "I won't let you go," Takan said through his teeth. "Come on, Shirori. You have to." I drew as close to Takan as I could, our lips so close I could feel his breath. Our foreheads touched, and I pushed Saria's pearl into Takan's hand. It would protect him and my brothers. Kiata too, if I couldn't defeat the wolf. Then I let go. Away from Takan I flew, the wolf's laughter booming in my ears, so deep even the trees shuddered. Before I could blink, we shot up into the sky, leaving the forest far behind. There was no turning back now. We were joining the demons inside the holy mountains. Chapter 38. Night fell. The sky turned to ink, blotting out the sun, and darkness cloaked the world below, too. I could not tell whether we flew over sea or forest or mountain. It mattered little. I knew where we were going. The gods had decreed that all demons were prisoners of the holy mountains, and now that the wolf had transformed, he could not resist their pull. Nor could I resist his. We were flying so fast that I could hardly blink or breathe, but every chance I got, I wrestled the wolf, grappling to free myself of his hold. Kiki speared his eyes with her beak while I attacked him with my dagger, but it was a losing battle. He was smoke. He had no flesh to wound, no bones to break. There was only his amulet. No longer was it bronze, but black as obsidian. The face of a wolf still scored into its surface. Every time I tried to reach for the amulet, the smoke shifted to conceal it, until I was practically drowning in my own despair. Finally, Jindara glittered beneath me. I'd forgotten how close my home was to the holy mountains. Against the cloak of night, the city was alight with lanterns and torches. I could see the sacred lake, its waters reflecting the glow of the pale moon. Too quickly, we passed the palace and flew into the foothills, drawing ever nearer to the mountains. A light shone from the valley and trees below. Like us, it was moving, winding through its woods like a snake. Your stepmother, rasped the wolf. His claws curled over the satchel of Starstroke, and he clutched it gleefully. Her pearl is quite exceptional. I'll look forward to relieving her of it once I'm done with you. You should have thought about that earlier, I shouted. You killed your master, remember? You're a demon. You think I would break my oath so carelessly? The wolf jeered, clearly reveling in what he knew and I did not. Only a blood-sake can breach the seal upon the holy mountains, which means that only you can free the thousands trapped within. He paused to let the words sink in as horror gathered on my face. Yes, that's right. I've been waiting all this time for the birth of a new blood-sake. You Shirori. Once your blood spills across the holy mountains, the demons will unleash their fury upon Kyoto at last. With your stepmother's pearl in my grasp, I will be their king. No, I whispered. With all my strength, I launched myself at the wolf and stabbed my dagger into his amulet, driving the blade deep. For a moment, his red eyes widened. His claws curled around the amulet, and his hold on me faltered. Then my dagger sizzled, melting clean away, and Taken's knotted blue emblem flailed against the wind. I tried to catch its cords, but my fingers grasped only smoke. The wolf laughed and laughed. Fear iced my heart. I had nothing left. No weapon, no dragon pearl, not even the Starstroke net. Nothing but the clothes on my back. Bloom. I shouted. My sleeves came alive like extra arms, one flaring to cover the wolf's eyes, another whipping the satchel out of his grasp. As the net plummeted into the darkness below, I let out a small sigh of triumph. If I couldn't save myself, then at least I would keep Raikama's pearl safe from the wolf. I held in a scream as he dipped toward the mountains, making for the largest one in the center. We were hurtling so fast at its snow-capped peak that I barely caught sight of the 7 paper birds flying up to Kiki and me. The same ones that Megari had folded and I had brought to life. They carried a red thread, which they tied in a knot around my wrist. Rykama summoned them to help us. Kiki translated for the birds. She cried, "Miracles of Ashmi-Yuen. She's going to save us." Kiki was wrong. No one could save me. Smoke stung my nostrils, and I was thrown sideways. The wolf flung aside the birds, his eyes bright and red. They burned into me as darkness consumed my world. By my next breath, I was inside the holy mountains. I landed with a thump against what felt like a bed of flowers. No, that couldn't be. But flowers they were. Lotuses and moon orchids, peonies, and even the young buds of chrysanthemums. Pushing myself to my feet, I blinked, certain this was an illusion. Larks chirped, and cicadas were trilling their summer symphony. I walked as if I were underwater, my movements so heavy I had to drag one foot in front of the other. It didn't take many steps before I recognized where I was. Your stepmother's garden, Kiki breathed, coming out of my sleeve. I scooped her to my shoulder. You're here too? You should have stayed outside. I've already told you. Where you go, I go. If you die, I die. It's in my best interest to help keep you alive. Now wits, Shirori. Wits, I repeated, spinning to take in my surroundings. Yes, this was Rykama's garden, but the trees looked taller than they should be. And me, I looked down at my small feet in sandals I had long since thrown away. I was a little girl of 7 again, with silk orchids pinned into my braids and jade and coral necklaces dangling over my collars. No, not an illusion. This was a memory. The snakes arrived. There were hundreds, and they came from every direction. Slinking down from the wisteria trees, draping along the thick branches and swimming through the pond. Some had horns and others had claws. Every single one of them had blood-red eyes. These were not snakes. They were demons. We've been waiting a long time, Shirori, they whispered. A taste is all we'll need. Just a taste. I froze as if petrified by their voices. The wolf was the first demon I had seen in real life. But my brothers once delighted in terrifying me with tales of demons. The most powerful ones could steal your soul with a touch, and even the weakest demon could make you forget your name with as little as a glance. Not to mention, they were monsters. Bloodthirsty, power-hungry monsters. And I was the first human they'd seen in centuries. The red thread tied to my wrist yanked me away from the pond, a sharp reminder to return to my senses. I leapt, gathering my magic to defend myself. The fabric of my sleeves flared like wings, lifting me high above the demons, and I sailed over the grass until I landed by the gate. It was open, and I made as if to run through, but it was no gate. I slammed into a wall of rock. The illusion holding together Rykama's garden stuttered, revealing granite walls and an empty cavern. There was no way out. Fear gripped me as demons snapped at my ankles, hissing and baring their fangs. You won't find an escape, they growled as the illusion of Rykama's garden flickered back into focus. For an instant, I caught a glimpse of their true forms. skin as red as cinnabar or as gray as death. I saw the extra eyes and heads, the horns and tails, and jagged sets of claws. They were nightmares come alive, enough to make goose flesh rise on my skin, except for the chains. I hadn't understood why the demons came to me in disguise, pretending to be my stepmother's snakes, or even imperial guards by the gate. Not until I saw that they were trapped in place, bound to the walls of the mountains, chained by decree of the gods. That's why the demons are luring you to them. They can't come to you. Kiki realized at the same time. That was their problem, I thought. Mine was that I had no way out. In this scenario, the demons would win. Easily. I pounded my fists against the wall. "Stepmother," I shouted. "Help me, please." "Follow the thread, Shirori. It'll take you down to the base of the mountain." Above, the 7 paper birds Rikama had sent fluttered. In their beaks was a long red thread, the same as the one they'd knotted to my wrist. "Hurry," said the voice. "The demons will try to trap you in your memories, but you must not get lost. Follow the thread. I'm waiting for you at the end." I touched the red knot on my wrist, drawing strength from Rikama's words. The thread was leading me to the pond, where demon-eyed carp leered greedily. "Here we go, Kiki." I jumped. Instead of landing with a splash, I fell through a ceiling and landed hard on a wooden floor. The planks were cold as ice, another illusion. I was inside the palace, but not the palace I grew up in. Rooms appeared where they shouldn't have, and I wandered through a labyrinth of halls with endless turns and twists. If not for my thread, I would have been lost forever. Demons lurked, haunting me with old memories. Smells of my mother's fish soup, or my favorite dishes from the kitchen, forgotten years ago. Careless plucks of zither songs I'd once been forced to learn, tutors and maids who had long since come and gone. Some took on the shape of guards, ministers, even my brothers. "Princess," they cried, "it's time for lunch. Won't you come? Shirori, join us for a game of chess. Won't you, sister?" "They must think you're an idiot to fall for those tricks," Kiki mumbled as I ran on. I agreed and ignored them all, focusing only on the red thread. I followed it, fleeing out of windows, jumping into mirrors, even bursting through wooden folding screens. Every room felt like a new level in an endless tower, and I had to reach the one at the very bottom. Finally, I was at the base of the mountain. I could tell because the string grew suddenly taut. "Stop yawning." I whirled at the sound of Hasho's voice. My youngest brother was dressed in his ceremonial robes. His hat was too big for him, presumably to hide his demon eyes. "You're late, Shirori," he chided. "What's that you have in your sleeve?" I touched my sleeve. I was wearing my ceremonial robes as well, the same thick jacket I'd worn for my betrothal ceremony. Pink satin slippers and heavy silk robes embroidered with cranes and shimmering chrysanthemums. A gold sash was tied around my waist. This memory was recent, so the details were crisper. I heard the low moan of the whispery wood under my sandals, the whistle of plum and cherry trees swaying in the summer wind, my sudden yearning to jump into the lake to escape the heat. It was so real I couldn't stop my heart from aching. I started after my thread, refusing to fall for the demon's ploy. Then Hasho spoke again. "Come, sister," he said, gently this time. "You're already late." His face was full, not gaunt and drawn as it was now after months spent as a crane. His dark eyes danced with life, and a dimple touched his left cheek as he laughed at me. "Is it your betrothed you're worried about?" he said. I saw him. He doesn't have any warts or boils. He's handsome, like Ben Kai. He smiles often too, though not as much as Yoden. You'll like him. My brother started to nudge me toward the 2 grand doors ahead, but I darted away before he could get close. No matter how much he looked like Hasho, I knew he was not. "Don't touch me." His eyes lit like demon fire, and Kiki shrieked as Demon Hasho tried to capture me. I evaded him neatly and spun, following the thread toward the audience chamber. I stopped at the entrance. The doors were closed, unlike all the others I had encountered in the mountain. Through the space between them, I saw the thread carry on, streaming toward a light beyond the mountain's walls. I knew at once that this radiance came from Raikuma's pearl. "She's there," Kiki exclaimed. "We're so close." I slid the doors open, half expecting 1,000 more demons to rise from the shadows. But there was only one, the wolf. He sat on what appeared to be my father's grandest throne, polished with vermilion lacquer and canopied by a wooden screen of gilded cranes. Unlike the other demons, the wolf did not hide his true form. He'd become taller, more muscular, and lean. He bore the head of a wolf, with pointed ears and fangs that curved out of his jaw, and gray fur swept over his neck and limbs, but he carried himself like a man. He was draped in an elaborate ensemble of silken robes, his jacket a horrific tapestry of dying gods and bleeding dragons and enchanters destroyed by the blood of stars. A golden headdress sat atop his head, more magnificent than any of my father's. It would have looked ridiculous with the strings of pearls and clouds of diamonds, if not for the 3 ivory cranes hanging from each side of his crown. 6 in total, all bloodied. I gritted my teeth, taking in the red thread that stretched across his lap. Its end trailed into a jagged fissure in the mountain. Raikuma had to be just outside. A smile spread over the wolf's face as he saw the color drain from mine. He opened his claws, the thread running down his palm like a thin stream of blood. "A demon such as I can steal your soul with a touch, did you know? I'd mark you as mine, perhaps even doom you to life as a demon. But you are lucky, Shiorianma. Your blood is too valuable for such a fate." He ran the thread along the edge of one razor-sharp nail. "Instead, let us play a game, blood sake," he murmured. "You get the thread before I kill you." I was already running. His claw came slashing down at my throat, but everything happened so quickly I didn't even have time to flinch. I landed on my stomach, my fingers catching the thread. Paper scraps drifted, wings and beaks. Megari's birds. They had taken the impact of the wolf's blow. I didn't wait. I leapt for the fissure in the mountainside. Icy air rushed in, stinging my face. And light. Blinding, effervescent light. "Kiki." I cried suddenly, looking for my bird. I'm here." She was clinging to my sash. Thank the great gods. I was worried that the wolf had gotten her. Cold hands grasped mine, pulling. Through the mountain's cracks, I could see my stepmother. Snakes surrounded her, hissing as she wrenched me from the mountain. Light poured from the pearl inside her heart, and I started to scramble out, my elbows digging into soft earth, then my knees. I was nearly free when the wolf seized my ankle. His touch sent a numbing chill rushing through me, and his voice was suddenly in my head. "A demon's touch has great power," he purred. "I could take your soul, Shiorianma, but lucky for you, your blood is more precious." His nail bit into my heel, rooting itself in deep, and a scream reeled out of my lungs. Back into the mountain I sped, against my will, the metallic tang of my blood scenting the dank air. "Shirori!" Raikama shouted. She caught me by the arms, the slender thread connecting our wrists flickering under the moonlight. Behind me, the demons clamored for my blood. Soon our positions would be exchanged. I would be trapped forever in the mountain, and they would be free. My mouth chalky with dirt and debris, I scraped toward Raikama, straining against the wolf's pull. So help me, I was not going back into that mountain. These last few months, I had never given up on my brothers. I couldn't give up now on myself. I summoned every ember of strength I had. I'd always had a strong will, but a strong heart? I thought of the pain I had endured to work the nettles, the fiery thorns and sharp-edged leaves, the despair of those long months I'd toiled alone in Mrs. Damon's inn, the agony of knowing that a simple sound from my lips would be all it took to kill my brothers. All of it I had overcome, and this too I will overcome, I whispered into the mountain. The walls trembled, rubble spilling from unseen heights. The stones were small at first, mere pebbles skipping down into the hollow. Then they grew. Skips turned to thuds, and hulking shadows eclipsed the dappled light shining from Raikama's heart outside the mountain. Boulders dropped. They were relentless, falling at the speed of my racing pulse. Soon the demons were no longer moaning. They were shrieking. Amid the uproar, I peered back at the wolf. His eyes glinted, bright as the blood slicking my ankle. "Let's play a game," I shouted, echoing his earlier words. "You let go before I kill you." Even as I spoke, a hail of rocks crashed down, the sound echoing from the walls. They tumbled, brutally pounding against the wolf. That hurt him, I could tell, so I ordered more to fall. Dust frosted the wolf's fur, and the look he gave me was so scathing, so twisted with fury, that I thought the battle was won. Then the corners of his mouth lifted, and a wide smile spread across his face. "So be it," he said, lifting his claw from my flesh. My blood soaked his nail, the same red as his eyes. With a fierce cry, he turned into smoke and disappeared into the mountain. I didn't even have a chance to breathe. Raikama pulled me through the fissure and out of the mountain, where I lay gasping in the cold air. Her pearl shone inside her chest, a luminous beacon of pure magic. She looked more fragile than I'd ever seen her before, her golden eyes tired, her shoulders shrunken, the scar on her face gleaming in the light of her pearl. "We have to seal the mountain. Lend me your power, Shirori." "I fear I don't have enough." I took her hand, grasping it tight. Light from the pearl flashed, overwhelming us. My eyes watered, and I shut them, focusing on the mountain. Smoke billowed through the rip Rikema had created, and my stepmother pressed her back against the rock to keep the demons within. In one final flare, a burst of light rippled across the face of the mountain itself. And then silence. I couldn't hear the demons crying anymore. No smoke rippled forth. When it was over, Rikema sagged to the ground. I dropped with her, and her snakes parted to make room for me. They were slithering over a satchel covered in snow. The same one I had dropped the star-stroke net. "Stepmother," I whispered. I was still holding her hand. The last time I held it, I had been a little girl, and my tiny fist could barely wrap around 2 of her fingers. Now my hand was larger than hers, my scarred fingers longer than her smooth ones. But her skin was cold, as it always had been. When I was little, I loved trying to warm her fingers with my own. I had marveled that I couldn't. "Thank you," I whispered, crawling to be closer to her. You came for me." She touched my ankle where the wolf had clawed me, and the wound closed slowly, leaving but a crooked pink scar. "Do you remember what you said when we first met?" she asked. No. I had taken my first steps onto Kiata's soil. I had been many weeks on the boat, and I was tired. I was nervous too, but I wanted to make a good impression. Especially for you, Shirori. Your father had told me so much about you. He'd said your mother had died a year before, and you were inconsolable. The memory, distant as a dream, came rushing back. I hadn't been able to stop staring at her, not for her beauty, but because her smile had seemed so tentative, so nervous when she met my brothers and me. And when it came time for me to greet her, I did something that horrified Father's ministers. I embraced her. For a moment, she had glowed, just like Emirinia. "Are you from the moon?" I whispered, remembering now. That was what I'd asked her. "No, I come from no home," Rikema had replied in stilted Kiatan. "I didn't know your legends then," Rikema now explained, so I didn't know what to say. For years, I was certain she was from the moon. Then I forgot. Now I knew it was her dragon pearl that made her glow. Now I knew why she never liked the legend of Emirinia. It reminded her too much of herself. "Do you have a home now?" "Yes," she said. "Home is where I don't need my light to feel warm. It's with you, your brothers, and your father." She drew a ragged breath, trying to come up onto her elbows. But something hurt her, and she would not tell me what. "Take us home, Shirori," she whispered. "Take us home." Chapter 39. Even with the guidance of Rikema's thread, the journey home took all night. I was not strong enough to carry my stepmother on my own, and being a paper bird, Hiki was of little help. Using my magic to aid us only tired me, so I slung my stepmother's arms around my shoulders and followed her ball of thread through the woods, one heavy step at a time. "Come back for me in the morning," Rikema rasped when I stopped to catch my breath. "I won't go anywhere." It was a light-hearted joke like the ones she used to tell when I was little, but I couldn't laugh. No, I wouldn't leave her. Hiki led the way, flittering about the thread as she waited impatiently for us to catch up. She kept her distance from Rikema, but she was always watching her. My stepmother noticed. "That's quite a bird you have," she said. It comforted me to know you had her as company when I sent you away. She's my best friend, I replied. We've been through much together. A long pause. I'm sorry I killed her once. I'm sorry for many things, Shirori. I know. My stepmother was silent the rest of the walk, her eyes closed, her chest so still that I couldn't tell if she was breathing. Her beautiful face was like porcelain, bleached of color. She did not bleed, but deep down I knew her life was ebbing away. The pearl in her heart shimmered fiercely, as if trying to put her back together again. Maybe she's hibernating, Kiki said, noticing the worried crease in my brow. Snakes do that during the winter, you know. I hope so, Kiki was all I could muster. I hope so. By the time the thread led us back to my stepmother's garden, it was nearly dawn. My brow was moist with sweat, my shoulders sore from bearing Rikama for hours. I set her gently underneath a tree and called for the guards. No answer. Guards. Rikama touched my arm. They're asleep, Shirori, she said feebly. Your father, too. I didn't understand. I'll wake them. No, she said, not letting go. They'll awaken when spring arrives. Lord Yuji's forces came to attack, so I put the whole city to sleep. She paused. There are good men in Yuji's army. Loyal men who had no choice but to follow their lord into battle. I would not have your country torn apart by needless bloodshed if I could stop it. She squeezed my arm, the shadows under her eyes betraying what such a spell must have cost her. The city will be frozen until spring. You and your brothers will be safe here. Let me help you. You already have, she replied, by weaving the net. I shook my head. I didn't understand. The wolf tricked me. I made it to break the curse, and so you will break mine, said Rikama. Take my pearl, but you'll die without it. Please. It's hurting me. Still, I hesitated. The satchel suddenly felt heavy. I opened its flap, the light from the star-stroke net immediately pouring out as I lifted it. But I could not bring myself to lay it over my stepmother. Snake slithered to Rikama's feet, rubbing against her affectionately. Snakes have always been sensitive to magic, she said. They're cousins of dragons, did you know? I nodded mutely. Do you remember the day you came into my garden to steal one of my snakes? Another nod. How could I forget? They sensed your magic even before I did. It was powerful and dangerous. Many would covet it. You were so curious about them, Shirori, and about me. At first I didn't mind, but as I grew to love you, you made me so happy that my light began to shine too brightly. I knew I couldn't keep my secrets from you forever. I closed my eyes, remembering the rare occasions my stepmother would glow with that light so radiant and beautiful, I'd wonder anew if she was the Lady of the Moon herself. Sooner or later, I would have asked her if it was magic. That was why I closed my heart to you. I buried your memories and did all I could to keep you away from magic, even if that meant keeping you from me. Her breathing grew more uneven. But then your powers surfaced anyway, and you met that dragon. I knew it'd only be a matter of time before someone else found out about your magic. You could have told me. You could have told Father. I wanted to, she admitted. So many times I came close, but I was afraid of revealing my own secrets. of losing you and your father, my family. Then I lost them anyway." Her voice fell soft, each word straining from her lips as if it pained her. Just seeing her eyes, glassy with tears she struggled to hold back, I was ready to forgive her for everything. But not yet. Why curse my brothers? I needed to know. She swallowed visibly, leaning her head back against the tree. "That was not entirely my doing," she confessed at last. "In Tambu, my affinity with serpents gave me some power, but that was more of a curse. Best forgotten." She lowered her eyes, and I wondered what dark past she had left behind. "Here, my magic comes from my pearl. It is unlike any other, as you might have noticed. Dark and broken like my heart once." She inhaled deeply. "It augments my power and obeys my commands, but not always in the way I wish." She raised her gaze to meet mine. "I meant to protect you from the wolf, Shirori. I meant to hide who you were and send you away, at least until I found a way to deal with him. But when you told your brothers I was a demon, I panicked. I tried to make them forget, but I couldn't. All I knew was that I needed to protect them as well as you. Turning them into cranes was how the pearl chose to obey my wishes." My voice was small. "Would they really have died if I had spoken?" "Yes, the pearl does not lie." Her certainty made my throat close up. "But why?" Rikama wrung her hands. "Monster I may seem, but I am human like you, and I have made my share of mistakes. One of those was turning to the pearl, especially when I was afraid." She sighed, finally answering, "The pearl takes fate and twists it to its own purpose. Turning your brothers into cranes, whisking you far to the north and forcing you to make a star-stroke net, crossing your strands with the Dragon King. All this it has done because it wishes to return to its owner." Her jaw tightened. "That owner has never been me. Its power has been a burden to you." I finally understood. Rikama gave the slightest nod. "Free me of it, Shirori. Please." I warred against myself over whether or not to honor my stepmother's request. In the end, I knew I could not disobey her. Not now. Slowly, I lowered the net, spreading it across her body as if it were a blanket. Goosebumps had risen over her bare arms. Her sleeves were torn and frayed. Funny, I had woven the net to this size intending to incapacitate her, not to keep her warm. But how glad I was for it now. The star stroke glittered, its braid of 3 magics shimmering intensely around the broken pearl in my stepmother's chest. Rikama's hands clenched at her sides, her nails digging into the dirt. She was holding in a scream, I could tell, and she let out a sharp gasp as the net grew brighter, overpowering the light from her pearl. It rolled out of her heart like a drop of night and floated above my open hands. The dark magic swirling inside the pearl mesmerized me, just as it had when I first saw it. It landed on my palm, then its light dimmed until it was nearly dark. Without the pearl, my stepmother sank against the tree, a peaceful smile spreading across her face. Her hair went entirely white, and scales mottled her skin until she bore a serpent's face, her nose pushed in and raised high, and her pupils thin as slits. Yet she seemed more comfortable in this body than she ever had wearing her mask of beauty and radiance. I set the pearl on top of my satchel, not wanting to leave my stepmother's side. Will you tell me about the girl you used to be? Vanna? Vanna? Rykema repeated. Isn't that your name, stepmother? Your true name. It is not. She paused, her expression suddenly far away. It was my sister's. Your sister's. Yes, I had a sister long ago. One I hated more than anyone and loved more than anyone. Everyone called me a monster except my Vanna. She was as kind as she was beautiful. Golden. Everyone called her, like the light inside her heart. The pearl. I understood. Rykema nodded. She was born with a dragon pearl in her heart. It was more of a curse than a blessing, for it attracted demons as well as princes and kings. I tried to protect her from them, but her voice faded, but there was no need to finish the story. I'm sorry, I whispered. It should have been me, Rykema said quietly. I was a monster, Shirori, inside and out. I did terrible things, hoping I'd find a way to break the curse on my face and look like everyone else. In the end, the person I loved most paid the price. When Vanna died, her pearl buried itself in my heart to keep it from breaking, and it fulfilled my dearest wish in the cruelest way. It gave me a new face, my sister's face. Rykema touched the rough scales on her skin. I wanted to die, she said hoarsely. Seeing Vanna's face on my own every time I looked in the mirror, it was more painful than seeing my true face. Her fingers lingered on her scar. I didn't think I could bear it, not until I met your father. He'd lost his wife, whom he loved more than life itself, and he was kind to me. We understood each other's sorrows, so I came with him here to become a part of his family. Stepmother. She reached for my hand. Our wrists were still connected by the red thread, but its brilliance was fast fading, a sight that made it suddenly hurt to breathe. My greatest regret is that I failed to protect Vanna, she said. I would give anything to change that moment in time, but not even the strongest magic on earth can alter the past. You were my second chance, Shirori. When I learned that danger might come to you, I swore I would do whatever it took to protect you. The way I couldn't protect Vanna. You have, I said. You've saved us all. She didn't reply, but she straightened against the tree, gathering what remained of her strength. Her scales snagged the glint of the rising sun, glimmering like opals. It is nearly dawn, she said. Time to end your brother's curse. But I couldn't finish my words. I don't know your name. You've always known it, said my stepmother, as if reading my thoughts. What is that song you used to sing in the kitchen? My jaw parted and I stared. But those were memories with my mother. No. Her voice was gentle. Those memories were with me. She began to sing in a low, rueful voice I hadn't heard in years. Shinari was a girl who lived by the sea, who kept the fire with a spoon and pot. Stir, stir, a soup for lovely skin. Simmer, simmer, a stew for thick black hair. But what did she make for a happy smile? Cakes, cakes, with coconut and sugar cane. I staggered back, unable to believe it. Stolen mornings in the kitchen laughing with my mother as she taught me to make fish soup. All of them were with Rykema? You missed her so much you wouldn't eat, said my stepmother softly. You'd cry quietly and refuse to speak. She paused. For months, it went on like this, and your father didn't know what to do. I was new in the palace, and I had just lost someone dear to me. Making you happy made me happy. You used your magic on me. For a short while, she admitted, I wanted to give you memories of your mother. Memories that would make you smile, even when you came to despise me. Even when you came to despise me. The sadness in her voice made it impossible for me to be angry with her. I squeezed her hand tighter. She was the only mother I had known. What does Shinari mean? I asked when I finally found my voice again. It means moon-faced girl, Raikama said, touching her ridged skin. Poetic, isn't it? And fitting. Vanna was the sun to my moon. She stared at the fading stars. I'll see her soon. No, I urged. Don't go. Dawn blossomed across the sky, and my stepmother averted her eyes from the sun. She let go of my hand. Your brothers will soon be turning into cranes. Let us spare them another change. Let us end what I began. I nodded numbly in agreement. Then, taking Raikama's pearl in one hand, I whispered, Shinari. The pearl began to spin on my palm, its light enveloping my entire being. On its dark, gleaming surface, I could see my brothers. They were running through the forest, searching for me, shouting, Shirori, Shirori. It was Hasho who spotted the sunrise first. The rays of dawn stretched through the trees for my brother's limbs, and they braced themselves for the change. But the ribbons of sunlight took on the shape of snakes. They shone, wrapping around my brother's arms, whispering in Raikama's voice, Your sister has set you free. Go well, sons of my husband. The vision of my brothers faded, and the pearl came to a halt, lying heavy and silent on my palm. And now it is my time, Raikama said, letting go of my hand. No, stepmother, the magic I worked upon the mountains will not hold forever, she interrupted. You must go somewhere the demons cannot follow, at least for a little while. There, you will do something for me. For one last time her voice turned imposing, a reminder that she was my stepmother, but no longer the nameless queen. Anything. Return the pearl to its owner. This you must do before it breaks completely. The Dragon King will know of whom I speak, but he wants it for himself. Yes, and the net will protect you from his wrath, but only for so long. Do not let him trick you, Shirori. The pearl will be dangerous in the hands of anyone other than its owner, as you have seen it with me. Raikama swallowed. Promise me that you will only give it to the dragon with the strength to make it whole once more. I promise. Good. Her voice became distant, filled with regret. It is something I should have done long, long ago. Then, ever so tenderly, she cupped my cheek with her hand. Tell your brothers I'm sorry for my deceptions and for what I've put them through. She tipped her head against the tree. Tell your father that I care for him very much. In my life before him, I knew little love, and my greatest joy was that he gave me a family to cherish as my own. Tell him I'm sorry. She stroked a tear that trickled down my cheek as I shook my head, begging her not to go on. And I apologize to you, Shirori, for all the pain I have caused you, but most of all, for saying that you would never be a child of mine. You are my daughter, not of my blood, but of my heart." I couldn't hold the tears back anymore. "Stepmother, please." Her hands, now resting on her chest, lifted slightly. She wasn't finished speaking. "Learn from my mistakes," she said, so softly I had to lean close to hear, "and learn from my joys. Surround yourself with those who will love you always, through your mistakes and your faults. Make a family that will find you more beautiful every day, even when your hair is white with age. Be the light that makes someone's lantern shine." A long breath, her chest falling. "Will you do this, my daughter?" I could barely nod, let alone speak. "Yes." "Good." She leaned back, her hair completely white against the snow-laced tree. "Sing with me." I tried to, but my tears got in my way. My mouth tasted of salt, and my voice was so hoarse it hurt. But as she sang, I joined in when I could. Shinari was a girl who lived by the sea, who kept the fire with a spoon and pot. Toward the end, her fingers went limp. The glow in her eyes faded, and our song melted into the wind, unfinished. I held her and I wept. Chapter 40. My brothers and I gave Raikama a small private ceremony in her garden. There was no procession, no official rites where she would be honored among our ancestors and given offerings of money and food. Even if the palace had been awake, I didn't think she would have wanted a grand funeral. The only thing she would have wished was for father to be there. When it was over, Takan returned Saria's pearl to me. I fashioned a tiny net to hold it in place, knotted it onto a cord, and wore it around my neck. Without a word, I disappeared into my room. The room didn't feel like my own anymore. Nothing had changed, not the order of my books on the shelf or the array of hairpins and earrings on top of my lacquered jewelry boxes, not even the arrangement of my silk pillows. Only I had changed. Unfathomably. The first thing I did was rummage for a long-forgotten treasure. It was a box covered in red brocade, hidden deep in the back of a drawer under piles of talismans and charms, a decade's worth of wishes. Takan's letters. I read them over and over, laughing and crying at his stories, which filled my heart and made it ache at the same time. Many of them were about him as a boy, trying to discipline his spirited sister, but often ending up joining in on her adventures. They made me miss Megari and Iroh and, most of all, Takan. I read until my eyes were so bleary the words became blurs of ink. But I couldn't sleep, not until I placed Raikama's pearl on my pillow and the Starstroke net on the table beside my bed. That, somehow, was enough to assure me that the last half a year hadn't been a dream I could simply wake from. That my scars, inside and out, were real. That I had promises that needed keeping. Finally, I slept, succumbing to a dreamless void that my brothers later told me lasted 3 entire days. Snakes surrounded my bedside, and I took them in. I was no longer afraid of them. After all, they only mourned their mother, same as I. I didn't know what my brothers did while I slept, but when I woke, there was a mound of swords outside the palace walls, seized from every soldier in Lord Yuji's army. Takan and my brothers had collected them, and now the weapons sat in the courtyard outside the apartments my brothers and I shared, huddled in a tight circle, as if they'd been friends for years. I hadn't seen Takken since the wolf had taken me to the holy mountains. Yet sometimes when I was half awake, I thought I heard his voice, telling me stories, reading his letters aloud. He noticed me before my brothers did and shot to his feet. Seeing him made a spark of warmth bloom inside me, but I couldn't smile for him. He probably thought this was the beginning of our future, only I wasn't here to stay. I held up Rikama's pearl, Saria's too, which I wore around my neck. I'm going to the Taijin Sea, to Ai Long, the realm of dragons. Waves rolled across the beach, the water sparkling like freshly fallen snow. Over and over in a perpetual rhythm, the waves crested and fell, washed up the shore, and then ebbed away as they had done long before I was born, and would continue to do long after I was gone. Coming from behind, Takan and my brothers narrowed the space between us, but I wasn't ready to begin our goodbyes. I wasn't ready to leave when I had just come home. I still have a few minutes left, I murmured to them as I watched the sun. It had only risen halfway above the horizon, casting a burnished glow upon the Taijin Sea. Under its light, the water seemed more like gold than snow, with traces of violet from the dying night and beads of scarlet from the aging dawn. The sight, unnaturally beautiful, made my satchel feel heavier. Rikama's pearl was inside, in its nest of star-stroke. Are you sure you don't want to wait for Father? Hasho asked. It'll be better if I don't. It would be weeks before Father and the rest of Jindar awoke. Besides, I didn't know how to tell Father the truth. That I was the blood sake of Kiata. That I was a rip in the seams that the gods had sewn to keep magic out of our country forever. Father will be in enough anguish as it is, I added. I swallowed hard, imagining his reaction to Rikama's death. I'll be back soon enough. As soon as the words left my lips, I wished I could take them back. I hadn't even told Saria that I wasn't giving the pearl to his grandfather. The Dragon King wouldn't be pleased, that was for certain. Well, with or without Saria's help, I'd keep my promise to Rikama. I'd find the pearl's true owner. Hiki hovered above me as I slipped off my shoes, leaving them on the shore. Do you think I'll be able to swim as well as I fly? She asked. Maybe Saria can give me fins. I didn't reply. The sand under my feet was moist and cold, and I shivered as the sea washed up against my ankles. There was one last thing to do before I went in. Hasho brought me a box made of teak, a wood native to Tambu, wrapped in one of Rikama's brocade gowns. Each of us 7 had placed a little piece of ourselves into the box, and Hai a jewel from one of his crowns, Benkai an arrow, Reiji a chess piece, Wande's favorite book, Jotun a paintbrush, Hasho a feather, and me, 7 paper birds. Rikama wouldn't be alone when she returned to the Tambi Isles. Carefully I wrapped the box with a strand of the red thread my stepmother had always used to find her way home. Reunite her with her sister, I whispered to the box before setting it on a gentle current. In silence, I watched it float away until it disappeared beyond my sight. One after another, my brothers embraced me. Hasho held on the longest, and he whispered, "Don't stay away too long, sister. We'll miss you." Last came Takan. There was sand all over his robes, and his hair kept whipping at his cheeks. but I'd never thought him more dignified or dear to me than at this moment. He bowed, keeping a respectful distance. "My brothers aren't going to put you in the dungeon for giving me a hug," I teased. "I know," he said quietly. "I only worry that I won't want to let you go." I threw myself into his arms then, burying my head under his chin. He stroked my hair. "I want to come with you." "You can't." I looked up, knowing from his tightly pursed lips that he wished for a different answer. "I wish you could. Don't worry, I'll be in good hands. If the legends I've heard about dragons are true, I have reason to doubt that." Takken met my eyes, his own unwavering. "But I know you can take care of yourself, Shirori. Better than anyone. I'll wait for you." I took his hands. I wasn't sure when I'd see him again. It was said that time passed differently in the underwater kingdom than it did in this world. It could very well be years before I saw him again. Would things be the same between us when I returned? If I returned? I pushed the thought from my mind and mustered a smile. "Keep my brothers out of trouble. I seem to recall you were the troublemaker, Shirori. Not them." My smile became real, and I started to turn for the sea, but Takken wasn't finished. "Take this with you." He passed me his sketchbook. It was the same one he'd carried at Sparrowin, the pages stained with charcoal and what smelled like soup. More letters. Better, he promised. "So you don't forget me." I touched my forehead to his and pressed my lips to his cheek, not caring if my brothers saw. "Our fates are linked," I said tenderly. "How could I forget you?" The tides gathered in strength. A green tail gleamed out of the sea foam, and Seiryu emerged in his human form. I whispered a goodbye to Takken and broke from his side. As I stepped into the water, my feet sinking into the sand, Hiki rushed after me. She fluttered in front of my nose. "Don't tell me you're not taking me with you either," she cried, sounding betrayed. "Of course I am," I replied. "Where I go, you go, remember?" Slightly mollified, Hiki hopped onto my shoulder. "Well, say so next time." My brothers were greeting the dragon. They acknowledged each other with nods, and Takken, too, bowed his head. I half expected Seiryu to introduce himself the way he always did, listing his titles and making it known to all that he was the grandson of the Dragon King. But he merely glanced at Takken, his feathery eyebrows twisting together in an unfathomable knot. "Is there really a kingdom under the sea?" Jotun asked, wriggling his toes in the sand as the waves rushed his way. "The most beautiful kingdom in the world," said Seiryu. "It makes Jandara look like a decrepit old village." "Careful, dragon," warned Benkai. "You forget you're on land." And speaking to Kiata's princes. "Oh, I'm well aware of both," replied Seiryu tersely. He answered no more questions. "Are you ready, Shirori?" I hiked up my skirts and strode into the water. "Yes!" Hiki wrapped her wings beneath my collar. "Promise me, Shirori. If I get too soggy, you won't bring me back as a fish." I chuckled, pinching her beak. "I promise." Seiryu extended his hand, claws uncurling. "Hold your breath. Salt water stings the nose, or so I'm told." I took one last glance at Takken and my brothers. My heart was with them, no matter where I went. No matter how different things would be when I returned. I held my breath, It would be the last one I'd take for a long while. Then, hand in hand with the dragon, I leapt into the Taijin Sea. Deep in the holy mountains, the wolf prowled in search of a way out. The others had already tried, but they were chained. He was no longer. The demons were bickering that everything was in vain, but the wolf was not listening. For on his claw was a precious smear of the girl's blood. He scraped it against the mountain, painting its white veins red. The mountain began to sing, the tiniest of cracks forming and shadows loosening from within. Demons gathered, thirsting for vengeance, hungry for ruin. He would feed them. Soon, as an enchanter, he had hundreds of names, maybe even 1,000. But he was an enchanter no longer. He was a demon now, and he needed only one name: Bander.